Good morning.
Good morning.
Guess what today is?
Today is Civic Responsibility Day. And I say that because,
That thing in the background. Can you see it?
hold on. I don't even know where my StreamYards is. Oh, there it is.
That's my
Your
flower
flowers.
from Nanya.
Yes, it is.
Hi,
Yes, they're
Kevin.
beautiful.
Hi, Life is a Gem. Hi, Samara. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Charlie. Hello.
Good morning, everybody.
How's everybody today? Have you done your civic duty? Hey, Samara. Happy Election Day.
I'm sorry.
So I watched your debate last night. It was very, very interesting.
Yeah.
It was. It
Yeah.
was. I
Yeah.
watched the whole thing. I wasn't typing a lot in the chat. I was just mostly listening.
Uh-huh.
So you made some very, very good points.
Well, thank you.
I'm a little biased, of course, but you know,
I am too. I can't deny.
yeah, think.
There's so much ground that you
But you
can't
made a lot.
cover.
Yeah. It's like hard to have one debate and get everything resolved.
It is. I'm glad you were in Bible study, Samara. You needed to be there. Pray for this country.
Definitely.
We didn't hit on things like the Biden scandal. We certainly hit on the Russia corruption scandal, but not the Biden scandal, which was a little bit disheartening. So there was that. Just a lot of things. There's a lot of things to cover.
But was there a lot of things that you maybe would have said? Like hindsight is 2020.
Oh yeah.
That you would have brought up that you didn't maybe bring up last night.
Oh right. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, the prison reform.
I thought you did touch on that a little bit.
There was
A little
bit of me, not a lot of anyone else, but that's huge. That's really huge. I mean, you've got an entire, first of all, you've got Democrats who just are insistent that Republicans are members of the KKK. We didn't start it. The Democratic Party did. And there's still a large majority of them in it, but that's okay. And that we're all a bunch of racists and homophobes and bigots and every other thing you can think, phobes. But so there's that. And, this man is recognizing the fact that actually the law that Biden helped write in 1994, which incarcerated massive numbers of Black men, he's working toward changing that. And he's got the first step is already in. And several thousands of people have been released from prison because of his actions. And that's the beginning of prison reform. Now, I guess they want it all done overnight.
Hey, Ben.
And I guess it needs to be done by executive order. But I remember how I felt when there was a president sitting in the Oval Office writing one executive order after another. Every time he thought of something, he wrote an executive order. That's not how our government works. I mean, can that be done in an emergency situation when things need to get done quickly? Yeah, absolutely. Does an entire entity like prison reform need to be done by executive fiat? Absolutely not.
Hey, Robbie.
Hey, Robbie. That needs to be done by a legislator. That needs to have laws put in place. Otherwise, the next president can just walk through the door and erase everything that person's done. Even if it's a good thing, if they don't like it, they can just trash it. So it needs to be put into law, the appropriate way, the way that we do things in this country. So there's that.
Right.
I'm not voting for him to date him. I'm married. I'm happy with my husband. I don't want a personal relationship with the man. I want him to make this country better. And there's so many things that I've seen that he's done that has done that. COVID's just one aspect of it. The only reason why I'm frustrated at him at all is he didn't take action soon enough. He didn't fire Fauci quick enough, in my opinion. And you only listened to a team that was presented to you. I would have rather him talk to Ben Carson and say, find me a team. Find me a good team. Hey, Ben Ashworth. So, that's what I'm disappointed in, because I think that it wouldn't have gotten to the fever pitch level of insanity that it's gotten to.
Right.
Anybody can come and scream in my face that I'm wrong about COVID. I don't think that I am, and I'm not screaming in anyone else's face that they're wrong. But I do feel like they are. And I have some pretty good sound scientific reasons why I think that. And I think it goes to something deeper that's going on in this country that a lot of us feel and a lot of us see and a lot of us hear, but we don't know exactly what it is. And it's scary.
Life is a Gem says the Republicans in my state always has to fight for an executive order when my governor, who is a Democrat, when it comes to COVID.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Jim. Good morning. That it's fight every step of the way. With all the things that he has accomplished in the last 3.5 years, almost 4 now, 3 3/4. Imagine what he could have done if he had a Congress that worked with him. I mean, really worked with him, instead of screaming at him, running to their constituents and, setting dumpster fires and telling them it's his fault. When so much of this is absolutely not his fault. It belongs at the state level, and it gets shoved back to him. We'll see what he did. No, let's go back to what you should have done. Same thing with New Orleans. And that was, quote unquote, my president that was in office when that happened. His hands were tied the same way because of a Democratic governor who was not about to budge, because she had a Democratic mayor who, oh, wait, where is Mayor Nagin? The former mayor of the city of New Orleans? Oh, he's in the penitentiary. Really? Why is that? Because he scammed the shit out of the state of Louisiana after the Hurricane Katrina.
Kevin says, I'm a little scared of what's to come after the polls close. Are they going to take it to the streets?
That's what they're threatening.
Hey, Pittsburgh girl. Good morning.
They're so worried about whether or not tonight, if Trump loses, they're so worried about whether or not he's going to concede. Well, here's the deal. You fought him tooth and nail, and you got your states to extend the deadline on counting the votes to the 9th of November in one of the battleground states. So if you want him to concede tonight, if you want a voter's opinion, a citizen's opinion, and he does work for me, I'm telling him not to stand down. I'm telling him to stand his post, because if you demand that every one of those votes are counted, then this election's over on the 9th. If you want to be a mature adult and say it's over tonight, then, we can do that. But
Samara says Nancy is too busy trying to impeach a president we want in the White House.
Yeah. Well, they've never recognized him as a president. And they've said as much. And we talked a little bit about leadership last night and how Trump is a poor leader. I want somebody to point out to me how it's okay for leaders we're talking about the third person away from the throne. Okay, Nancy Pelosi. Why it's okay for her to stand up and call him the names that she has, declare him a non-legal or whatever, non-recognized president, that he was never officially the president of the United States. That's your leadership in the Democrat Party. And you wonder why our country is so divided. For Obama, those of us who did not vote for him sat by and said, okay, you know what? He's our president. Like it or not, he's our president. We didn't run out in the streets. We didn't pitch fits. There wasn't a Republican up there saying that he was not legitimate. They recognized him as president of the United States twice.
Hey, vegan.
Yet the minute that this man is announced even before he's inaugurated, the leaders in the Democrat Party are running up and down the halls of justice claiming that he's illegitimate. They're never going to accept him. He's a piece of crap. They don't want him, and they're not going to have it. He's not their president. And that's the leadership on that side of the aisle. That's what they do. And it's gross. You know, I'm not going to follow it. I hope nobody's kids follows it. That's not how we act here. And you're worried about him conceding if he loses. Okay, gotcha.
So hindsight being 2020, what else would you have brought up last night?
I think one of the biggest things on the COVID issue.
Tacos. Good morning, tacos.
I would have liked to talk to a lot more about the deaths that have occurred because of COVID, and how a huge percentage of those deaths came from a governor who sits in the state of New York, who demanded that patients were put into nursing homes, knowing that they were infected with COVID. I've worked in nursing homes. There's not a level I can describe to you of my disgust for that governor doing that. And who got the blame for it? President Trump. He didn't have the jurisdiction to make that decision, first of all. And what frustrates me even more is that people in America don't understand that. And I don't, for the life of me, understand why, other than they're lazy. They're too busy with God knows what in their life to get on the computer and Google, what is the responsibility of my president? Legally, what is he responsible to do as the president of the United States? What is the responsibility of my governor? What is he legally bound to do for me in my state? And where do those two things meet, and where do those two things separate? Go look it up and stop blaming this man who has no jurisdiction. Oh, but they want him to run in. They want him to start laying down mandates for the entire country. Listen, no, you don't want that. You absolutely don't. You think you do. The reason why you want it is so you can point a finger and get somebody that you like in there. That's why you want that. But trust and let me tell you, if it were a bad decision that he was making, and he was laying that down and saying, I'm going to do this whether you like it or not. You know, I got a pen and a phone. Remember that? So I can do whatever the hell I want to. You would not want it. Because he's making that decision for everyone.
Hey, hounds. Good morning. Good morning. I'm debating if I should discuss politics. I'm far left.
You can.
Everything can be discussed in here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hoping you do.
We're hoping to get toward a middle is what we're trying to do.
Hey, Babe Beauty. You want to come up and debate? We can have a morning debate. Ms. D is always up for a good debate. About where we are at the moment with COVID predicting 100,000 cases per day to come. And what about the lack of helping the American people more compared to the other countries?
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. How trusting are you of the 100,000 cases per day? And let me ask you this. If 100,000 people test positive today, do they actively have COVID, or were they exposed to COVID? Because there's a big difference. Just because people are running around cramming Q-tips up people's noses does not mean that these people are infected with a COVID-19 virus. And the public doesn't know this. Why? Because the man that stands up behind that podium, and honestly, in my opinion, shame on Trump for handing him back there, but you know, it's probably what the other side wanted, so he's there. If you're medical at all, you know that TB you can be exposed to, but you don't actively have it. You react to a TB skin test, but it's not in your lungs. For the rest of your life, you will react to that TB test, but they'll do a chest x-ray to make sure that you don't have it. So MRSA, they can poke a Q-tip up your nose and say, well, you're testing positive for MRSA. Does that mean you actively have it? No, it means you've been exposed. If you're asymptomatic, you have no signs and symptoms, then you don't have it. You've been exposed. There's a big difference. There's a huge hospital bill difference. So just because people get on television and tell you 100,000 people have tested positive, well, yeah, they may have. But let me ask you this too. If you've got one guy who, and I got this out of my doctor's mouth. One guy goes in and he tests positive. He's off from work. They send him to the clinic to go get a test. He tests positive 4 different times. The 5th time he's negative. He goes back to work, right? Never got sick. Not one day. May have sneezed because a bug flew up his nose. But other than that, not one sign or symptom. 4 times he tests positive. My doctor, out of his mouth, when he turns those 4 positive tests, they're counted 4 separate times. It's not Kevin Leonard tested positive 4 times. It is Kevin Leonard, Kevin Leonard, Kevin Leonard, Kevin Leonard. 4 of you. 4 of you tested positive. So take that 100,000 and chop it in half. And then get that number. And that's what they're doing. That's how they're reporting things. If you've taken any scientific, statistical type of course in college ever, you would know that that's not how that's done, because the numbers are so skewed, they don't even make sense. And that's what the lies that we're being fed. Is that coming from the Trump administration? No. Remember Mr. Biden standing up behind the podium saying, trust the science. Well, that's the science he wants you to trust. Why? Because he wants you to be afraid. Why? So that you stay home and you don't go to work. Why?
Big Beauty says, sorry.
Why is someone tested on Monday and on Tuesday by different places? Exactly. Monday it's negative, Tuesday it's positive. And let me tell you this, if you go in Monday and you test negative, they're going to make you take that test again. Why? You don't trust the test? Well, why do you trust it when it says it's positive? If the test is flawed, it's flawed. I mean, I've had
exposed 3 times and tested negative 3 times in 30-day period.
Do what now?
He's been tested 3 times and tested negative 3 times in a 30-day period.
Okay. Well, you're also in Germany, Richard. So your testing may be different than our testing, correct? I don't know what kind of test you're using. I haven't seen, there's a fast one and there's a regular one. I've not taken either one of them. Not gonna, unless they tie me down. Oh, that was my favorite class, tacos, statistics, honest to God. And I hate math. Here's what I don't trust. I trust science. I don't trust it in the hands of the wrong people. Because just like anything else, you can skew it. It can be skewed very easily. Just pick up 2 different articles on the same subject from 2 different medical journals and read them. You can do horrible things to people and societies by skewing data on science. No, a carrier would have it beforehand. Okay. And it's not that you're going to give it to someone else. It means you've been exposed. If you go and test for a TB test, okay, and it tests positive, and they read a chest x-ray and there's no tuberculosis in your lungs, you don't have TB. It doesn't mean you're a carrier. It means you've been exposed to it. The same thing with MRSA. Exact same thing as MRSA. If they tested you today for MRSA, you'd probably test positive. Should we quarantine the nation? We didn't do it then. Why are we doing it now? So, they're not explaining this science to the people. What they're telling you to do is stay at home and wear a mask. Well, guess what they're telling you now? The reason why we're having a spike now is because we're all staying at home together. Well, dumbasses, you told us to. So now what? Now what do you do? It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. We don't have all the truth or facts. No, we don't. And the ones that we are being told don't make any sense. They don't. Okay, so you have a virus. You have a virus. You go to the doctor. What's the first thing he's going to tell you? I'm not going to give you antibiotics because it's a virus. It will not touch a virus. It kills bacteria. Okay. So what kills a virus? Heat, fever. What was said not by President Trump before it was said by the science. Okay. Heat kills virus. Now, apparently, we're in the midst of something that is beyond anything we've ever seen. And okay, tell me it's a novel virus. Go ahead. I gotcha. They've never seen it before. But the fact remains, it's still a virus. Virus is still killed by heat. Tell me why this is the only virus known to man that was not killed off during a summer.
Did you see what Doris?
The very fact that you enjoyed that class. I know, right? Right? It worries me too. I kind of was wondering what happened to me. Like, did I fall and hit my head or something? But I loved it. So the only thing that kills a virus is heat, except this virus during an election year is the only virus known to man that's not killed off by heat. Do you see the fuckery? And I'm supposed to believe this. I'm supposed to believe this science. I don't. Yes, that's why you get a fever, because God wired us that way.
Sorry, Ben.
That's exactly right, Remy. You know, I've had doctors tell me.
Tell everyone to drink hot water and get infected. I've not heard them talk about that for a long time.
No, I hadn't heard that
there's
one.
all kinds of things they tell you.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one.
Like drink a lot of hot liquids.
Oh, I'm going to say they're probably going to tell us to get leeches out next.
Yeah, I agree with Hounds. I'll take precautions. I won't vaccinate or be subject to herd immunity.
Well, you know, most of us, here's the thing with herd immunity. That's just an everyday passing at the grocery store. That's, you know, hugging your neighbor if you like them a lot. I guess I don't really like my neighbor. Probably not going to hug him. I like his wife. I might hug her. You know, seeing your grandkids, that sort of thing. The populations who are at risk absolutely should take precaution. I mean, be reasonable. Seriously. If you know there's anything out there that's going around that you don't want to catch because you've got something that could kill you, it could kill you or push you over that edge, then you stay away from it. But for the rest of the population that are by and large healthy, okay, herd immunity is being exposed to H1N1 or to MRSA or to whatever's out there. And yes, you've been exposed, but you didn't become symptomatic. That's herd immunity. It's not that you get it and you get sick and you fall down. You almost die and then you get over it and now you're immune. Not necessarily. Hey, Top Cop. So, but immunizations, okay, let me say this on immunizations. All right. So when you're little, you go in, you take a polio vaccine, right? You take MMR, measles, mumps, and rubella. You take DPT. Diphtheria, pertussis, and polio is in that one. And we used to take smallpox. Now, think about who was the last one in your family to get smallpox. I was. My sister and I. Our children didn't get it, and neither did our grandchildren. They weren't vaccinated against smallpox. Why is that? Because it's still there. So ask yourself that question, for one. Number two, when was the last time you had a DPT or a MMR? Well, MMR, if you went back to school in the 90s to college or whatever, and you were an adult and you previously had an MMR, you had to have a booster. I had to have one. Okay, that was 25 years ago. Do I need another booster? Because why did I have to have that booster then?
Hi, Space Monsters.
So
I just add to this.
Hey.
We are opening our borders on the 14th of November. We've done well with following the recommendations.
Awesome. Very good. I'm wondering why we're not doing as well here. People say it's because we're not following. You know, everybody that I know that's a civil-minded human being in this country has followed precautions for the most part, except all these rioters who are running around doing whatever the hell they want to do. So somebody really ought to grab a hold of them and talk to them. But I digress. So every year you've got to go down and you've got to take a flu shot, or it's recommended that you do. Why is that? We're following science here, right?
Hmm.
Why do you have to do that? It's the flu. Shouldn't you get one vaccination and then you're done? Good question, huh? Because it augments every year. It changes every year. It's a new flu every year. So it's not subject to whatever vaccination you took, right?
Right.
So that being the case, you're taking a flu shot for last year's flu. Why are you taking that flu shot? It's just something I just want you to think about. So if they come up with a vaccine for this flu, this COVID-19, is it going to take care? What COVID-19 is it going to prevent you from getting? Yeah, exactly. There's so many strains. So how many flu shots do you need? You need one for every strain? Because, they could put several in there, but then what if they miss a few and you still get it? I'm just saying, hocus pocus. Who do we all agree is probably one of the biggest scammers in this country? Pharmaceutical companies.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's pissed off at them, and there's reasons why. They're out to make a quick buck. How many times have you seen commercials from law firms wanting you to join
Fast action
lawsuit?
foods.
Yeah, because they didn't test accurately. They didn't test good enough. They didn't do this, they didn't do that. They knew about things that were happening to people, and they just kind of thought, well, it's no big deal. That's not enough people that are hurt. We'll go ahead and put it on the market anyway. And these are the people that are formulating your flu vaccine. But go ahead and trust that science. I trust me. I trust me to say, if there's something that hits the back of my brain and says, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. I trust me to go find out why I'm not trusting that. Why it's not making sense to me. And I think anybody who blindly follows quote unquote science, that's a dangerous thing. They lie. Just because they're scientists doesn't mean that they're honest. Let me tell you, most people that I've ever met love money. And some of them are willing to fudge a few things here and there to get more money. So it's food for thought. No more shots for you. COVID doesn't change as much. Oh, well, see, one day you hear that vegan realist, and then the next day you say, oh, it's completely augmented. And now, officially, it's the only virus that cannot be killed by heat. Okay. Right? And then they turn around and say, oh, and now you're catching it because you're at home together too much. They're saying now, what, you need to wear a mask when you're at home? Do you need to wear a mask with your partner during sex? Because that's basically what they're telling you. First, they tell you to stay home, stay away from everybody else. Don't go visit the grandparents. Now they're saying you stay home too much.
We'll be watching the election from here in Ireland. I think a lot of people will be watching it.
You call BS on what, Miss D, Richard? On what I said or what they said? Because I didn't say it. They did.
Space Monster says, I'll be taking the vaccine. No argument there.
I mean, it's kind of become a game to me to watch what they're going to tell us next. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't want to take a vaccine from something that hasn't been tested adequately.
You're right. A mask on the heat. You don't believe that heat kills virus? But that's science.
I could make it interesting. Go ahead.
I know, right? That's the first thing I thought of was, ski mask? Hey, baby, like my mask? But the bottom line is I think it's really cute how so many people want to place blame at the foot of the president. Good morning, Jenna.
Jenna Moon.
Like, what, did he invent the virus? Did he get all these people to say this crazy stuff that's made his life a living hell?
Oh, he believes that he does kill the virus.
Yes, it does. Yeah, right. It does. But now we're being told by what a lot of people consider to be the leading expert in infectious disease that it doesn't. That's trusting science. I don't trust that little sawed-off snot any more than I can throw him. All right, you have a question. How do the cases keep going up? I'll tell you how they do. What do you mean the ones that are actively, they're saying they have COVID? Because when you go in and you take a COVID test, let's say you're at work, okay? They make you keep testing until you're negative, then you can go back to work. They'll take all of those positives. Let's say 4 times you test positive every week for 4 weeks, you're home. Can't go to work. You tested positive the first time. Now 3 more tests, you're positive. The 5th one, you're negative. You get to go back to work. When they report those in to the health department, because they have to, it's a communicable disease. It's on the front page, so it's important. Those 4 tests are counted 4 times dork. Like there's 4 dork S's. Not one who tested positive 4 times, but 4 different dorks testing positive. That's why your numbers are going up. And that came from my general practitioner. He called to find out how they were reporting it to the federal government. And that's the answer he got. And we both looked at each other like we were stunned. Because that's wrong on every level.
We don't know what the truth is anymore. It's also tainted. We don't know what the truth is anymore.
Exactly. People are so sick and tired of being lied to in the medical profession that they're literally taking the swabs, taking them out of the plastic wrapping, not swabbing anything, not touching anything, and putting them into the clean receptacle to turn them in, and they're coming back positive. They're told that they're positive, and they haven't swabbed anything. Not only that, well, at least one person that I know of has showed up to go get tested. The line was too long. They left. Later that afternoon, they got a call that they were tested positive. They never even took the test. Why are we being lied to? Hey, Paul. You know, there's a lot of hanky-panky going on, and it doesn't... They want you to be afraid. They want you to stay home. They want to control. And another thing, too, you know, you've heard of false flags, where people will go in and they'll, like, put a fake bomb somewhere to see how quick the cops react, how quick they can clear out a mall or whatever, false flags. Okay, well, imagine that this is a false flag. Okay, let's see how quickly we can report on contact between people. Right? It all boils down to money. Yes, it does. And, you know, explain to me how before this even hit, back with MRSA had been a thing of the past about 10 years, right? So I'm working in a LTAC unit, which is like a step down ICU unit. Lots of sick people. I've seen a lot of people sick with MRSA. I kind of know what it looks like. You look like death warmed over. And there's certain telltale signs of things you will have if you are, in fact, actively infected with MRSA. So we start getting a lot of patients in, a lot of admissions. And oddly enough, all of them are in isolation. Why? Because according to their paperwork, they just tested positive for MRSA. And the only explanation that I can come up with, since these people could have tested positive for MRSA, in fact, yes. But again, going back to the exposure, most people in this country, if you test them, will test positive for MRSA because they've been exposed. They never actually had the active virus, but they've been exposed to it. Okay? So you go and you swab them before they leave the hospital, the ICU, and are transferred over to the LTAC unit, which is a totally separate building, totally separate company. And then that company then gets to admit them at a higher level of care, which means what? Higher level of income, more money that they're getting paid for accepting that patient, just like they're doing with COVID.
Paul says it's like a fake alien invasion.
It is.
But
all of this is Trump's fault. I will say this. I will blame him for one thing, keeping that sawed-off little wannabe scientist as the lead doctor on all this.
Kevin says, I even wondered, could people be contaminated from swabs for them to spread the virus on purpose? Hound says, I wondered about that too.
Well, a lot of people are wondering if they're just demanding that everybody be tested so they can collect their DNA. That's even scarier. Think about that one. If let me tell you this, if Mr. Reputable, Mr. Impeccable Reputation Scientist, and I'm not going to tell you what I call him in my private life, but it's not Fauci. Close. Fauci, whatever. It's close, starts with an F. Anyway,
I know what it is.
if he is so reputable, why did he go and do an interview? Okay. And say that he felt like the administration had handled it perfectly. No one could have done it better. He has done everything that the scientists have asked him to do. And then he turned right back around after it was released and said, oh, no, they clipped that. They lied. They took my words out of context. And then people like Fox News pick it up and go, oh, did they? And they replay it with no cuts, no commercials, no nothing. Straight out, not edited. And that's exactly what he did say. So his integrity for me is horseshit.
So Hounds doesn't trust the government.
No, neither do I. Not as far as I can throw them. And especially not ones that have been paid, I don't know how much money for the last 47 years. Up until just 3 years ago, at the very top of the government, and we're still in the mess we're in. Where were you for the last 47 years, Mr. Biden?
Vegan realist, Dr. Fauci, masks don't work. Also, Dr. Fauci, we got to wear masks.
Yep. And which masks, Dr. Fauci? You want the ones that clearly are marked at the bottom, not for medical use, that everybody in this country is currently wearing? Or do you want them to go get an N95 that they can buy from Amazon that, first of all, we don't know who made them. Second of all, they're not fitted to your face. I've worked in TB wards. They have to be fitted. That means they put a cone over, you put the mask on, and it's supposed to fit tight all the way around. You see these people on there with a little white and it's got N95 on it and it's gapping at their cheeks. You can put your finger in there. That is not a fitted N95 mask. That is technically no better than the surgical mask or the bandanas people are wearing, okay? Or the ones that they sew at home, okay? It's supposed to be fitted all the way around your face, nose, underneath the chin, on the cheeks. They put a cone over your head while you're wearing the mask. They spray saccharin into the cone. If you can taste it or smell it, the mask does not fit. Why? Because particles can get in there. But does Dr. Fauci tell anyone this? No. He just says, go get a mask. What kind? Whatever. Okay.
Somebody rang into the Alex Bellfield's show and said his yucca plant tested positive.
Mm-hmm. A DNA gimmick. Exactly. I would never, I'm not sending my DNA to nobody.
Hey, LaDonna.
You're going to have a court order for mine. I'm just saying, here's the deal. In America, we're citizens. This entire government was established so that we could have rights, we could be free, and we would not be infringed on by our own government. That's why we came here in the first place. We were horribly infringed on. We were lied to. They could do whatever they wanted to. We were subjects. Okay, so we came over here to not be subjects. Every day we get closer and closer to being subjects. Every day. All in the name of, we're the government, we're bigger, we can take care of that better for you. You're having a hard time, you're down on your luck, let the government take care of you. No. Go to your churches, go to your families. If you have to get another job temporarily, that's what we do here. It's who we are. Do we get scared of terrorists and start passing crazy laws where we can eavesdrop on each other? No, we do not. Yet, that's what we've done, and that's what we've allowed to happen because we sat back and said, yeah, let the government take care of it. Well, I don't think you're going to like it when the government takes care of it. Just kind of go look down in, I don't know, Argentina. They can't even get toilet paper. Not even because of COVID. My sister is a nurse at the VA hospital in Portland, and she told me, yes, absolutely. If you're high risk, all these precautions that you're hearing, absolutely. You know, as a citizen in this country, going out to buy groceries, going out to run errands and that sort of thing, do I put on a mask? Absolutely, I do. My mother's 86 years old. At her age, she is high risk. She gets out. She puts her little mask on. Okay. If I wear my mask, she wears her mask, then is she more protected? Yeah. You know, she's protected from me and I'm protecting her from me. I don't look at her protecting me. I'm not in that demographic. She is. So do I want to make sure she's protected in case she has to get out? Sure. I don't have a problem with that. But don't tell me that this is a bit end all be all. She doesn't have any respiratory or cardiovascular precursors that would put her at a higher risk. Okay. She just has the age thing.
Thank you, Space Monster.
For those people who are, and you know, they're medically compromised, I would seriously limit your time out around people. Absolutely, I would. You know, would I want them to have the best masks if they have to get out and they can? Absolutely. I don't want them to have to stay shut in. That's not healthy for anybody. I remember one time, I guess during the summer, they were telling you to get outside and get fresh air and get sunshine, but the virus isn't killed by heat. Yeah.
I am a host at a restaurant and I was working 4 to 5 and now I work 3 days a week, 4 to 5 days a week. And now I work 3 days a week. Yeah.
That's kind of scary.
I'm sorry,
you know,
Dart.
Yeah. Yeah. Other than that, you stay home and it's hard. Staying at home is miserable. It really is when you have to. If you want to, then it's wonderful. But when you're told you have no other choice, I mean, they were literally welding people inside their apartments in China.
Yep.
You know, talk about not having a choice. Let me go let my dogs in. I'll be right back. Okay.
Yes. I'm just reading comments, guys. Yeah, I've been staying home, pretty much just going out to go to the grocery store, to the Walmart every once in a while, but that's about it. I've not gone anywhere. I heard people aren't expecting things to be back to normal until April or May. Oh, God. What's the new normal going to be, though? That's what scares me. How long is it going to be like this? Because this year has been horrible. I love staying home. I know you do, Tacos. You hate going to work. I heard that last night at Bible study. I can believe it. I have no doubt. I mean, I really don't. So press 1 if you think Trump will win, and press 2 if you think Biden will win today. I think normal as we knew it is gone. Yeah. I think the new normal is pretty much this. Samara says Trump. Anybody think Biden will win? Michigan Gal. Hi, Michigan Gal, by the way. I don't know if I said hello to you. Just a little unofficial poll. I wear a mask so that I can get groceries or the doctor. I have asthma, so put it under my nose. Plus, I don't interact with others on haul ass home. Me too. So Dark thinks Biden will win. Top Cop thinks Biden will win. LaDonna in Texas thinks Trump will win. It's an unofficial poll. But, I just hope we can get past this and come out on the other. I haven't been to the grocery store since 2016, and I'm just fine with it. Do you have your groceries delivered? Goodness, my international vote. Oh, one. Yeah, anybody can vote. I'm just asking the question, who do you think will win? Biden or Trump? One for Trump, two for Biden. I see there's some Democrats in here. Jenna, one, two. Jenna, always politically correct. Tacos. Oh God, I love her. Have no idea. Are we ready for civil unrest after the results? I'm hoping people are not going to react that way. So I am not ready for civil unrest.
Yeah.
Fact.
Tacos cracks me up.
I know. I love her so much. It's retrograde still. Trump has to win for it. It makes sense.
Anywho, civil unrest. Huh. Okay, now let's talk about the rioting and let's talk about the stimulus. Hey, Love Shack, Sugar Shack. I love that name. It's in a catch-22. The more we do to prevent catching this one, are we not compromised? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Good point. The more you try to prevent yourself from getting one disease, disorder, whatever, airborne thing, the more you risk making yourself compromised to other germs that you would have been naturally immune to, just exposing yourself on a daily basis. Right? So there's that.
Eagle.
Hey, Eagle.
Good flipping morning to you too.
Have you left yet?
When are you leaving? If I may, if you want to know how I really feel, check out the last post on my discussion page. Would you like to come up, Hounds? We're always up for opposing views. To be honest with you, I am.
I am too. You know that.
Getting 2,000, 3,000, 7,000 a month.
Who's getting what? I want that. Who's getting what now? See, I'm behind. I don't know why.
I think he's talking about money.
So
stimulus.
Okay, so stimulus. Let's talk about that for a minute because I think people are really confused. They're saying that President Trump is not willing to negotiate with Nancy Pelosi. Well, okay, here's the thing. First of all, he doesn't negotiate with her. The Senate does. Okay. They're saying, well, we've passed this. Well, of course you've passed it because you're heavy Democrats over there and you're going to win no matter what. So if you want this multi-trillion-dollar thing to go through that's going to be on the shoulders of every taxpayer in this country, because the government's not in the business of making money. They don't manufacture any goods or services. The only money that our government has comes out of my pocket and your pocket. Let's start there. Okay. So all this money they're talking about spending and giving you is your own damn money. Okay. So first, let's focus on that. Okay. Second of all, the House passes it and the Senate, they hand it over to the Senate. Senate looks at it and goes, are you freaking out of your mind? What we want is a substantially less stimulus for
Good morning.
The people who need it for jobs and things like that. Good morning, Marcia. Okay. But we're looking at this bill that y'all have passed that you want us to pass. And it says that you want us to pay for all this damage to your cities that the rioters did. Well, no. And they kick it back to them. Nancy Pelosi gets in front of a television, stomps, stamps, spits, has a fit like she normally does, and says what bastards Republicans are and how awful Trump is because he won't pass it. Well, then the Republicans come out and say no because she wants us to pay for damages done to their cities. Well, Trump caused it. He didn't go in there and do anything about it. He can't unless the governors say that he can. Okay. And they're not picking up the phone. Morning, Marcia. They're not picking up the phone.
You're around.
You are. It's okay. Unless you pick up the phone and call. Same thing with Katrina, like we talked about last night.
Yeah, now I agree about the Katrina. We disagree on the other. But
why? It's the same situation.
No, it's not.
Okay, right. You're right. Because a natural disaster caused Katrina. Men caused
the other. So
okay, but whose responsibility is it to stop that?
I got to thinking last night, because the other thing I really want to talk about that I didn't was the wall and immigration, but we can do that another day.
I want to talk about Biden and his son.
You don't want me to even go there because I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
That's not a conspiracy.
I live by Ockman's.
It's all about money.
I live by that. Well, first off, the widow never gave Biden's son that money. That never happened. That 3.9 million never happened.
Okay, but he wasn't sitting on the board. He wasn't sitting on the board of that company.
Expressed by the same people who think Lord of Rings is a documentary.
Okay, but hold on. You don't believe in conspiracy theories, but you think that the Russians impacted our election.
Because it's not a conspiracy theory, it's a fact.
To me, it's a conspiracy theory. Has it been proven?
But you haven't read what I asked you to read, have you?
Okay. I've read a whole lot of articles about that, and I can tell you that Silicon Valley impacted our own voting way more than Russia ever would.
Well, I don't know about way more, but I agree they did. Yes.
And not only that, who are they in business with right now, currently?
You need to read the Mueller report.
I know
you don't want to. But you really, truly, God, honest, need to read it.
Why?
Because you're going to go, oh my God. Oh my God. Because truly, and you know this from medicine.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
When you hear horses' hoofs, you don't look for zebras, you look for horses.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so why are we looking for zebras? Why are we looking for President Trump cohorting with the Russians to take over this country on behalf of the Russians?
He did it on purpose. I never said he did it on purpose. I think they did it. I've never said Trump said, oh yeah.
How did they do it though? How did they do it?
First off, greed. I kept saying that.
No, that's why. How? Tell me how.
Money.
No, again, that's
he wanted to build the largest.
No, that's not telling me how. How did they influence our elections?
Okay, have you heard of the Russian bot farms that they have found, documented, and shut down?
Yeah, I mean, they were in games I used to play on the internet.
Yeah. And
they
they're
sell currency in games. They still do it. Chinese do it too.
Absolutely.
Okay. How long have we known that this has been going on?
I don't think people really thought that it was really happening till last time.
But this has been going on, honestly, since at least 2000, they've had these bots in our computers, in our home computers. They've had the ability to affect us since the 2000s. Why is it only when Hillary loses and Trump wins that now it's a big issue? Why is that?
Well, I think one of the biggest issues is what Comey did. I agreed with you about Comey. So I think that's one of the biggest issues.
You said last night that he was already gone by the time that all this happened.
I was talking about the Mueller report. Remember, we figured out we were talking about two different things. I was talking about, you said the tall man, I said Mueller, you said Comey, and I was talking about Mueller.
Right.
That's what that was.
I think that 90% of the FBI
kept his damn mouth shut, number one, a week before the election. Can you imagine right now, if somebody came out and said, with proof, pictures, video, that Don Jr. was snorting coke off the Oval Office desk?
I don't have any problem. Honestly, I don't care. I mean, I know that a lot of people in my personal life and professional lives that I've worked in the government do drugs. Okay. That's not what bothered me. That's not my point with Biden. My point with Biden is the fact that the sitting vice president of this country was actively doing business to earn money. with the most corrupt
He was never
company and the most corrupt government in the world.
Our vice president was never employed by them.
No,
His son worked for them.
he was receiving money from those
Can you
transactions.
prove it? No.
Yeah, yeah, it's on. It's on there.
No,
It is on those computers.
they could not prove it.
Yeah, they have.
It's called Hunter Biden's laptop.
As a matter of fact, let me tell you how much I know it's there.
Magically was taken to a computer place to be cleaned or fixed. That magically, Rudy Giuliani of all people, magically came into his hands. Come on.
Well, it's so magically damning, Marcia, that when Fox News went to send documentation from New York to California, it went missing.
It's so damning that nobody would touch it but the New York Post, because nobody could document anything in it.
Fox has touched it. They've done interviews. They've done deep dive into it.
Go back and look. I'm not talking about the opinion people. I'm not talking about the Sean Hammonds. I'm talking about the news department, because Fox has an excellent news department. Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, those are opinion people. They are not journalists.
It's been on the journalists too.
Which one?
They've seen all, they have copies of those documents that have all been verified.
I love you. I'm not going to argue with you because I know this one. I know this one. Nobody, no reputable, even on a conservative site, would touch that because there was nothing they could prove. It was too dirty. And maybe there would have been something there, but Rudy Giuliani effed it up for them.
No, you can't F up facts.
Yes, you can. You can.
Look, listen, when people go against the Clintons, they commit suicide by shooting themselves in the back of the head.
Oh my God.
This man went to someone that he trusted, that he thought could protect him. I would have done the same thing.
I love you. I love you.
I love you too, baby. I do.
We're going to just disagree, but I love you.
I love you too. I do.
I respect your right to feel that way, but I
love you both. Group hug.
Group hug.
Group hug. Hug.
Yes, yes, yes.
But that's what I was coming in just to thank you for coming on last night.
And thank you for having me.
And I think that I was really proud of the chat. A couple people have texted me and said that people, even though you and I were talking and we weren't paying attention to the chat,
they were having good back and forth.
Having conversations. People were involved. And the comments that we did see, happy, had great comments. So did Hondo and Joy Lang and some people. Great comments. And I really feel bad I didn't hit those comments more. But I think, you know what it kind of did?
What?
It kind of gave me an idea of misdemeanor, since we're on such opposite sides.
Okay.
And I know your plate's full, Mom's, I can't do that much right now, but like maybe we pick a topic in the news, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you know how they used to, Saturday Night Live used to do point count.
Like we used to do at the dinner table when our parents would say,
remember that, what's his name, Dan Aykroyd used to say, Jane, you ignorant slut.
You ignorant slut, yes. You can say, Miss D, you ignorant slut.
I will not call you the C word.
I'm gonna put my name instead of Miss D. I'm gonna put ignorant slut.
And I'll be dumbass twat. There you go.
Dumbass twat. That's a good idea for once a week. Just get together and pick a topic
in the news.
Yep.
And we're not going to agree. Everybody knows we're not going to agree, but we both get to get those opinions out there.
That's perfect, and that's what everybody should be doing around their dinner tables.
Yeah,
with their families, their friends.
Yeah,
sitting around on a Friday night, say, "What do you think about such and such?"
Yeah,
and talk about it.
Right.
Right. And try to get people over to your house that you don't agree with. What's his name that's on here? Tommy Sotomayor.
Oh yeah, mm-hmm.
He's amazing because he gets on there and he goes, "Do not call me if you agree with me.
That's right.
Only call into this show if you do not agree."
I would so much rather talk with somebody who doesn't agree. Hey, Samara.
Samara's up here.
Good morning. I just wanted to tell you. Good morning. Tell you to read the chat because we have a lot of opposition in there. You just read the comments.
We both knew we were bad about that last night. We both.
Yeah.
We have.
I think when you're debating.
Go ahead, Carla.
I think when you're debating, it's hard to concentrate, read the chat,
It
and
is.
debate.
It is.
Because a
And
lot
when
of
you
But
want to
like
put
you
your
said,
point across.
Yeah.
where were you last night, True Helper? And I don't mean in my bed. I mean on that panel.
Well, he was going to come up.
I
I
had
didn't want to, jump on Marsha. I
had
wanted
the
someone else
toughest
with
nails
another.
against me, Nene and Marsha last night. I was getting beat up. No.
Poor Nene, she had to leave, and then there I was on. So it all. But I really feel bad about not reading the chat. I'm making a little video now apologizing for that.
What I love most is that Nene and Marsha and myself are all very passionate about what we want for ourselves, for our families, for our country.
Right.
We may have different ways of getting there.
Exactly.
But we need both sides of those opinions. That's checks and balances, guys. That's so that one side doesn't run off and spend bazillions of dollars on something that's not going to work. And then this other side sits over here and does nothing about it and doesn't ever step in and say, wait a minute, hold on. There's a better, cheaper way we can do this. We can still get it done, but let's do it this way. That you need that in your government,
Or says we're going to let the people elect the next president, so we're not going to even allow your judicial nominations through. But then yet when the wheels are turned, they got to ram it through in 15 days.
What needs to happen there is you need to call your representative and say, I want laws in place that say when this stops, when you cannot, in an election year, this can't happen. I mean, if it's not spelled out clear, there's rules that they can just make up as they go along. Both sides. Both sides do it.
And they do.
It's not right.
They both, the Democrats have done it before with the filibuster. They both do.
And this is the best example.
Comments in there, the Democrats tried to prove Trump was in collusion with Russia and wasted millions trying to prove it, and it failed.
But see, here's my thing with that, Samir, and I get that. I get that on the surface. I get that. And as a matter of fact, I actually believed it for a while. You know what I mean? I really did believe it. I watched those hearings. I'm going like, what is here? You know what I mean? What am I supposed to even be listening for? And then when the rest of the Mueller report came out, it totally blew my mind. What the American people were not told. Yes, the American people have access to it, but it wasn't talked about in the news. It wasn't talked about in the hearings and that sort of things.
Mm-hmm.
It was very similar to, and I'm not, trust me, not defending Michael Cohen, not defending him.
Ugh.
I know, it's like a bad taste in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
But he went along with saying, there was never any payoff. Well, there was. Okay, there was a payoff. I don't know where the money came from to actually showing the checks that President Trump signed. And you know what? If that had come out at the beginning, I guarantee most people would have gone, oh, yeah, okay. And you know what I mean? It wouldn't have been that big a deal.
Looking at Two Tacos, I actually looked up the golf thing because Marsha and I were talking about it last night and how much he plays golf.
Let's
I could not find a source that would tell me how many times he's actually gone and played golf. And these people know. These people know because they follow him everywhere he goes. Okay. Mm-hmm. But what I did find was this. He spent, now hear me, all the way through this story. Okay. As a twist ending. He spent $50,000 on an inside AI golf program where he could a simulator where he could play golf while he worked. While he's talking on the phone, he can play golf. Okay. And here's the thing. The $50,000 that he spent came out of his pocket, first of all. And second of all, it was used to upgrade the system that Barack Obama put in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just typed in the first thing. Okay. Criticized for golfing twice on I'm going to read this a little bit here.
Okay.
Memorial Day, during which the U.S. coronavirus death toll approached 100,000. There's a problem with President Trump. He's not going to get around corona. It again he drew attention to former President Barack Obama's golfing. You remember Trump said while he was campaigning he was never going to have time to golf. Trump denounced the media, which he called sick with hatred and dishonesty, for supposedly failing to mention that Saturday was his first time golfing in 3 months. Other outlets, of course, didn't, blah, blah, blah. He accused them of talking about all the time Obama spent on the golf course and flying to Hawaii. Okay.
There's absolutely no comparison.
Obama's summer home was in Hawaii. His is in Mar-a-Lago.
There's no comparison
Barack
whatsoever.
was always playing golf, he said in one tweet. It goes on. Fact. Trump has spent much more time playing golf than Obama did through
Baloney.
this of his term. After
Obama played more golf than President Trump does.
Obama played
A fact.
98
What day of the year would be? What day of the year would be? What day could Trump golf?
Okay.
That would be okay with Democrats.
Obama versus Trump, golf by the numbers. Obama played 98 rounds of golf through this point, and this was May 25th of this year. Obama played 98 rounds of golf through this point in his presidency, according to data reported by the White House, who tracks presidential activities. By contrast, Trump has spent all or part of 248 days at a golf course.
Oh my, how come you're reading that and you're the only, right. Obama has spent more on a golf course and vacation than any other president in office.
Show me that so I can read it.
Okay, well, look it up. Look it up. Go to DuckDuckGo. Don't Google anything. Do DuckDuckGo. They're not biased.
Okay.
That Trump has spent 266 days at a golf course. Now, it is a known fact that he doesn't play holes. His own golf courses. That's what y'all are.
Wait, are you saying that he can't go play golf? What day of the year would be a good day where the media wouldn't pick on him or the Democrats wouldn't complain that he's golfing?
Through this point in his first presidential term, Obama had made 3 vacation trips to his birth state of Hawaii for a total of 29,978 miles in the air. Trump has made 30 trips to Palm Beach, Florida, Mar-a-Lago, for a total of 51,540 miles in the air.
Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at how many times Nancy Pelosi has flown to the California coast.
I'm not talking about that yet. This is just this.
Oh, but first of all, I don't care how many times Trump went to Key Largo. I really don't care. I think the man has earned it. He sat in in bed with COVID and still worked. He lets us know everything going on with tweeting. Unlike everybody, he's transparent. He's a transparent president.
Oh, I love you.
Is that
okay? Let me say this. Okay, regardless of how much they each played golf, regardless. Okay, what did he do about prison reform? What did he do? Okay, they say that he got us out of one of the worst financial crises we've seen since the Great Depression. How did he do it? He gave money to Solyndra, his buddies. Okay,
Trump.
That went belly up. He did all those shovel-ready jobs. Remember those?
Who are you
belly up? Obama. Okay. This is while he's in office, not playing golf.
Actually,
it was to a point in this country where a lot of us Republicans or conservatives or independents or whatever you want to call us, libertarians, were sitting back praying to God he would go play golf so he didn't sit in that office and make horrible decisions. Because what did he do in 8 years to better this country? The reason that Trump won was he asked people, "Are you better off?" And they said no.
Thank you.
Are you better off than you were 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm way better off.
Absolutely.
You are better off.
Yeah.
What about small businesses? Because you want to talk about healthcare and Obamacare and stuff like that and how it's beneficial to someone like yourself. But for the small businesses, like the woman that I used to nanny for, how the price of the insurance for her employees went up triple, that her business failed.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's perfect. I told her last night it wasn't perfect.
But why does Trump have to be perfect?
I didn't say he did.
He's the hardest working man that I've ever seen in office.
If you
Hardest
listen to
working,
what I
hands
said
down.
last night, pre-existing was my thing with Trump.
Okay.
Is that not true?
What he
Pre-existing was my thing. Don't stand there and tell me it's raining when you're peeing on my leg. He's out there telling people he is not going to get rid of pre-existing diseases. He is. November 10th. Listen to the Supreme Court.
Oh, I have to tell you, insurance went up. Look at Joy Lane. And insurance went up from Obama, went from 125 to 600. There isn't anybody I heard that benefited from it except for someone that's in your situation.
Exactly. I'm not saying
Well, what about the rest of the people?
You're not listening, Samira. I don't have
What about the small businesses that went under? Obama's never been for the small business people.
And here's another thing I have to say,
Oh my God.
because it is difficult. If you're looking at a one-payer system down the road, just keep this in mind. There are a lot of healthy people that get up and go to work every day to pay for people who are sick.
Like my husband.
And like you, right?
Yeah, that's my
Okay.
husband.
My dad functioned on one lung for 17 years,
Yeah.
was sick every day of his life, got up and went to work.
Had to.
Yeah.
Just like my dad had
But
to.
he had insurance and it had
Have a good day,
pre-existing
Helms.
and he couldn't change it.
Exactly.
Okay. But the bottom line is I don't want to be a country where we depend on our government, where we hand over the rights to our medical care to a government who does not give a shit about me. I
Wait,
would
I'm
rather
gonna
have
hop-
it with independent insurance companies where I can pick and choose. I can decide what plan I want, how much I want to pay.
Doesn't mean you don't choose your plan. I think.
Wait,
Huh?
I'm going to hop down. I just wanted to remind you guys to please read the comments. That's all.
Okay, Samara, thank you,
Okay.
sweetie. Thank you,
You're
sweetie.
welcome.
18
Sorry for
million
yelling.
Americans, 18
Okay,
million,
babe, I love passion.
18 million Americans lost their health insurance coverage when Obamacare was mandated.
And if the Supreme Court sides with Trump on November 10th, 30 more million will lose their coverage.
Here's my thing. They have to.
Why should they? This is
Why do people look at
the country in the world.
look at Roberts? Okay, he was appointed by a Republican. Remember? Okay.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
many times has he sided against what you all think is the traditional right wing? How many times? He just did it on the elections.
I think that
Okay.
I think they have
Why
to.
is it? But no, why is it that people assume that because a justice is appointed by a Republican, they're gonna vote right? They're gonna vote the way. Yet you sit here and watch these senators in this committee saying, "Well, we're not going to appoint you unless you agree to vote the way we want you to
That was
vote."
wrong. I think that was wrong. You know,
That's sick, and it was absolutely within the law. It was absolutely within the law, according to RBG herself, that a president is elected for 4 years, not 3.5, not 3 3/4. Now, going back to the appointment during Obama's administration, was that wrong for them to do? Yes.
Yeah.
They stonewalled it because they could. I don't agree with that. You have a job to do. He is the president. Should he have been allowed to name his person? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So what happened because of that? What happened when the Democrats didn't get their way?
Pharmaceutical.
They got rid of the supermajority.
And you know what? Dysfunction. I'm
And
sorry.
that was wrong too.
I was just reading Dysfunction Junction, and I agree 1,000%. There is no reason whatsoever that you go out. I go out and pay. I think it's $129 for one of my heart medicines, when I know from a friend that I can get it in Canada for $17. There's no reason that, and we need to look at the lobbyists on both sides.
But
I never said Obama was perfect. I said I like him.
But a socialist system where everybody's quote unquote equal, everybody quote unquote does their fair share. Number one is a fallacy. It's a joke. It's a myth. It doesn't work. Never has, never will. Okay. The rich people get really rich and the rest of us are on a plantation.
I like
That's what it boils down to.
Right.
But look what he says the whole way through. It's big pharmaceutical and insurance companies that are raking people over the coals. It's not Obama's fault. And Trump's fault. Obama didn't solve the problem. The problem is
he didn't. Why didn't he? Do we know why he didn't? I can tell you.
Because he was going to a socialist system, which does not ever work.
No, because he had a Republican Senate that wouldn't even put bills.
He got ACA through, didn't he? I'm saying he did not.
Right now, Mitch McConnell has said himself, he has 287 bills sitting on his desk that he won't even let the Senate consider.
Why?
Now, what's right about that?
Why won't he?
Because he doesn't want them. A lot of them have to do with the pharmaceutical companies. A lot of them have to do with the insurance companies and controlling them. The lobbyists do not want them there.
Okay. If you look at the cost.
And I don't think a senator should come out of office, or a president, or a first lady, or any politician should come out of office and become a lobbyist. Immediately, that should be illegal. That you need to look.
So all of their wants. Okay, so let's say you do 6 years in the Senate, and you run across all kinds of things that you see that are just dead freaking wrong.
Right.
Okay, you are not allowed to then go back as a private citizen and voice your opinion to a lawmaker and say, "I want you to listen to me."
But a lobbyist doesn't voice their opinion.
Yeah, they do. What about these parents of children that were killed by illegal immigrants? That is lobbying.
Spends money to get your vote.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. What do you call parents who go to the House and Senate and they lobby people to listen and change the law?
Do they listen and do they do anything?
Sometimes.
295 bills sitting on Mitch McConnell's desk.
Number one, I'd have to see them. Number two, I'd have to know what they're about. I bet you they're not all pharmaceutical.
Well, no, I'm sure.
I bet you one of them is a cheap-ass multi-trillion-dollar stimulus bill.
Not even on
I'm not going to pay to fix.
To do it.
That one's passed. It's sitting there on the Senate, ready to go. That's what they're negotiating on.
Yeah, they're negotiating, but he's not put it out there for a vote. And he's the one.
You know why? Because there are constituents like me who don't want to pay that bill.
I agree. I think they need to listen.
And I'm sorry if every red-blooded American's pissed off at me because they're not going to get a check in the mail from the U.S. government that's their money to begin with. Okay, but it's not okay for their money to go fix these cities that are destroyed.
That's what I wanted to bring up when you said I got to thinking about this last night. You were talking about that, and I agree that if people are not protesting, we have a right in this country to protest. But if you're looting or rioting and you're arrested, go to jail. Why should I hold up everybody on that block from getting care?
Exactly.
What they need.
Exactly.
But that would be the way you would have it. Don't give Portland a damn dime.
The reason being, here's the reason why. Those are not peaceful protests. Biden categorically denied that they were riots and that they were dangerous and that they were destroying. He called them peaceful protests. Now, either he's deaf, dumb, and blind or just stupid. I don't know which. But clearly, they were not peaceful protests. And regardless of the fact that Trump went repeatedly to say, please let me send somebody in to help. He even sent them and they turned them away. And now you want me to pay to fix your shit.
The mayor of Los Angeles went as far as trying to throw people in jail that they arrested for looting with no bond, right? So he could keep them off the streets. And the judges said, you cannot do that in the United States of America.
Yeah, okay. So which judges were those? Because I know. Very liberal. They wanted to let them out. Let them out.
Obviously. Why would you ever throw somebody in jail with no bond for burning something? That's for murder. I mean, at some point, we just all have to have decency with one another.
How many times do you need to arrest them?
I don't care. 25
enough.
times. Keep them off the street. They don't have a right to be out there looting and burning. They do not have that Right.
So what do?
You arrest them, they're criminals.
And then you have to turn around and let them right back out.
You are walking down the street with two opposite signs, walking down a street. We're not looting. We're not rioting. We're protesting. And this is the United States of America. We have a right to peaceful protest.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you know what happened to women when they protested in front of the White House
Yes,
for the right to vote?
I do. Yes, I do. And as a matter of fact, it's in the video I'm getting ready to put out. Many of them ended up divorced. They lost their kids. They were homeless. Nobody would feed them. Nobody would employ them.
They were tortured.
That's right, because they wanted the right to vote. They went to jail and weren't fed. They were beaten in jail.
Mm-hmm. Who was the president?
For the right to vote. Do you know what year it was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And who was the president? There was no switch flop or flip flop. I heard somebody on or saw a comment from one of the creators that, oh no, I'm not going to say that right now. Yeah, I am. That Republicans are nothing but KKK, white supremacists, yada yada. Do you even know who started the KKK?
Well, it started in Indiana.
No, ma'am, Tennessee. By the Democratic Party. How many Democrats voted for the right for slaves to be freed? How many voted for?
The Republicans were reversed on slavery.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Oh, yes.
No, ma'am.
You know who Abraham Lincoln is?
I know exactly who he is. Yeah.
Yeah. And look what he did.
What did he do?
He emancipated the slaves.
Right. The Republican Party did that.
Republican Party.
How many Democrats voted for it?
Would they have done that today?
How many Democrats voted against the freedom of those slaves? Every single one of them. Not one Democrat voted for them to be free. There was no switch. There was no switch. When the Democrats lost their land down here after the Civil War, they moved north to get jobs.
That's right. And that's why we have two parties, is over land rights anyway.
Well, we've had more than two parties in this country's history.
Major parties were over land rights.
But the bottom line is we've had more parties than this.
Oh, Lord.
And it's not about just having two parties. We need more than two, in my opinion. We need more opinions on the table about what we want and what we don't want.
That I agree.
You know, but the bottom line is things get twisted. History is rewritten. And I don't know about you guys. I had a really good stretch of American history in my lifetime. And I have heard my children come home and tell me totally different shit. Totally different. It's a whole new world. All of a sudden it's rewritten. No, that's not okay. It's like the same people who want to take down monuments. That's our history. Like it or not, warts and all. The one thing that Germany did that was really, really wrong after the Holocaust, after World War II, was try to remove every single memory that ever happened.
Hey, Samara's asking me to read comments. Democrats want to keep us, the blacks, on the plantations, welfare.
What?
That's what the bee lady says. I'm just reading comments. Do not kill the messenger. Why did Abraham really want to abolish slavery? Why did he want war? Time for deep reading of our history.
Well, actually, the Civil War.
Hey, I have to save Marcia. I'm tapping in to save Marcia on this Democratic and Republican Party switch. That did actually happen. That was part of the New Deal era.
The New Deal. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I had to come save you with that. Tap me in. History's my thing too. I was sitting here and just woke up and literally.
But who did the New Deal?
I don't know who did the New Deal. I just know
Roosevelt.
that happened.
How can you say it did happen? It was Roosevelt, Democrat.
No, it was Roosevelt.
He was in for 3 terms. He was elected. He was only and last 3-termer.
I'm trying to explain. I just woke up, right? Okay.
He put in every socialist program that this country has to date.
Listen,
He pulled us out of the Depression.
I heard y'all talking about the Democratic and Republican Party switch. My dad and I had an argument about this. And my dad was like, no, that did happen. And my husband was like, yeah, it did. So
Yep.
I remembered something about the New Deal, right? I don't have all the things to it. I just woke up. Okay, listen, I can barely even talk right now. But I went and I Googled it just real quick because that stuck in my mind. So I had to come in here and tap up. But yes,
Well, thank you.
they did switch because of the New Deal era.
And the New Deal was to bring us out of the Depression.
Yes.
And that's when he started the Tennessee Valley Authority
Mm-hmm.
to provide jobs on infrastructure. And that was one of the things he did. He was the last 3-term president because after that, they passed an amendment, 2 terms. So that is true.
Okay, they so switched parties. Let me tell you, they so switched parties
Yeah,
that years down the road, you have Lyndon Baines Johnson being caught on a live mic saying, if we give these ends enough free shit, we'll have them voting for us for the next 100 years.
and the rest of the world is responsible for what Lyndon Baines Johnson said. No,
But that was the leader of the party, and it still holds. They want
and
to
you
give
don't
away free phones. They want to give
Hank
free
says Trump
college.
doesn't want to put his hand in the looter bin, allowing businesses to possibly fail. Just
You
the
want me to
messenger here.
You want me to start quoting Nixon? You
Did he
want to
want
start
to give away
quoting
free stuff?
Nixon?
Did he want to give away free stuff? Listen. It's either a republic, a democracy, or it's socialism. I don't want a socialist
No,
country.
we're not a democracy. Let's get that straight.
No, we're a republic,
That's right.
but we
We're
are
not
also a democracy.
We wouldn't have an electoral college. We're not a democracy. So that's a mistake a lot of people make.
What I want back is I want back my republic. I don't
And
want.
what I want is to be able to be a moderate and not be labeled because I'm a moderate. I believe things on both sides. Do I think that Obama screwed up with his prison reform? Yeah. Guess what he'll tell you today and what he has said? He did. But what came out of that prison reform? The National Domestic Violence Against Women Act. That came out of that bill. So you can't just take one thing and blindly across the board get rid of everything. That's what I was trying to say about the insurance last night. There are people out there who are alive because of Obamacare. And you can't say it was all wrong.
My father was alive because of private health insurance.
And so was my mother until she died. The point being is that if it was me, there were children with leukemia and many other illnesses out there that are alive because of that.
My mother would probably live longer despite without Obamacare because she wasn't told at 80 she no longer needed mammograms.
And
They wouldn't cover it.
I'm not defending it. I told you that last night.
Obamacare made it where it only cost me $200 to get the surgery I needed to have my cervical cancer cut out. For $200.
Way less than that at the women's clinic.
As a young below 30-year-old.
There you go. You can't make blanket statements.
Solis Twist says,
but you do, Marcia.
Because of Obamacare.
But you do. You're saying that it saved all these lives. Other things have saved lives too.
But did I say that it was the only thing? No. But you're saying it's the only thing that is wrong.
And I'm voting Republican today. So, but I do have to say that being in my early 20s, having a child, and finding out that I had carcinoma in situ of my cervix, $200 wasn't breaking the bank. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hold on. I gotta say this before I forget. Strom Thurmond. Okay.
Oh my God.
We all know who he is. Okay. This is going to end this debate about a party switch right here. Okay. The head of the KKK, biggest racist on the planet, who was his biggest fan? Hillary Clinton.
No, I think you may be a little bit wrong there, honey.
And he's a
I think what
Democrat.
they did, she intentionally, and I'm not defending her, trust me, she intentionally made friends with him to make things work. That's what happens.
Are we really going to talk about the lady who won't even show her emails?
I'm not defending her, trust me. I can't.
we're
I not,
comparing our government to YouTube, where you only make friends with people who can get dirt on them and go
Right.
right?
Here you go, Rennie.
I cannot
Mr.
defend
Thurman
her.
first
I
came
will
to
not
national
defend
attention
her.
in 1948 as the states' right candidate after Southerners walked out of the Democratic convention to protest the party's new commitment to civil rights. Mr. Thurman finished a distant third to President Harry S. Truman that year, but his million votes cracked the once solid Democratic South and helped set the stage for political realignment. In 1964, Mr. Thurman switched parties back to the Republican nominee for president.
Mm-hmm.
He was a switcher honor. Switch
Yeah.
on, switch off, switch on, switch
Kinda
off.
like
Never
Trump.
But what
aligned
you're
with he
saying in
wanted
that
at the time.
in that article is, in effect, those parties never switched. It was still, they didn't want civil rights.
Here,
When did these parties switch? The Democrats did not want civil rights
I'm going
reform.
to it right now. Hold on.
They didn't switch. They've always been the bigot assholes. And you can tell this because they always point at the
This
Democrats
is
and call
from
them bigots.
health.gov. This is from the Historic Archives, the History, Art, and Archives of the United States House of Representatives. The realignment of black voters from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party began in the late 1920s, proliferated during this era. This process involved a push and pull, the refusal by Republicans to pursue civil rights, and alienated many black voters. So where people are talking about the realignment and all of that, that's when beliefs of the Democrats changed to Republican belief and Republicans started having Democratic beliefs.
That's right.
So that is the party switch.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Mm-mm.
So
I'm reading it right
The
here.
very first sentence, they walked out of
History.
that group because
.gov.
did some people leave that party because they didn't want civil rights reform? Yeah, but that tells you that that civil rights resistance was already there. It was that people left that party because of a reason, not because it was a total switch. Where all of a sudden black
Hold
is
on.
white and white is black.
I'm
That
reading
didn't
through
happen.
The entire thing. Hold on.
Okay.
the other thing, and I want to say this, it's not, you can't make, that's what was upsetting me, I guess, about the rioting and the looting, and then saying that those cities don't deserve help. When our president said that he was not he didn't want to help blue governors or blue mayors. I don't care if they're purple mayors, red mayors, green mayors. This is the United States of America. The United States of America. Your president should not be a red president or a blue president.
The fact, what he's saying in effect is
What he is saying
these
is they
cities,
didn't vote for him. He doesn't want them.
no. What
He
he's
also
saying is if you allow
You
your
cannot
citizens,
stand up to the white supremacists who threatened to kill a duly elected governor of Michigan and a duly elected governor of Virginia and a duly elected mayor of Wichita, all because they were all blue Democratic areas. And they did not go for Trump.
let me ask you a question. Simple question. Okay. Because we're all family here.
Yeah.
But if we have a kid that's constantly going out and doing shit to get himself put in jail, get in trouble, there's money having to be spent on this kid all the time because of the crazy shit he does, and he will not simply act like a rational human being and grown-up adult, get a job, and follow the law. At what point do you cut him off and say, I'm done?
That's one kid. That's not a state.
It's the same principle.
That's not a state. That's not a state where you have millions of people. That's one kid.
It's the same principle.
Hey, so Joy Lang says they threaten President Trump every day.
And that's
Messenger.
wrong. That's wrong.
People
He's the
get
president
beat
of the United
up
States.
for supporting President Trump. You wear a hat that says "Make America Great Again." People snatch it off your head and start
I agree.
screaming at
That's
you.
wrong.
Spit in your face, threaten your
Yeah.
children.
That's wrong. But
So what
this
is
is the beauty of this country, what we're not getting here. What we are doing right here is the beauty of this country. How many countries can you not publicly have different opinions? I do not agree with his immigration, anything having to do with his immigration. And before somebody says, oh, well, Obama built the cages, Obama didn't use the cages.
Yeah, he did.
No, he did not. And Obama did not tear children away from their mothers to the point that there's 500 at least now children, they can't find their parents. This one gets me.
I don't know. My mom's an immigrant and she thinks that it's bullshit that
I
she
don't.
came over here and did
I
everything
don't,
the
because
right
a man
way.
that works with my husband.
Right.
The
but-
reason why they can't find these kids is because coyotes brought them over, or their parents
All
who
of
love these kids so much are not willing to come down and collect their children.
your blanket statements.
Do you have to say
Their
that?
freedom is more important to them than their own children.
You
My
cannot.
mother's
I
whole
know
side of
that's
the
not
family
true.
are immigrants, Marcia. They all did it the right way to come into this country.
I agree. I agree.
And
And
I'm
I'm not
sorry, but
pretending
I
they're
can't
doing
feel
it the wrong
sorry
way.
for people that break
Someone's
laws
saying
to come
you're
into
nasty.
our country.
They are nasty to Trump because they're afraid of him. Remember, Trump was a Democrat.
Well, I think Democrat name
That's
only
the
because he worked in New York. He had to,
He did not want anything to do with Republicans till he decided to run for president.
I don't know about that. The stuff he was
Okay, go back
coming
to-
out of his mouth. You don't know how he voted. You don't. He
No,
can
I'm
talk,
talking about verbally.
talk, but you,
Verbally, he's done hundreds of interviews where he thought Republicans were
I've seen hundreds of interviews.
he
I
thought
have.
Republicans were nasty.
Okay, but you don't
This
know
is
how
the
he
same man
voted.
that wanted to keep 5 black men in jail for a crime that was documented they did not do.
He didn't put him in jail.
No, he didn't put them there.
He
but
said what he wanted was for them to be tried, and if they were
and
guilty,
to this day still thinks that they were guilty, even though DNA proves they were not. Now, about the immigrants and what Mandy Bell was saying, I agree 1,000%. If you're going to come here, do it right. Do it right. I don't have a problem with having stop gaps at the borders. That doesn't bother me. But if you didn't see the pictures of the children separated from their parents, then I don't know what the hell you were looking at.
do you know that some of those pictures were taken
don't
during
know.
Obama's administration and put out by Democrats to pin Trump for that?
Do you
Bingo.
care when you see children taken away from their parents and the parents sent away because the children are citizens, right or wrong, they are citizens.
Well, wait. So should we feel bad for every kid that gets taken away by CPS and just
No,
go ahead
just
and say
one that you
CPS
can't-
shouldn't exist? Because
No,
putting
no,
your child in a
no.
country when you're breaking laws, it doesn't matter. Those
But
are the
it-
laws of our
so-
country. You can't
So
just
you're
come in
born
and
in
break
this
them.
country, and someone could just could have gone. Okay, look at my grandparents from Poland. Somebody could have just walked in and said, "Okay, you're going back to Poland now."
Well,
And my,
It is
my
what it
dad
is.
and brothers and sisters would have been.
They did it to one of the housewives' husbands. He's now over in Italy.
Well, he was
Broke
not here.
the law, he got busted, and he was
right.
sent
He
back.
was here
He was here
illegally.
all his
That's
life.
why we need immigration reform.
Absolutely.
We've got to have someone that sits there and says, we're a welcoming country, but you have to be here the right way. Because if we don't, then guess what? Then it makes the country look weak as a whole.
It does.
We're supposed to be the leading nation of the world.
And we're handing over our sovereignty to every other country, saying, "Come on over, we'll let you stay." It's
No,
good.
we're not.
Well, you'll clean toilets. Our people won't.
All of these ideas were made so that we have what we have right now. There was too much that our country went through with civil wars with each other, back history wise,
Right.
for what we have today. So what we have today says our people fought for this, fought for that. This is what we wanted to have done. This is where we want to be. You don't come in later and change it just because you want to be a humanitarian.
I
Right.
agree.
I'm sorry. You have to have
Obama
some sense
done
of
it.
structure and law. Okay, every society needs that, or the society as a whole falls apart.
And
I-
if
Now,
and
go
if
back and
another
look-
country's
go back and look at
citizens,
George Bush. Go back and look at George Bush and what he was trying to do before his end of his second term.
Who, my neighbor?
Trying to do significant immigration reform, and he was on the right path.
well,
love
let me
George.
tell you something else he was trying to do. He was trying to free up people who were horribly oppressed by their governments. And what did they call him? A baby killer, a colonialist,
See, everybody didn't.
every other nasty name in the book. when we're trying to help spread democracy around the country, they don't want him to do it. Oh, look, he's trying to get us involved in another war. Oh, those warmongering Republicans. That's the crap you hear instead of people coming together saying, why are you doing this? Well, it's humanitarian because he's gassing his own people.
His demeanor. You are doing that to Democrats, and I'm not one, but you're doing that to Democrats right now.
How?
Basically, you just said that all Democrats said that George Bush was a baby killer and was doing this and was doing that. That's not true.
Well, she said
said that to me.
She said people did. So that could have been Democrats. That could have been.
Well, it wasn't. There weren't a lot of Republicans climbing on that board. I can promise you that.
You cannot make blanket statements in this country. That's the problem. There is never going to be one way of it rule. We are not a dictatorship. Mandy Bell's 1,000% right. Immigration reform needs to be done badly. Badly.
But when Republicans say,
setting examples.
But when the Republicans in government say, we want to build this wall, they're coming over, they're not good people. The people who are crossing over areas that are not at the border, where they get checked and they know they're coming into this country, they're sneaking in. They're not good people. M13 is all over this country doing horrible things. There are criminals that are doing this. Okay. And we need a wall to protect our sovereignty because
do you know how much he built of this wall?
Over 400 miles.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. 64 miles. The rest of it are different kind of barriers that were already there. And did Mexico even pay for that? No. The point being, as a people, we have got, and this is where I'm frustrated. We've got to come to a center. You know what I'm saying? I am a center. I am moderate. I see it both sides. I am not all Democrat, certainly, and I'm not all Republican, certainly. But we have to in this country, and this is the way to do it. What we're doing, actually.
This is something I tell people all the time, being in my mid-30s, because some of my friends are Democratic. I have a lot of friends in the LGBTQ community, okay?
Hillary got the money, Joy.
When I voted last year, or when I voted the last election, I got a lot of hate from my friends in the LGBTQ community. So I simply asked them, I said, how would you feel if your parents just let you break a bunch of laws when you were younger and it got you into nothing but trouble? And their excuse was, well, everybody should be able to do what they want to, but yet your life sucked because of it. Yeah. I kind of look at presidents as the people that we have to look to, kind of like the children of the president. Unless he puts down firm boundaries, we're all going to cross them.
Right.
And but that's also worldwide.
Yeah, I get, and you're right, because that's what a lot of people think. And I am not saying, as a moderate, I am not saying that everybody should be able to do what they want to. No, ma'am. I believe that we should have strict immigration reform. Strict. I do believe in that. I do believe that in voting rights. I don't believe that a president should be able to tell people to go take their guns to polling places anywhere. This is still the United States of America. We do not have a dictator, either Democrat nor Republican. We do not have a dictator. I don't think a president on either side should be saying, you know what, the vote's not going to be legit if it's not in by midnight tonight, and so be ready. And to the point that people are so scared that big cities are boarding up. What does that do? That only scares more people from voting.
Well, I don't blame them.
Well, I don't either.
You look at all this and people are boarding up their
businesses,
businesses, putting BLM. I support BLM. Why are they doing that? Who are they more afraid of?
Right. I don't blame them for boarding up.
See, and that's the thing too. adults have to stop making themselves into a group just so they can throw fits and screw everything up.
We are Americans.
I don't care if it's an American thing. It's become a social state of mind. And that happened over the term of presidency that came before Trump.
I agree that we
Our social moral construct became a very, very, very cloudy during that administration.
Absolutely. But I don't necessarily blame that. I don't blame the president necessarily all for that either, because he had a man out there claiming he wasn't an American when he is.
It's funny though, because people will blame children, whether they're minors or adults. They'll blame their parents for the way that child turned out because of their social moral construct and it not being there. Okay. Right. So they're murdering or they're stealing or they're doing screwed up stuff. So whenever our country has this great divide between your social moral construct and you've got the Democrats mainly that are the ones that are doing all this weird fuck shit going on, then who's to blame? You're going to blame the political party point of view that's doing it. I'm sorry. That's just how it is.
I know that's how you feel, but before you go there, let's think about that comment.
Wait, and I'm going to back it up with this too. The boomer generation of Democrats is a lot different than the newer version.
Thank you.
Don't worry. I've got a dad too. He's a Democrat. I'm a Republican. He can't figure out how he raised me. Okay. And that's what I tell him. I tell him, you are from a totally different era of Democrats than what we have now. Okay. My generation of Democrats, I just want to punch them in the face. I can get along with the older generation, but my age people, we're not going to get along.
Or over the kind of milk you drink. Come on.
That's what I'm talking about. And that's where you boomers need to step up and put your little pups back in their place.
Well, I think you're going to say, I'm proud to be a boomer.
Boarding up businesses in democratic cities, period. How many businesses are boarded up in Texas?
None in my town.
So that's what Salty Bitch said.
We're also able to open carry too, So
poor Carla, she's really don't hurt me.
Yeah, I mean, you bust into a Texan's place of employment, even with a brick, they're coming out with a deer rifle, and they're going to have a nice target right on your back.
Like when they said they were going to come over and take over Texas. I wanted to be there. I was getting popcorn for that.
I wasn't even worried about it.
Lady B said, ladies, did you know that border security is required by the United States Constitution? Required. Yeah. And who is required to ensure the security of this country at its borders?
The chief and
president of the United States
Bingo.
Of America. That's one of his jobs. He doesn't have very many, to be really honest with you. It is not to run around and bail people out of trouble when they act stupid. Stupid people play stupid games and they win stupid prizes.
Hey, my dad wouldn't bail me out of trouble if I did stupid things.
And how often do you do them now? You don't. And you look at your kids and think, I'm going to do the same damn thing to you because I ain't going in debt because you're dumb.
Exactly. I loved my freedoms and I loved getting that free money when I was younger, as long as I wasn't doing dumb stuff.
And here's the thing. The one thing that I think most people really hate about Trump is the fact that he comes out and says what's real. And I am sorry. It is not the responsibility of the citizens of this country to allow cities like Chicago to run amok, loot shit, tear shit up, set it on fire like they're freaking heathens. And then we have to go in. Okay, but you know what? They have leadership. Their leadership should have gotten out of control instead of cutting their police funding. Instead of telling their police officers to stand down so there's not more trouble, just like they did over here in the Midwest. Instead of cutting their funding and belittling them and demeaning them.
Who was it that wanted to defund the police?
There you go.
Okay. Then we are supposed to go in there and rescue them. Maybe if they had to clean up their own mess on occasion, they'd learn not to act like that anymore. They would have law and order in their cities and protect their citizens, which
you're
is
going
their
to take the
state's
city
responsibility.
of 5
I
million.
want to ask a question because I haven't followed a lot of political stuff lately. Who wanted to defund the police?
Now that is a whole different topic. The defund was not taking money away from 911 or police officers. Defunding police was to demilitarize. I'm gonna say it wrong. Demilitarize them. You know, because they get a lot of their.
Well, let's do this. Let's do like England and take away their guns
But
and then
Biden-
send them into a gunfight.
Biden has said,
Hey, let's just give them a bunch of ninja stars.
There you go.
You know?
No, those are dangerous.
Not do it.
But
So
it's really hard to
They
throw
are
'em.
doing it, Marcia. The states.
They're doing
Can
it.
you,
They're doing
can you
it
throw a ninja star faster than somebody's got a
Here's
modified
the
They're
AK-47?
doing it under Trump.
Here's the fun. Okay, but he's responsible to make those governors do what they
They're
should
doing
do.
it under Trump.
The governors are doing it to their states.
Will not do it.
Trump does not have authority over that. There are states' rights in this country for a reason.
Right.
You don't want a
Yo,
dictator,
listen,
but you want him to
dude in a
stand in and be a
wheelchair running our
dictator.
country. We got a
Well, wait,
dude in a
hold on.
wheelchair running our
Hold on.
country, and no one's coming in here doing all this crazy shit.
But blank
Just saying.
statements are blank statements, Marcia. Okay?
You're
We're
not
all citizens. We should all take care of each other. No, that's a blanket statement.
going to do it. You know what? Biden can't do it any more than Trump can do it.
But he
Biden
says
can
he
barely
can.
talk.
Right. He can't complete a sentence. He doesn't even know what office he's running for.
God. Oh my. Let's not get
I'm
that.
running for Democrat of the House of Senate.
Right. It's scary, Marcia. It's scary. I don't want a dictator either, but I also don't want a puppet.
Trump doesn't tell people to inject. Isn't there a way that we can, get bleach in the body and ultraviolet light and then say, oh, that was a joke? It wasn't a joke. I watched that press conference. So don't tell me he doesn't say crazy stuff.
Well, maybe it was just the thought of how can we get rid of this COVID quicker?
No,
Like, hey, can't we just inject some bleach in the body and do some UV lights?
Have you seen that press conference where he said it, Mandy?
Yeah,
He
I've
meant-
seen it.
Do you know
but
that
there's-
I am? Do you know that I am equally as
Guys,
frustrated?
I'm 35 years old. We are in a moment right now globally where
Yeah.
if we don't have someone with a sound business mind for global economy, we're going to end up in another depression. I know that, and I'm 35 years old.
It's going to happen
My
anyway.
financial
You might as
security
well
and the
pay.
financial security of my children and
Yep.
my dad being a disabled veteran, his
It's going to happen
security,
anyway.
that is very important to me to keep.
I agree with you. I agree.
That,
100%.
listen, that's why I'm trying to
why
tell you,
I voted for him
Marshall.
the first time.
The older generation, the boomers, y'all need to drag you need to drag your little pups back by the ears. Grab them by the ears, shake
That's
the
why I
shit out
voted
of them, and bring
first.
them back to the real
Well,
Democrat.
wait a minute. I'm a baby of a baby boomer.
But you're not a boomer.
Right.
I'm not a boomer, but you're saying drag me back by the ears.
No. The Democratic Party, they're young pups. My generation.
Oh, gotcha.
My generation needs to be drugged by the boomers because
The
we're
ones
pups,
that don't
right?
like
We're
God,
just now getting wet behind our ears with political debates, right?
Yeah, she's talking about the ones they're just now starting to. You're right.
That's what I'm
she's
saying. If
trying to control what
that if
milk-
we're going to have these two different parties, these older generations of Democrats need to rein in their little pups, which would be my age group, my
Yeah.
generation.
Mhm.
We're just now getting wet behind our ears
That's
to
why
start
your
figuring out
politicians
what
are usually
politics
older.
really actually are and what they mean for our future. I
That's
know
why
it
you're
sounds crazy, but it's true.
older, because you've got to have somebody. You've got to have somebody older.
And you can't have somebody like Biden up there not being able to talk jibber
Yeah,
jabbering on
good
for
point,
my
B.
for my
Somebody
age
that's
group
telling you
and the
Good point,
younger
B.
generation.
Trump is a boomer.
From a drug company telling you that,
Trump is a boomer.
hey, hydroxychloroquine.
And you
Take
see what happens.
hydroxychloroquine.
Okay, hold on. Let me talk about hydroxychloroquine.
Hydroxychloroquine
for just a
actually
second.
works.
Hold on. Wait, time out. Let me talk about hydroxychloroquine
Let
for
me
just
say
a second.
something.
You've
Let me
been
say
saying
I
something.
started this hydroxychloroquine. Let me say this and then I will you.
Okay.
Have him up there saying, hydroxychloroquine is a miracle drug. It'll cure you. It's a miracle drug. But yet you can't get prescriptions for it because of the side effects. So you've got people going out and buying some kind of fish cleaner.
Well, that's their dumb fault.
Yeah, it is. That
Okay.
and keeping it and dying. Then
Okay,
you've
that's Trump's fault. That's Trump's fault.
Because he
Wait a
was
minute.
talking about a manufactured, FDA approved to treat malaria
That's what he
and
was saying.
lupus.
Okay, hold on just a
But it
second.
didn't work.
But an idiot drank fish tank
Wait a
cleaner,
second.
and that's
It
somebody's
does
fault.
work.
It does not
Hydrochloroquine.
work
Oh
on
my
coronavirus.
God.
It
Yes,
works
it does.
Oh my God. Yes, it does, Marcia. And not only that, if we're
You
going to
know
play
why
this
it
game of
doesn't?
blanket statements and you
You
want to
know
get rid
why
of
it
anything
doesn't
that
work?
has,
It
you're not,
doesn't.
Okay.
All
Hey,
it does is heat up the mitochondrial cycle, and that doesn't help kill a virus. I've gone down to that level of studying it.
all right. Well, it's not about change. Okay. So here's what hydrochloroquine does.
They all
Right.
do crazy stuff.
What it will do is change the enzymes of the virus itself so that it can't attach to your human cells.
To a degree.
Yeah, to a
Marcia,
degree.
that's
But
regardless.
listen, to a degree,
Yeah.
when this all first started out, was better than nothing.
Absolutely.
Correct?
and people's
The
lives
best thing-
were
the best thing
saved
that
by
helps anything is-
hydrochloroquine. Okay.
Yes,
never had a
it
problem
does
with
help. It is
Okay, so
it
and
is
let
a
me say
treatment.
this. Let me say this. Okay, just listen. If you're going to tell me that we're going to pull this because it has side effects, then you better get out there and start
Chemo?
pulling every pill on the market because
Well,
every damn
you've
one
got
of them has
chemo
side
too.
effects.
Did I think
You have different forms of chemo that'll work on different types of
That's right.
cancer.
Or
You
they'll
don't just
kill
have
you,
I say
one.
pull it?
You don't
No.
just have one treatment for cancer, right? You have several different treatments.
and they have side
help
effects,
as a
and
whole.
some of them are deadly.
But
Right.
why not push remdesivir? We know that works.
That's very contentious right now, and
That's not as
Mhm.
contentious as hydroxychloroquine.
it's not because the president's because of the FDA. It's because of the FDA that won't push the R word, the R pill, remdesivir or whatever.
Remdesivir,
The
yeah.
FDA will not approve use for it. There's been tons of studies, yes, that shows that it works, but they're standing strong on that. Okay.
And here's the thing
So
about
the next thing in line was hydroxychloroquine,
and the
right?
thing about the
And then
hydro,
the next thing in line is convalescent plasma
and now they
from a
don't
COVID positive patient. Okay.
they don't want to do that, and that's crazy.
Well, that's too bad. There was an emergency order signed, and there's been
I
many studies. So that's too bad for them. The president said this is how it's going to be, and you're going to do it, and they had.
But
to
he's not doing anything, Mandy. He's not doing. He's no leader.
I
He
think
hasn't done a thing.
that he was right about that because Mandy's right about that. I believe.
I know I'm right about that because my brother's been away from us for a long time fighting for
Here's
that.
the thing about hydroxychloroquine. It is not a first line treatment even for malaria.
No, you're right. It's an added treatment,
Like a
right?
preventative.
It's an add-in.
Right.
Like when you take chemo and you get some other drugs along with chemo, which I'm not familiar with because I haven't had cancer to have to do chemo.
Yeah.
But so you have chemo, then you have radiation, right? So radiation's an add to treatment, right?
Right. That's
so
right.
that's basically what hydrochloroquine is. So you've
Right.
got
But
your
I've never heard
convalescent-
the man
these are
say that it
all
was a
just
cure.
treatments. These are
The
all
thing
just
about the
treatments. They're
hydrochloroquine,
not cures.
You
You
have to
cannot
look
cure
else.
a virus.
Right.
The
You have
only way that you can eradicate a virus is for everyone to just stay their asses at home until it works its way on out.
Because then it's not allowed to mutate, which is done
Exactly.
hundreds of times. And now,
immunity is not going to work without killing millions. Now, here's the deal about the hydroxychloroquine. Yes, it's not just the drug. It's also the side effects. You know, we were talking about this last night, Mr. Meaner. And we weren't talking about hydroxychloroquine. I can't remember. Oh, we were talking about comorbidities and things on the death certificates. Hydroxychloroquine has horrible side effects. Horrible side effects. So
then take it off the market for everyone. Period.
Well,
End of story. Take it off.
I'll tell you right now.
They've done it with other medications.
Because it does treat things like lupus.
Here's
And
the
I-
FDA.
No, but it has horrible side effects, so you
Hold
need
on.
to get it off the market.
Here's the FDA side effects. Are y'all ready? Headache, dizziness, loss of appetite, nausea, diarrhea, stomach pain, vomiting,
Or
rash.
cardiac.
And that's for
Uh,
hydrochloroquine?
The side effects that require immediate medical attention that it can cause would be blistering, peeling, loosening of the skin, blurred vision, or other vision changes. Chest discomfort, pain or tightness, cough or hoarseness, dark urine, decreased urination, defective color vision, and difficulty breathing.
I can tell
Now-
you right now.
Now, I take Adderall extended release every single day. I could end up with chest pain, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, but the benefits outweigh the risk.
I can tell you somebody right now that's on Plaquenil. That's the brand name of hydroxychloroquine.
Right.
I can tell you there's somebody right now in our community who's on it.
Yeah, I
who
know
has
who you're talking about.
on alert for cardiac problems.
Mm-hmm.
That's
But guess what? The benefits outweigh the risk.
there you go. For
That's
what
the other part that you have to look at. Just because the side
For
effects
what
are bad, you
That's
have to
the way
look
that
at
they work with every single medication in this country. But what you're saying, Marcia, is a blanket statement. Wait, God, never mind. Forget
yeah,
it.
that's the way I'm feeling. Let me take a deep breath.
Yes,
That's
take a
how
deep
you
breath.
feel. You've been talking. I can't get a word in edgewise.
Because I know what I'm talking about.
Well, I do too.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I'm sorry.
You know, there's a side to each story. My side is every single medication has some form of a potential risk. So let's take them all off the market. That is a blanket statement that you're giving me, that because this medication causes potentially in some people a side effect, we should not use it for this disease. When it does work, it has pulled people back from the brink of death. This one medication. The only person I have ever heard say that it was a cure was a doctor on television. I've never heard Trump say it. I've heard him say it works. That's all I've heard. Okay.
Right.
But then out of the blue, just like with now a heat doesn't kill a virus, which I'm sorry, is bullshit.
Yep.
And now we're going to get the virus even more because we're all together, when that's what you told us to do to begin with. All the hogwash that we've heard at the very last minute, when we find out that this is working, and yes, it does have side effects, we jerk it back from the American people saying, you can't have this, it's too dangerous. Well, so is Tylenol. Okay, I'm just saying, that's a blanket statement. So one can't deal with it. One loses their life because this medication causes a side effect, then nobody can have it. That you can't get any more blanket than that.
And I didn't say that. I did not say that.
But that's the reason they're giving for not wanting to give it to patients, and it's not okay. It should be up to the patient whether they want to try that or not.
God forbid with COVID today, they would throw it all at you.
Listen, how many times have you stood by the bedside with a doctor, given a patient informed consent, telling them the risk of a surgery, but the patient gets to decide if they want to have that, if the risk is worth it for them? They should have that same opportunity with this medication. That's all I'm saying. And this is what happens when government gets involved in your healthcare and starts making decisions for you. And for me, that's not okay.
Marcia, True Helper said to ask you why two of the biggest medical publications in the world, The Lancet and the New York England Journal of Medicine, had to pull their article on
Chloroquine.
Yeah, hydrochloroquine.
I can't.
Hydroxychloroquine. There's two.
Just the messenger.
I don't know. I think it was wrong. See, here's the deal. If you go into the hospital, cancer, say, oh, look at me. Look what happened to me this year. I go in, I've got these, they threw so many different cardiac meds and blood pressure pills at me. I didn't know if I was coming or going, right? And I knew all the side effects of them, and eventually they all came together. Then, on top of that, I get pneumonia, right? My cat said, yeah. So then they say, okay, we're going to give you this antibiotic, now that antibiotic, we're going to give you this steroid, we're going to up this steroid, we're going to up this steroid, and look what happens. And then, then you end up coming back down. When you get that sick that you're on a respirator, they will throw everything at you. Everything. When this stuff first started out, I wondered why they weren't given high-dose steroids. Myself, I'm not a scientist, right? Why aren't they?
The high, I'll answer. Are you talking about?
I know why. that they said, okay, they got some benefit from it, but because here's the problem here, and Ms. Demeanor's right here. There was no studies. It was only observational studies because this is new, right? They didn't know what would treat it, so they stopped. But now,
I don't know what True Helper's talking about because I'm reading the Washington Post right now, and the White House sidestepped FDA to distribute hydroxychloroquine to pharmacies.
Talking about they were articles
just 3 days ago
supporting it. There were articles written supporting the use of it, and they were pulled. Who pulled it? Exactly. But now they have found.
I'm finding tons of them when I Google right now on my phone.
Methazone.
I see all the studies right here. Oxford University Press, Science Magazine, all the articles in support of it.
He says, True Helper says, no, Marcia, the numbers were right. We've been tracking them. Both publications knew they had it wrong, and they both have never had such medical type of articles pulled ever.
I don't know why they pulled them. I don't know.
Political.
I don't think anybody really knows. I know that they will throw anything at you when you get in that shape. You know that, Ms.
When you hear horse hooves, you don't look for zebras, Marcia.
Hey,
you look for horses.
Solis Twist says when the government is allowed to meddle in our health care, we end up with death panels.
Absolutely.
I can't agree more. There you go.
You know, they've joked about it and they picked on Sarah Palin about saying that, but it's awful funny how after 2008, my mother was told she no longer needed breast exams. That's a death panel. You're too old.
Yes.
You should be dead anyway. You go ahead.
Exactly.
You don't need to worry or decide if you need to have breast cancer.
You know, they told every other woman over 80 that.
Huh?
See, this is what I'm talking about.
But she has the right to decide.
Yeah.
Why is it okay for government to say, we're sorry, you're too old, you can go ahead and die?
Thank
They
you.
should never have taken that right away from her.
Listen, you know, I am a DNR today until the day I die. If I'm in that position, don't you dare save me. Let me go. I don't want to stay here.
I have a DNR as well at 35
Exactly.
years old.
But here's
and I'm
my
not
point.
even dying.
And I've worked in nursing homes with 98-year-old patients that I've had to jump up and down on their chest to try to revive them and cussed every time I landed on them, hurt their children for not making better decisions. I'm a proponent of that, okay? But it's not okay for me to say any more than a woman is not allowed to have an abortion. I can't say that. And I can't say an 80-year-old woman is not allowed to elect to have surgery if she finds she has breast cancer.
I agree.
It should be her decision. It is not my government's right to do that. And yet they're doing it.
But you can't, who's doing it?
ACA. Because these doctors, I know you've been to the doctor lately. I was appalled. Well, you have to do A, B, C, and D, and E before we can get to the real problem, which we all know what it is. But we have to jump through these hoops because of government mandates.
The government mandates it or tort law mandates it?
They are government mandates that were put in there with ACA that everybody has to follow the same pattern. Everybody.
Right. Why does a male's insurance have to have for him the option for birth control and women stuff on his insurance?
Right.
Like that's something my husband pointed out to me. I was like, really?
Yeah.
No shit. Like that's something I didn't know.
For ovarian cancer.
No wonder why the premiums didn't go down like they expected.
Pink says never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has.
Right.
Thank you so much, Pink.
And I can't defend something that I think is totally flawed, and that's what you want me to do, and I can't.
Here's what I want to point out too. You all do realize, everybody here listening, that there are countries that you could live in where you couldn't have these discussions.
That's what I was trying to say earlier.
You couldn't. We live in the best country ever, and I love that we can sit here and argue and fight and give ugly looks.
They would track the four of us down, and everyone in the chat. And they really go to Carla because she let us do it.
Right. She would be the first one to be executed.
I only tagged in for history, and then I got stuck up here and
don't you move. You sit right there. Not because you are middle ground. You see both sides. You do both. I tend to lean really right, and Marcia tends to lean more left. We need that middle. That's why I want three parties.
Yeah.
There's more opinion out there. You know,
But I want to make
And
this
the only
clear.
thing I
I
want
want
is
to make
for
it clear
my,
to people in the
I
chat.
want my elders for my generation to step up and start doing a little bit more education on us young pups. You know,
exactly.
if
Yeah.
I'm a Republican,
Yeah.
I want to have an elder that knows what the hell they're talking about. If I'm
Yeah.
a Democrat at this age, I want to have an elder that knows what the hell they're talking about so that I can be led in the right way for my beliefs, you know?
Yes.
But the thing is that because of, you know, our social construct, like our social morals lately, so many people don't respect their elders anymore. And I know that sounds so just, but it's true. Our
Joy,
elders are our elders for a
And-
reason.
and
a
Joy makes a
long
perfect
time.
Yes,
point.
yes, she makes a good.
Once you stop contributing, you're no longer of value. I read that
Yeah.
the new generation say this about the virus, that the older people should probably just go ahead and die because they're of no value.
Only hits older
But that
people.
is their value, their
Our
history.
elders are still of value to us because they've lived longer than us. They've seen more than us. They know more than us.
They
And
are
that's
expensive.
what I was kind of trying to say. With
They are
my generation and the younger ones, there is a total lack of respect for elders. A
Yeah.
total lack. And to
Absolutely.
me, that's appalling. No matter which political
I
party I'm
can't
in,
really
it's
agree
absolutely
with you.
appalling.
The older I get, the more I agree with you.
I'm making a video right now. And at the end of it, I have a 104-year-old lady named Ruth. Okay.
Mhm.
She goes to vote today. And she went to vote, early vote in New York. She comes out, people congratulate her, but then she grabs the hand of her great granddaughter because she wanted her great granddaughter to know how important it was to vote.
Right.
I want to know what
Right.
political party a 104-year-old voted for.
I know, but I'm not gonna say.
Well, she's not dead yet, so she must be a Republican.
No.
They only come back and vote Democrat after they die in Louisiana, anyway.
To me, it took away from the story. You know what I mean? It took away from the point I wanted to make.
I'm sorry.
That's
No,
okay.
and it would. It doesn't regardless. And it's like my daughter is very, very everything that I say. She's opposite, polar opposite.
And
But yet, I called her the last time I talked to her, and thanked her for taking my granddaughters to go vote with her because I wanted them to know, regardless of who she was voting for, it's your responsibility to vote.
Right.
And we need to, as a nation.
Your civic duty, kind of like
Exactly.
serving on the jury.
No matter what happens tonight, tomorrow, or in a couple of days, because I actually believe we'll know tomorrow or tonight. But at any rate, look at this. Last time in 2016, for a lot of reasons, only 139 million people voted.
Mhm.
And I saw this morning where 97 million people have already voted.
Mhm. The sad thing is there are a lot of people out there, as we would call it, hate watching. They're hate voting. And we should say that, you know, regardless, they're getting out there and voting. It shouldn't come to that. You should vote every time there's an election.
Everything you get.
Not just when you're pissed.
Thank you. That's what I was talking about. That's what I was
vote.
talking about with our social climate.
Yeah.
People will do things based off of their emotion and not based off of what the greater good is for the future.
Mhm.
They're doing it in the now. Everyone is so impulsive. And my generation, especially, impulsivity is something that we are greatly suffering from. And until we start learning how to respect our elders again, and that's my whole generation, and the younger ones are even worse.
Okay, so Joy Lang says, my nephew won't talk to me over this because he actually thinks President Trump will go against gays.
Okay, well,
And I
he's
don't
been in
believe
there
that.
almost 4 years. What has he done to him so far? Nothing.
Yeah. See, that's what I was saying earlier. One of my best friends, she's the first recognized civil union in the state of Texas, her and her wife. So when I voted for Trump, she lost her mind on me. And I was like, calm down, cool your jets, man. Like, you'll see, he's not against you guys. Like, if you want to love each other, you want to love each other. That's how he feels about it. I mean, look,
he has a problem with it. I think the Senate had a problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then they need to be voting today for senators or congressmen, because it's not just the president we're voting for today.
Thank you.
You're also voting for your school board people too today, by the way. So give a shout out to your educators and make sure that you know who you need to vote for your children's school for their future.
Mandy, that's what I was saying last night. I don't worry so much. I have learned at 62 years old, I'll be 63 in a few weeks. I have learned that the president doesn't have the power people think they have.
No, he doesn't.
You need to always look at the down votes.
Mhm.
The down votes.
Hmm.
I told the story last night about this goofy stuff going on here in North Carolina. There's always goofy stuff. But you have to look at the down votes. And I don't personally, in my gut, think Trump is against the LGBT. I
No.
think the Senate was
Hmm.
and is right now for this minute. I think the Senate's going to change. And guess what? I don't necessarily agree that a blue House of Representatives and a blue Senate's right either.
Well, let me say
don't
this.
have what we have right here.
If
You
a
don't have
person
different opinions.
if a person is against a certain law that benefits a demographic, let's say LGBTQ, okay?
Mhm.
But a person has a fear that that can lead to things like a 60-year-old man marrying a 12-year-old girl, or having multiple marriages.
How
Wait,
could
I'm
you-
lost here.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Well,
lost.
No, but this has been talked about. Okay. Like we talked about Roe v. Wade and the implications having nothing to do with abortion,
I
but
got
they impact. Okay. So if they're looking at this law in the way that's written, and I'm not there and I'm not reading it, but they see where there's loopholes where people could possibly come in and say, well, I want 12 wives and it's legal because of this law right here.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Every action has
And
a consequence later on down the road. where
But
people
it is a
can-
responsibility of those senators and House of Representatives to come in and say, here's the problem we have with this law. It opens the door for this. As my constituents, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to try to go back and rewrite this law, present it, get this one repealed, and put this one in its place where, yes, gays and lesbians can be married. You can have same-sex couples, but you cannot go have 15 wives. Or you cannot marry a child that's underage.
Right. You can only be married to one person,
Right.
an adult
Right.
person,
Right.
whether it's same sex marriage or, not.
Right.
And I don't know, you may be for polygamy. You may be for that. Where you say, no, I don't want you to do that.
Fight for it, but
But they need to come back and tell you, this is what this law says. This is what could happen. It's an unintended consequences. They meant well, but they didn't cover this loophole. And so I'd like to go back and rewrite it.
shall we just freak everybody out and tell them that you and I actually agreed on Roe v. Wade and that
We did.
we're
We
both
did.
in favor of
And the
it?
whole truth says, what about Trump banning transgenders in armed services?
I just said that he did indeed sign an executive order and got rid of don't ask, don't tell.
Well, okay, here's another one of those unintended consequences. People's feelings get hurt. What if it's there to protect the transgenders? Let me tell you, the most appalling thing I learned recently in my life was that our soldiers are not armed on our bases for their protection.
I think he did it for the Senate.
What do you mean?
I think he wrote an executive order for the Senate to make certain people happy.
But what if he didn't? What if he did it to protect
I
them?
do not believe he believes that. I don't.
What if he had legitimate intel that,
Yeah.
listen, look at Fort Hood. Look at Fort Hood. That
Mhm.
place is stunk up with
Mhm.
sexual harassment and people are going missing.
And I'm in the middle of another story on that that's come out. So I know Fort Hood. I even have a contact there I've been dealing with.
I've never realized that Fort Hood was that bad because, since
it's
my dad's
hard.
a disabled veteran, we used to go to Fort Hood all the time to the commissary, right?
And
That's
then-
where we did
and then-
all of our grocery shopping.
I have spoken with their public
Never knew.
information officer, Chris. So I know what's going on at Fort Hood.
I mean, and then, okay, so that women or people there are in danger.
They
I mean,
are.
you will all agree on that.
out.
Fort Hood is a hot mess.
Flat
Okay,
out
but
danger.
what if,
It's the worst of the worst. I can't believe
yeah, it
Yep.
is.
I'm
what if-
honestly still shocked and speechless.
What if just a few officers have issues with transgender? What if they're transphobe? Okay. And there's one on the base and they do some horrible things to that person, even kill them. What if it's there for our protection?
Needs to go.
That's a good way to look at it.
You know, I don't know. I haven't talked to the man.
Conduct. The officer goes.
Do what?
I've got to let my cat out. She's about to die.
Okay. She's about to die.
What about the 230,000 innocent lives lost due to incompetence by Trump And the way there will be another 200,000 dead before January 1st.
Okay,
What's that about?
first of all, tell me where you got your 200,000 or your 230,000. Tell me where you got that.
But what is that in
from
reference to?
That have lost their lives due to COVID. It's his incompetence because he's a scientist, not a president. You know that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah,
Mhm.
because there's the lawmakers and, the FDA that won't listen to our scientists, much like
Mhm.
our school board won't listen to our scientists and
And there's
instead are
also-
listening to politically driven things like, let's open our schools up. And then the moment that our school district says we're removing distance learning, 2 second grade classes go into quarantine 3 days later.
Yep. And let's talk about the fact that when you get 4 positive COVID tests, it's counted as 4 different individuals, not one person with 4 positive tests.
And
So-
that's the lack of correct reporting.
So go ahead and tell me where you got that 230,000 and we'll talk about it. So shenanigans.
And here's the thing. Our superintendent of the school district, his wife was one of the second grade teachers that got COVID. And so the whole class had to be quarantined right after he said, well, we've only had 1 case at the high school.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, the second 6 weeks of the year or whatever. So we're going to go ahead and cancel distance learning. And then 3 days later, his wife pops up with symptoms. Her test comes back positive. But because she came up with symptoms, they went ahead and quarantined the whole second grade class. The teacher right next door to her came up with symptoms the next day. And that whole second grade class had to be quarantined.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just looking at this guy going, what are you thinking? That's your wife, man. Like, you just canceled this on Friday. Monday, second grade class, her second grade class is quarantined. Tuesday, the other second grade class is quarantined. But you want to cancel distance learning for those of us who have stayed home since March 3rd?
Right, exactly, Joy. And where are those kids going after school?
That's
You can quarantine them all you want to in the schools and all that, and you can lock down this and lock down that. But if the parents aren't following guidelines, then what?
Right. And you know what his other reason was?
Hmm.
No child in the distance learning program, all the children in the distance learning program are failing. My child has straight A's.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not, I'm just there to oversee everything. I'm not doing her homework for her because Lord knows if I did her homework for her 6th grade math, she'd be failing.
And
this is all my 6th grader on her own making straight A's.
Mm-hmm. But let's look at this too, not just academically. What harm is being done to these children not being allowed to socially interact with their peers?
That doesn't worry me as bad as how many children are being starved and abused and the teachers aren't seeing them to catch it.
That too. Exactly.
Yeah. Fauci does
Exactly.
need to be fired. I'm sorry, but he
He
does.
does.
Look at all the misinformation he's given our president to make him look like a moron.
I love that. How about you? What do you think of Dr. Atlas, Mandy?
Oh, I'm not sure. I haven't really, like I said, Marcia, I haven't paid a lot of attention to anything political since the beginning of COVID.
Read up on him. We can do this again. Read up on him. I want y'all to read up on Dr. Atlas.
Anybody at this point that is more knowledgeable about epidemiology is smarter than Fauci and better for our country.
He has not ever done infectious disease, Dr. Atlas.
But is he still actively involved in determining policy for the country?
Trump
Yes.
in there.
I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, yeah, he did put him there, but guess what? Things are changing.
But
Yeah,
whose
he's realized that he
little
made the
mug is
wrong
on the
decision.
television?
He's the one pushing this herd immunity. Let me tell y'all and look that up.
But are we doing herd immunity? We're not. We're freaking in quarantine every 5 minutes.
Oh my God.
Herd immunity.
So how much is Atlas
ridiculous.
really doing?
Oh my God. He's the one that's encouraging it.
But it's not happening, Marcia.
Herd immunity is the stupidest thing you could do with this type of virus.
Absolutely.
The stupidest thing you can do with this type of virus.
Everyone just put a fucking mask on.
Listen, like I said yesterday, COVID spreading has to do with the viral load. So, and I had an argument with my friend when I was over there on Sunday because she was like, what do masks do for anybody anyways? I said, it's not about not having any particles at all. It's about the viral load. So if I'm spraying you with the garden hose, you're not going to get as wet. Now, if I hook a hose up to the fire hydrant and I turn that shit on, you're getting soaked and you're getting knocked on your ass. That's viral load.
Right. And that's like my pee story. The man running down the street, you don't see him, but you see him coming. So you move over 6 feet. You've got your mask on, which is your clothes. He's peeing. Pee's going every which way. You've got your mask and your clothes on. No real pee's probably going to get on your skin, but just a little bit. You don't have your mask on. And he doesn't have his mask on. You're going to get soaked, and that's your viral load.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Garden hose versus a fire hydrant hose.
Yeah, if he comes running down the road and he gets a little closer, you're 6 feet away with your mask on and your clothes. And you say, oh, never mind. He's got his mask and clothes on, and he's peeing all over himself. It's not going to get on you.
Mm-hmm.
That's my pee man story.
Yeah, and that's true. That's what a lot of people aren't understanding about the mask theory.
Okay.
And these
anything that you can do to protect yourself and protect others from the
so let me ask y'all
load.
Hey, can I ask y'all a question? So we may or may not have tuberculosis. We're all running around town. Maybe somebody has it, maybe they don't. Okay. Should we all quarantine and slap on masks just in case we do have it?
I don't know. I probably would.
Because what you're telling me, Dr. Fauci, is that this is as dangerous, as deadly, and as contagious as TB. And we're going to quarantine the entire country. Well, instead, when we had TB outbreaks in the past, because of taking care of these patients, we put them in isolation. We treated them, got them on the antibiotics, and we released them.
But we have treatments for tuberculosis, whereas right now we're still in the stages
but
of
even
virus.
still, in the past, when we had outbreaks of plagues, we isolated the sick, not the well.
Misdemeanor.
Yeah.
True, but you don't know. But due to the testing and really making testing efficient and correct,
But
right?
is it? Because when you go in and you get a negative, they go, "Oh, it could be a false negative. Got to come back and test again." What the hell is that?
Okay,
The average number of cases of tuberculosis every year is 9,000, a little over 9,100.
Let's look at it this way.
Million cases of COVID that we know of.
Okay, hold on though, because this is a new virus. Having to make a test that is efficient and accurate is taking time.
But you're gonna, but
you're not gonna have a vaccine.
So you're gonna play. But you're going to play with the words and say that you're negative, but it may not be negative.
Hold on. You only get a test if you have symptoms. So because the tests aren't all the way efficient and effective yet to this date, yes, if you have more than one symptom of COVID, yes, if your test comes back false, you do need to go back and retest, and you do need to quarantine, because due to the test not being effective and efficient at this point, yes, it could be a false negative just as much as it can be a false positive. But because of the symptoms, that's what you're quarantining for, these symptoms.
All right, let me say this. You go in for your job, you get a TB test, you test positive. Okay? They do a chest x-ray. Nothing there, no TB. You've been exposed, but you don't have it. Mm-hmm. How many people are testing positive because they're required to because of their job? My mother gets tested once a week. Symptoms or not.
Should.
Well, I'll tell you something. Our students, if they have symptoms, because every Monday, parents are required to turn in a form from the previous week of whether or not the kids have had symptoms. Okay.
But you get a positive test. Does that mean you've been exposed, or does that mean you have it?
Hold on, let me finish the rest of this. But they say that if you have symptoms of COVID, the school is not requiring you to go get tested. So if you just want to quarantine for 14 days, you can, and then you come back to school.
See, and there's nothing wrong with that. Because
you have to quarantine if you have more than one symptom.
Right. And there's nothing wrong with that, because there's so many cases that are not, deadly or horrible.
Well, parents are tripping out, because if a parent's not required to take that student to have a positive negative test.
Did anybody hear me say that TB was exactly the same as COVID?
No.
I don't think it's exactly the same.
It's not at all. Oh.
Okay, just checking. Want to make sure I wasn't crazy.
I mean, these are two different entities,
Yeah,
right?
But it is
And
respiratorily
one of the things that my brother's been really irritated about is that people don't understand that, like, this is an argument that I got into with my best friend Sunday as well when we were talking about COVID. She was like, well, the flu, and we don't get flu vaccines. I was like, yeah, I mean, my brother's even said some of those, that's kind of pointless. But with COVID, I will be first in line to get a vaccine.
Not
Bet your ass. But here's the thing. COVID is much different than, let's say, the flu, which is what everybody likes to compare it to. And the reason why is because the long-term effects of COVID on your body have not had enough time for the scientific data and everything to come through. But there are long-lasting effects on your major organs, your heart, your kidney, your liver, as well as your lungs.
The whole truth, I'm glad you think it's hysterical about the numbers in New York City. I'm absolutely not denying them. I'm absolutely as pissed off as a human being can get that the governor of that state demanded that patients were returned to nursing homes. You have no idea how pissed off I am about that.
We only had 50,000 beds.
He had a ship sitting in the port that he could have sent those people to, that was provided by the president of this country, who did nothing to help with this virus. You remember him? And not one bed was filled on that ship. So yeah, I'm glad it's hysterical that we're.
That was like every governor who has done that, I'd like to smack them. Every governor that has sent COVID patients to nursing homes, I would like to literally smack them.
And see, and that's the thing again, talking about how
don't count.
You've got the younger generation that's like, yeah, go ahead, let's go ahead, let's let all the older people die from this. They're gonna die soon anyway.
Yeah, and then you get people.
That's heartbreaking to me, because you know what, my dad's in that older generation. He's in that vulnerable category. So you're basically telling me that my father doesn't matter to me and my family. That breaks my heart if that's how people think.
Every family member, there's a veterans home. I think it's in.
Here's a dangerous blanket statement for you. Here's a dangerous blanket statement for you. So every country in the world is wrong and Trump is right. Okay.
What?
No, nobody said Trump was right about anything. He's not a scientist. I don't know if you've checked his CV, but I don't think he's taken too many science courses.
He can only do what his advisors are telling him.
Well, he didn't have to deny it.
Well, but here's the thing: being a president of the United States, you don't have to be a scientist and this, that, and the other. Like, you don't have to be everything in the entire world to make the decisions. That's why you have advisors, And it's actually those people that it falls on more so than the president. They're telling the president what to do. He's following what they're saying.
Anybody remember Ebola?
No, because I was born in the 80s.
Oh, I do.
Yeah. Okay.
No, we had Ebola just recently.
2000. Yeah.
I remember. It's horrible, heartbreaking.
It was, and it is. It's a horrible, nasty disease. Matter of fact, that's where they developed remdesivir. And some American nurses and doctors contracted it in China. Jesus, in Africa.
Nice.
I got Chinese on the brain. Contracted it, and they brought them home. And it was like they would put one on a plane and fly them back because it's so contagious.
Kimberly, I will. She's saying that some of the masks say that they are not protection from COVID on the label box. Some of them say not for medical use.
Yeah.
And people are wearing them.
Where a lot of those are made.
And I have been saying that it is a responsibility of this little man who's supposed to be the leading expert on communicable disease is not telling the public.
He won't. Trump won't let him even talk anymore. So
good.
I agree. Because where was he? Okay, where was he? Back in February, telling people who should have been educating back then?
Ebola.
They're telling, but here's a group of people on the side saying he needs to listen to the scientists. He did. We all listened to the scientists. They said, go put on a mask. What kind of mask? You're the leader here. You're the one directing this country, appointed by the president to stand up here, and he didn't do shit.
Cut off a portion of your T-shirt and put it on your face.
Yeah.
No, that would have even been better than what we did.
But again, that's viral load.
It doesn't, no, because it gives a false sense of security to go out there and breathe freely with your little mask on that's like trying to kill mosquitoes with a spray through a chain link fence. It's not effective as it should be. And people get a false sense of security, go out into the public and keep spreading it. It was his responsibility to say what kind, for how long, how does it need to fit, where do we need to buy them? That was his responsibility, not Trump's. You're saying follow the scientists.
God, Trump is the president of the United States.
He does not have the scientific. You can't have it both ways. You cannot have it.
Held one of his famous press conferences and said to the American people, okay, this is coming. This is happening in China. This is coming. We don't know what to do yet. But he was able to tell Bob Woodward in a tape in February that this is bad and it spreads through the air. He knew it.
And he did not want to panic the people, which was his responsibility to not panic them.
Can y'all still hear me? Okay, good. I'm here.
And then, yes, you are. And furthermore, the first thing he did was try to keep people from coming from China, and they called him bigots. Nancy Pelosi stood out in the streets in Chinatown. Come on over. You don't need a mask. It's fine.
He still did it, so. But he didn't do it till about 40-some thousand got here.
So he should know the science. He should be a businessman, a scientist, a lawyer, a baker, a butcher. He should know it all.
That's what I was saying. If we're going to start holding presidents accountable for everything that goes on, then we've got to change the requirements to be the president of the United States.
The only thing that I hold President Trump in the COVID debacle that it has become, the only thing I hold him responsible for is not firing Fauci a month in, because he was not protecting the American public. It is the president's responsibility to surround himself by people who are the top of the top, and he did not.
Listening to him. Even Deborah Birx is better than this Atlas dude. You need to do something.
I haven't seen Atlas not one time. I've seen Fauci every single time, and the little short blonde-headed lady. I don't even know her name.
We have a lady who is a professor at one of our biggest universities here in town that's an epidemiologist. She has a Facebook page, right? Mm-hmm. And she breaks everything down where you can understand it. Like, she dumbs it down, okay? Mm-hmm. And I follow her and everything that she has to say about COVID because she is an epidemiologist.
Thank you.
Everything that she's saying makes sense. She busts down the 10 biggest myths on her own before people started, picking up on this stuff and writing it out. I've been following her since 2 weeks after spring break. Mm-hmm. And that's where I go to get my information from. I don't listen to anything that Dr. Fauci has to say. And then on top of that, I have a research scientist as a brother. So up until his publications are published, I don't know anything.
You listened to me on COVID. I was very careful about the things that I said.
Absolutely. I think you did very, very well with that.
Very careful. And the one thing that I wanted to say 1,000 times, this is the United States of America. We're not the United States of dumbasses. If our president, and I don't care who it would have been, it could have been anybody, would have turned around when he got those reports and said, okay, folks, something's coming. Something's coming. We need to get ready. It's spread in the air. We know he knows it because it came out of his mouth on tape to Bob Woodward, and he's never denied it. He knew it in February. But he was still telling people, oh, this is going to go away. We got 14 cases going to go away. Don't let them off the cruise ship because that raises our numbers. Don't test because if you test, that raises our numbers. He was still telling people that. Then he said, oh, this is going to be over by Easter.
No. That is factually incorrect. He did not want people getting tested on that cruise ship because at that point, those tests had a very, very low rate of positive. Like they weren't good at all.
Cruise ship.
So you're right. He didn't want those people tested, but it had nothing to do with I guess with the numbers and all the false negatives that were coming out.
He didn't want them off the cruise.
He didn't want those false numbers to come out, and then all these people, because the testing wasn't very effective nor efficient at that time. He didn't want those people coming out because the numbers
But
would
what
say
we
that there was
have-
all these false cases, right? And then
Right.
he'd have to answer for a bunch of shit that's not his problem, right?
And I'm not saying that. I said that's what
it's scientific. It's
leave them off
scientists.
the ship, because if they got off the ship, he had to add them to the country's numbers at the time.
And I distinctly remember
But
Fauci
listen,
making the
but that's what I'm
comment
trying
that
to
summer
say,
was
that
coming.
The testing wasn't there yet.
But you got to remember something, and Mandy Bell said this very clearly. Mandy Bell was 100% right. This is new. They have never.
Why? But then why was it okay for Fauci to come out and say it's a virus, guys? Come summertime, we're in good shape. And then he turns around and says, "Oops, nope, made a mistake."
We
So
didn't know
Fauci
yet.
can make a mistake, but
We
Trump
didn't know
can't.
yet. Listen, you have to
They did
remember.
not know.
You have to remember.
I understand that,
Every
but is it
other
not?
country,
Here's
hold
my
on, every
problem.
other country would allow our CDC to put their feet on the ground when another country had an outbreak. Okay.
Right.
We were allowed into that country. Our CDC was allowed into that country to collect data to see how it would affect our country and to also help. China did not allow us to have
and they
our
lied
CDC step
horribly.
foot over there. Exactly. So there was nothing that he could do. What was he supposed to do? Let's look at it on the other side of it. Let's say that they went to the extreme with this, right? Because they're like, oh, it's a new virus. Everyone freak the fuck out. Wear masks, stay at home. Don't buy groceries. Start growing your own shit, you know? What if it would have been that extreme?
But why isn't?
But wait, but what if this wouldn't have been a big deal? Then you're answering for that. So at this point, all that he could do, and trust me, I don't like Fauci, but all he could do at that point was what they knew, which was nothing.
Nothing.
Okay, hold on. He is the one that came out and said, guys, listen, summers typically are a great thing. The heat kills off this virus. We should be round in the corner come summer. The man said that. I believed it because that's tradition.
Because normally viruses are, normally when
they do die down.
Yeah, normally when they do die down. That is
not
data from several different viruses.
Can I
several
finish?
different illnesses.
Guess not.
Well, no, I'm just trying to say, and I'm just trying to say that because China did not allow our CDC to go over there and collect data, Fauci could only go off of things that have been experienced. You know what I mean? And I'm not a proponent for him at all. Because once he started getting the data, he didn't make the right decisions either. And I'm there with you 100% on that. You know what I mean? Like at first there wasn't a lot of data. Now that there is, he's not making the right decisions.
They assumed wrongly that like the H1N1 or any other, quote, normal flu, that when the weather would get warm, it would die down. It did not, because it's not a normal virus. It's not SARS and it's not MERS. It's not a normal virus. Now what you've got coming and why your numbers are going to suddenly explode with sick people, not necessarily COVID, I don't believe, but with sick people, is you've got H1N1, your normal cold, your seasonal allergies, and COVID. You know what I mean?
And symptoms of COVID are symptoms of the flu.
Exactly.
So as soon as your kid gets sneezy and has a little bit of a scratchy throat, guess what? You can't send them to school. And let me find out that you're one of those moms that's sending that kid to school after they ripped away distance learning, because I'm going to come find you.
Because we never flattened the curve.
No, we have not flattened the curve. We haven't even reached the apex.
And we could have, but we didn't.
We are on a slow incline to the apex.
And and that's why we're not even in a second wave yet here.
Exactly. Here's the thing. In Texas, right, our flu season goes from October to the end of May. And the reason why it does is because we're kind of late into our winter. And like in April, one day it'll be 78 degrees. And for the next week, it'll be in the 40s. Mm-hmm. And then, the early part of May, the first week of May, it might be in the high 70s. And then the second week of May, it's in the 50s. So our flu season is actually longer than most people's. Mm-hmm. I didn't know that until my family doctor that sees all of us explained that to me.
Yeah.
When I first had my son, he was like, stay home with him. You don't need to take him to the gym to watch basketball. No, you don't need to take him out around people that have the flu right now. So guess what? My ass stayed home from October to the end of May with my baby.
Well, back in the old days, you didn't leave the house with your baby for 6 weeks.
Well, yeah, I mean, even with my firstborn, I didn't leave for the first 6 weeks either, but my doctor didn't tell me what this one did, which was that in the state of Texas, our flu season is from October all the way to the end of May. So the best thing for me to do was just to stay home with him. So I did.
Yeah.
So that's why I've told people I've been practicing social distancing since 2017.
Plus, yeah, there you go. Plus, you've got to add in here something about Americans. We're just naturally independent, damn it.
Yeah, misdemeanor. She's very independent. I love listening to her. Even when we didn't agree, I would pop into Carla sometime to see what everybody's talking about. And she's a very, very smart woman. She is someone, much like you, Marcia, much like Carla, my elders, that I do look for real life discussions and their opinions. And I feel like they are very much an asset to my generation and the younger generations.
Yeah.
So I didn't mean to cut you off, misdemeanor. I just
no, you're fine. I went
got a little passionate.
She was in the bathroom.
I love
I went still come ride horses with me when I win the lottery.
You better let me come ride horses. You better buy me a horse. Palomino quarter horse would be just fine. I'll put in my order.
Me too.
Gelding. Need a gelding. No mares.
Yes,
this
geldings are the best.
alone proves how independent we are, and the chat. I just now flipped over there.
I've met some of the coolest people on YouTube.
Me too.
They're smart, meaning this group all right here. Chat, panel, everybody. Yeah. They're intelligent. They're hungry to learn.
Right.
And you just really cool people. And devastatingly gorgeous as well.
This is the kind of drama I enjoy.
I like this drama. I could do this drama all day, every day.
This is based off of factual research that people can have, their own informed opinions on.
Right.
I am a proponent of informed opinions, and that
you can make
with
changes.
Factual. Yes,
you can
and
say,
factual.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Factual things, yeah. Factual
and also, evidence. People with a lot of money who don't live anywhere near us get all the blame.
Mandy, the glamorous life says, Mandy, I wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed listening to you this AM. I judged people on my own and only saw a couple of lives of yours, but it was drama. I really think you are smart with a great personality.
She is.
Thank you, the glamorous life.
And I like intelligent discussions too. Do we have fun and get silly on here a lot? Yeah, we do. But
no, True Helper, you're brilliant, but everything is your fault because you probably have more money than me and you don't live near me. So it's all your fault.
He knows it's his fault. He accepts that.
No, this isn't drama though. This is an intelligent debate.
But it is kind of dramatic a little bit.
Well, it gets heated. That's when I mute and I just
people got with
in the chat.
I do definitely. I have to read this one that Austin James said. So in everything, Trump is right and everyone else in the world is wrong. After all, 23 bankrupt companies must be somebody else's fault. Now, in a business, you take a risk anytime you open and operate a business.
Oh my God.
But to still be standing and not be bankrupt as a whole. Like all
and worth, I don't know, several billion. Okay, there's that. And let me just say this. My father died a multimillionaire, okay? He went bankrupt, I don't know how many times in his career.
Well, then why don't you have a horse farm?
Yeah.
I used to.
Where's your guilt?
Then I had kids and moved. And there's that and other bills and responsibilities.
The kids.
Yeah.
It's always their
assholes.
fault.
It is.
But yeah, no, so you can't go by that. And let me tell you this too. I'm going to tell you something about his taxes too for just a minute before somebody smart brings that shit up. First of all, my dad paid a shit ton of taxes, but let me tell you, he paid people a small fortune to find every single loophole he could possibly find to not pay them. And you'd be a raving moron not to do it.
No, but
that is true.
Pay $750 to the United States, and the same year pay $188,000 to China. Just saying.
Who paid money to China?
Trump, with the Chinese bank account that he had.
At least he was paying them, and they weren't paying him and his son,
and not us.
And he was sitting in the White House when they did it.
Ooh,
not us.
So there's that. you know.
Oop, there it is.
No. I'm gonna take that. Whoop, there it is back. He paid $750 his first year of presidency to the United States and to the IRS.
Well,
Right.
you know, we
Which-
pay a financial advisor to do our taxes.
Right.
I'm not going to talk about how much we pay in, but
He also had a Chinese bank account that he did not reveal.
Let's talk about that because he answered that question during the debate. I don't know if you missed it.
I heard everything he said.
He opened that bank account in
I missed it.
2015 before he declared that he was running for office. That business deal fell through, and he was declaring his intention to run for office. He closed the bank account.
Guess where he didn't close it
Yeah, he did.
until after he paid China $188,000. Here's
oh,
the
that's
problem,
chump
though.
change.
And that's also private business dealings. That's not the
Here
U.S.
we go.
government.
That's true. Those are private. That's private.
He
Yeah, you got to
didn't
separate
file
that.
it on his financial disclosure forms. I swear to God, when this is over, either way, 4 years from now,
Listen, your private dealings versus your presidential dealings are two
No,
totally different things.
no,
I mean, listen, I
financial-
was not all for Clinton being, you know, this whole impeachment happening because he had some private dealings underneath the Oval Office desk.
Exactly. Even though it was my house.
Yeah.
And I
that
don't like
paid
Clinton.
for.
Just
Yeah.
saying.
But here's the deal about this financial disclosure form. It just doesn't go from the day he's elected until whenever. They back it up because they have to be sure you're not compromised in any fashion to any
Samara's comment for the win.
or company or country.
How much money does Trump make as president?
$1.
$1. He donates it all.
That's right.
Boom.
He's not the first one.
How much money?
President
How much
putting
money?
his own money back into our government systems or economy.
How much money did he take from the RNC to run for the office?
I don't know. All
He
I know is
paid
they're paying for his ads
until he was nominated as the
I don't know.
nominee for president. He funded his own campaign.
And I don't, and not good. He should have.
He didn't take PAC money from anybody. No, but he took his own money out of his wallet.
I don't
Because
care.
he is not motivated by money for political agenda.
No, he's not. He's motivated by power. He's
Good
not-
morning, true helper.
Well, listen, I'll take a businessman's mentality any day over someone that's
That's why I
money hungry
voted
and will
for him.
sell their soul and their morals.
That's why I voted for him.
You know, any day of the week. That's what I'm telling you. Our country, we are the future of my children's generation is the most at stake right now for their future.
But I'm not.
And until we all start realizing that political agendas are fueled by money, and that means there's a lot of greed, that means that there's a lot of loopholes in our own moral codes as a society.
Yes.
Amen.
We're going to be in trouble. My kids are going to be in trouble. And I've got two kids from two different generations, basically.
Well, while
They're
we're
10
on the
years
top-
apart.
While we're talking about income, let's see. Where did Biden work for the last 47 years?
Well, not the whole time was he in
His
the
mother's
government.
basement.
Well, he was in the government. And let's see what exactly would his work product be?
47 years.
But
Oh
what
my God, I can't believe you believe the commercials.
but what would
Hey,
his
wait,
work
hold on.
product be?
Who's he trying to pull in for his VP?
Right. Let's talk about her for a minute.
Yeah,
Well,
let's talk about that. Let's talk about that just for a second. You
I don't
got a
have any-
man that can't even stay on task and talks about some of the most random shit
I don't
ever.
know. I'm not sitting here insulting
Hold on,
Trump.
I'm gonna
No.
tell you something real quick. Eventually, if he gets into office, here's what I see that happens. Suddenly, there's going to be an announcement that his mental facilities are not working very well anymore, and guess what? He's going to have to step down because of that, and that VP is going to move up.
Do you know what I have said for 4 years since I decided what Trump really was after I made that mistake? I had prayed that he wouldn't die in office. So when people start talking about presidents dying in office, that bothers me.
He's healthy as a horse.
And let me say this too. I find it highly ironic,
For
highly
his
ironic
age, yeah.
that you have a Supreme Court justice who has had cancer and treatments, chemo, over the last decade. Not once were her mental faculties ever questioned. Not one time.
I think that-
Hold on, I'm not finished.
I'm agreeing with
President Trump is tested positive with COVID. His doctors, I'm quite sure, used a freaking pulse oximeter on his finger to get his freaking oxygen level at his age, his weight, and read it at 93. Stuck 2 liters O2 nasal cannula up his nose.
You know,
And people start questioning. Hold on, people start questioning his mental faculties.
Yep.
That is fucking insulting.
But nobody's questioning
Did you
Biden.
know who he called to find out if they were treating him correctly?
You're totally missing my point. Completely missing my point.
I don't think.
Actually, I do.
Yeah, he's kind of hot, isn't he? Pretty good looking.
I don't think.
I wanted to see if he'd be my gynecologist, but I'm just saying.
I don't think that Supreme Court justices should be on there for life. I do not.
Well, that one went past her life, if you want my honest
100
opinion.
times.
But the whole point of everything is, how do we have the Democratic nominee, running for the president, who can't even keep a freaking thought straight?
He doesn't even know what office he's running for or what city's in half the time. Ruth is sitting in the freaking address to the nation, sleeping.
This is to get his VP as president as soon as he terms in.
Amen.
I'm just saying. And if you're not looking at who he's trying to pull in as his VP and what her agenda is,
So I'll sit here.
woo-wee.
Y'all have fun with that, because I think that's wrong.
But
No, I think you're wrong. I'm just going to sit here. Y'all talk about it.
No, I'm being honest.
I am too.
I am too.
That is.
It might not be something that's pleasant to hear, but
people talk about.
It's not pleasant to say. I'm not making. I'm not making fun of him, but I do foresee.
People get upset that Trump isn't being respected, right?
No. But see, my issue is not about that. My issue is that there is an agenda for that party, and it's not to keep Biden in office for 4 years. I can tell you what,
Trump in there.
If he makes it as president within 8 months after his inauguration, so he's going to finally admit that he has something going on, with his mental facilities up there. And he's going to have to he's not going to be able to run our country. So his VP is going to step up, and then she's going to pull in who she wants to be a VP, right? That's right there. So do you agree with everything that she wants to do, what her views are for the country?
Let me say this.
She wasn't very well liked. So they had to get someone who would carry her with them, who is liked by the Democrats. That's all I'm trying to point out. That was my only point.
What's your take, True Helper?
I think it's all a crapshoot one way or another.
What I'm upset about right now is that people, and I'm going to say this and then I'm going to let y'all talk because I've got to go. But anyway, people have demanded that, some people say Trump doesn't get any respect. He doesn't get the respect. And I agree that people have, and I have even spoke of him disrespectfully at times, that he is still the president of the United States. And so his office deserves a certain amount of respect. And Biden is running for that office. Should he win tonight or tomorrow, he deserves that same amount of respect.
But
I don't think what Biden's little trip ups in his sentences is as bad as standing in a news conference saying, "Can't we figure out a way to get bleach in people?" So there's that.
Sorry, say that again.
Trump, in one of his press conferences, said that he turned around. He said, "Isn't there a way, we can kind of like get bleach in people, secure this?"
Yeah, that was all a spoof. And that light treatment, by the way, that's a legitimate deal.
It is a legitimate
that Google and all them tried everything in their power to shut that down. But it was an actual treatment process that was worked up by a company that YouTube, Google, and all of them shut down because it showed promising. It was a light rod that goes down the esophageal passage. And it emits an ultraviolet pulse that is actually known to kill bacteria and virus.
Almost every lab in the world, right, that deals with pathogens, when they shut down, they at least shut down every 24 hours and do ultraviolet light to clean.
Exactly. So that part was true. And I
saying that all the time because I know that works.
love him or hate him as president and as a businessman myself, I can tell you that man has done more for this country in the past 4 years than any other president that I ever remembered. And I was ready to vote for the Ross Perot ticket. I was ready for that. I really was, because I had it in my mind. A businessman, it takes a businessman to run a business, in the United States at her core is now a business.
We are
And
all
that's how
each
we thrive.
individual
Another
enterprises.
thing he can't handle that gets me is the empathy.
As a
Well,
businessman, you can't have empathy. I'm sorry, you can't.
But you have to.
It's-
Ronald
No,
Reagan,
here is the standing motto
Do you
of
know
every
who Ronald
successful
Reagan is?
businessman. It's business, baby. It's nothing personal.
the-
That is
I'm
the standing
telling-
motto of every single successful businessman or
Right.
woman.
But I
Right.
was telling Ms. Demeanor this last night. The Ronald Reagan, his landslide win was every single state except Minnesota, and that was I wanted against Mondale, who would have voted for him. But anyway, Ronald Reagan was an actor, granted, but
Mhm.
Ronald Reagan is also one of our best presidents. And when the Challenger went down and he read that little poem, that did more to bring America together than this man has done in 4 years.
You know,
He had his chance at Charlottesville.
You know what? That actually right there, Marsha, that's a lie. If you go back and you read or listen to that clip, he clearly denounced the Nazis, the white supremacists and all that. But the lamestream media has done everything in their power to keep playing the same obviously edited clip. And even Stephen Crowder did a clip on this the other night. And every single person that he showed it to, by the time the truth gets to these people that have digested the original information from networks like CNN and all them, then it's too late, because then their mind's made up and they just think that he's clearly this, that, and the third. He's an evil guy and all that. Let me tell you, in Philadelphia alone, we've had more Black communities rebuilt under this man's leadership, and we've had more things that have reopened. And as a businessman myself, he has cut through more red tape and all that the Obama administration sat back and put into play for 8 choking, destructive years that I can ever remember. And just right off the top of my head, he's created 4 million jobs since he's been elected. More Americans now are employed now than ever before in recorded history.
Since COVID. Anyway,
Yep.
what I was going to say, I didn't get to finish about Charlottesville. I didn't say what he said was wrong, did I? No, I didn't get to finish it. I'm saying he could have took that one moment and at least faked some empathy. He did not.
I don't know if we were watching the same thing, but I saw a man up there that
I
said that there
watched
were
it. I was in the floor.
good people on both sides. He openly said that. But again, you already had the mainstream. Look, I know a lot of people don't understand about what I'm about to say, but when you have a constant media biased presence that keeps on telling you this is bad, 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 and then all of a sudden you get a good moment, then the people are going to think this is bad too. And that's
It's called controlled opposition.
4 years.
Do this, but I didn't have to go. My husband's staring at me. He's standing here with one hand on his belt, looking at me.
uh-oh. What does he want?
Because I just got a command order. Let's go.
Whoop, whoop.
Hey, Ms. Demeanor, I love it. I
I
love
love
it.
you too. And we need to get together and do this more often.
Michelle, you too.
Between the next 4 years. It's
Me too,
it's
Marcia.
things like this.
Y'all get to listen to me for 4 years, maybe.
I think this goes farther to heal divide in this country than any one man in any office.
Yes.
I really do.
Mhm.
I'm coming. Okay, I've got to go.
Okay, honey. Love
Okay,
you.
enjoy your day.
Okay, Carla, thank you. Chat, sorry. Thank you.
Carla's napping. She's crocheting.
Oh,
She's crocheting her cat hats. I keep telling her. I used to tell her, start that Etsy shop, start making hats, little
Mhm.
knitted hats for cats where their little ears poke out.
there you
That
go.
would be cute.
And let's remember this. This is the United States of America. Many countries, like we've said before, you could not do this. Okay.
That's right.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye,
Marsha,
Marcia.
Have a good night.
I hope you didn't feel blindsided.
No,
Bullied.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I love it.
I was staying impartial, just listening.
I
and
have
talking.
too much respect for my elders to come up here and bully
I
Marcia.
enjoyed every
Just
session.
remember that I'm your elder.
You know, if one more person texts me to tell me where the polls are at, like I have not lived here, really, stop it. I know where y'all leave me alone, people. I'm gonna vote. Chill. I vote on the day of. Traditionally,
Yeah, I'm not going until after my husband gets home.
Mm-hmm. My husband
So then I
cheated
can
on me.
leave my
He
kids
went
at
and
home.
voted without me.
Oh, dang. That ain't good.
No, I'm not speaking to him. It
Mine
was like
got
a
up and was
date.
there right when the polls opened, and then he brought us home donuts.
See, that's what mine should have done. Did he? No. He just ran and voted one day.
Yeah, we've
Oh.
already voted. We're going down in Philly though later on to help protect the voting stations because we've got word that some of the dummies running around, the social justice warriors and all the idiots that believe anything the mainstream puts out are going to try to cause some issues. So we're going to shut that shit down.
That don't happen down here in the great state of Texas because we all armed and
Sure
dangerous
doesn't.
down here.
That's right.
We
Red
shoot
all the
your
way.
ass.
Red all the way. It's a shame that we have such a limp, no, I'll be nice,
Mhm.
type of governor
Noodle.
in office
Noodle.
that we've already sued him once and we're going to sue him again. We've already got 4 counties that were able to break free of his tyrannical rule, which of course they immediately appealed. But we're looking to get Berks and Bucks County in there next. And
Do you have a half a second to cover the stuff about the stimulus bill and what exactly was said about why the Senate did not want to pass the proposed bill that Nancy Pelosi handed them worth a couple of $1 trillion?
Oh, absolutely. It's a no-brainer to me. You know, it's just like with the first rounds of these stimulus packages that came out. You know, the demon rats have sat back and they have porked the absolute hell out of these bills. You have had things from new emission standards and mandates. You've had airlines to adhere to greenhouse gas statistics, student loan forgiveness, report government or corporate pay. It's insane the sheer amount of pork that they try to add and throw in there. And people got to remember this. When a stimulus bill is passed, you can't take that back. So any little secret hidden agendas that are in there, they also stick. So if they have a handful of new statutes or laws they want to try to, sneak in there, guess what? You're stuck with it. So as far as I'm concerned, it sucks. Now, and let me say this too, okay? And I've turned more Democrats with what I'm about to say, okay? Because I've told them, I've encouraged them to go do your own research. Don't believe me. I don't want anybody believing me.
Right.
Do your own due diligence and you will see the truth. It's all there.
Are you from the truther community?
Is that when they had originally, they come up with some of these stimulus packages and all that, every single time the Democrats have drugged their feet because they wanted all this Green New Deal crap and everything else thrown in there. And again, it's not me. Do your research. You'll find out. And then the last round, okay, tell me why Pelosi let the people, let her peoples go home and everybody's sitting around eating their $1,000 gelatos and everything else while the American people are starving and literally robbing each other just to gain sustenance in some way. It's disgusting. That is truly a deplorable act.
True helper, when I asked you if you were from the truther community, I didn't mean that as like a dig at you, because one of my friends is, and that's what she always tells me. Do your own individual, independent research. You come to your own conclusions and, fact-based opinions before you and I will discuss this. I don't want to tell you my views and taint you. I want you to go and do it yourself. That's why I asked you, because you reminded me a lot of her case models.
Yeah. And you know,
Austin says, I hate it when discussions turn into personal attacks. All that does is kill debate and makes hate spread.
Right.
Everyone against you seem to be satanic. You're not allowed to say something else.
That's true. That's true. It does often, slide down that slope.
Well,
Morning,
because
Mr. Jackson.
people get emotionally triggered. And so that does tend to make people say things out of anger or from their emotions. But the thing that you have to do if you feel like you're being silenced.
Hey, good morning, Kyle. How you doing, hon?
Keep saying it. You keep sticking to your guns on what
Good.
you believe.
How are you?
Right. Hi, Mr. Jackson.
Hey, Mandy. Helper, how y'all doing, Miss D?
Good.
Hello.
How are you, hon?
Good. How are you?
Hey, it's
Oh,
nice to
I'm
meet
doing
you.
amazing. I just thought just come by, say,
Oh, I can't hear him.
hey. Yeah, I just thought just before I head out, just stop by, say hi, and hope all y'all having a wonderful morning.
You too, hon. Did you vote?
That's so sweet.
Appreciate
I went and voted last
Thank you for
Tuesday.
popping up.
Good job. Good job.
I went and voted in person. I didn't do the mail-in ballots.
Yeah.
Good. God bless you.
Hey,
God bless you.
oh, you're welcome. Hey, just it's something I've been wanting to say about all this. Yeah, I don't blame y'all for voting for Trump, and I give y'all my main reasons why I actually felt why I voted for Trump.
Uh-huh.
Y'all talk about the China business deals. Every businessman does that.
Yes.
Exactly.
That is true. You're
Mhm.
talking about the 720. It was over millions of dollars. That was just a tax fee that he paid to pay in his taxes in advance.
That's right. And if you make a significant amount of money, you'll know that most people that are in business and make good money pay quarterly estimated taxes. And he did that in the millions.
And not only that, who doesn't want to pay more taxes? Even my dad, and one of y'all said y'all did the same thing. You know, when my dad used to file his taxes and just sit there, well, I bought this, I bought that.
Right.
Mhm.
Come on. And we know our taxes go to Washington, and all they do is use it for their own little drug habits, their prostitutions and whatnot.
And going to islands.
Going,
Amen.
exactly. What we paying for that? We paying for their habits.
Right. Right. The alcohol that Pelosi drinks on her way
Yeah.
to San Francisco.
Exactly. See, what really frustrates me is I never voted until Trump, is because I just like a guy who is he's like me in some ways, arrogant, and he tells the truth the way it is.
Exactly.
And
God bless.
my dad always sit there and said when I was a little kid, and I never understood until I got older, that anybody file bankruptcy 2 or 3 times and still make millions of dollars off of it got to
That's
be a
right.
genius.
That's right.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Sometimes,
He's not perfect.
And sometimes businessmen get themselves into situations to have to file bankruptcy for tax reasons.
Exactly.
Or just a
gonna put that out
bad
there.
business, deal that goes wrong, and you think that it's going to do something great, and it doesn't. I mean,
Right. Mhm.
that happens so much because, like I said, you can't foresee the future. you know?
Exactly.
In many situations, too, these billionaires and millionaires actually have full, huge tax teams that end up
Oh, yeah.
making these types of decisions for them anyway. So usually they just come along and say, here's what we got to do, here's why we got to do it, and here's how we're going to do it. And they usually say, okay, go ahead. It's not like Trump sits there with a 1040 EZ and
No.
floats the stuff out. It doesn't happen.
Right?
And as far as that whole taxation thing, do you know that good old Rachel Madcow,
Mail you white.
she sat there, had this huge countdown, and when she sat there and read it off, he ended up paying like between 38 some odd million dollars in taxes. And
Exactly.
boy, the stupid ass look on her face, I was laughing my butt off. They were
I thought that was funny.
for like 2 days straight. Oh, here's the goods. We got the goods on him, y'all. Oh,
Right.
yeah, okay. It was such a, it was priceless. It really
Yeah,
was.
as my father would say, it was a big Zippola, right? We actually retained my dad's tax team 20 years after he was gone. Because we needed people to manage that. There was investment properties and other investments, and I could not. I am not a mathematician. Don't know why I have a science degree. Baffles my mind. But I do love statistics. But I couldn't do it. I don't think Trump could do it. As he's business minded. That doesn't mean he knows everything about taxes and math and COVID and I don't know why rivers run backwards and shit like that. I
Hey,
don't
what do y'all
expect him
feel
to.
about COVID?
Oh Lord.
I think it's being politicized. I really do.
How do I feel about COVID? I have stayed home since March 3rd with 2 small children. That's how I feel about COVID.
Okay.
I think that it is actually it is a virus. It is a novel virus. I think it's dangerous, and I think it's being politicized. And I think that we're being lied to a lot.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Guys, y'all been saying the same thing what I've been saying and what I get into it with people over Facebook. I feel like it's a political joke.
Mm-hmm.
It is a virus. People have got sickened of it. And you have seen, True Helper, what you said, you do your independently research and you go listen to both sides.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Always. That's how I find I learn the most. You can't do an echo chamber.
How many doctors came out and said that there has been doctors just killed people on purpose just to make money because they're getting about 20, 30, 40, 50,000 just to put COVID on the death certificate?
Now, I've not heard that.
I haven't either.
Now that direct line, I've actually heard it used in some rooms, some forums. But a fact is what they really are doing is they're taking legitimized, diagnosed cases, people that have had severe cancer, severe emphysema, and things like that, and they turn them around and they mark them up as COVID. And I always come back with people that try to they downplay this and say, "Oh no, it's just how Trump handled it." First of all, people got to remember too, the states have the final; they are the end all be all say.
That's right.
Wait,
Okay.
wait a
Exactly.
minute. Wait a minute.
The recommended
So
in the federal mandates.
COVID is listed on their death certificate, right?
Correct.
So,
Yep.
for instance, whenever, unfortunately, both of my grandmothers passed away from sepsis, there's several different reasons listed on their death certificate.
Comorbidities, yes.
They're comorbid,
Right.
but the
So
main cause of
wouldn't
death is
be
COVID.
so they're saying the main cause was COVID, not
You
Yeah.
can have end-stage heart
Comorbidity.
disease. You can have
Mhm.
end-stage heart disease and test positive for COVID, and the cause of death will be COVID for
Well-
$56,000 per patient.
Well, if we look at it this way too, so they had an underlying condition, correct? But COVID is actually what made them sick, got them in the hospital, and they died, right?
Not
Right.
necessarily.
But
They've
then,
had
I mean,
suicides. They've had suicides, Mandy, in Houston that
Yep.
cops have responded to, and it's clearly a suicide. When they got them back to the morgue, the doctor told them that it would be listed as COVID because they tested them after post-mortem and they
Yep.
tested positive for COVID. The only reason why the cop didn't, and this is a friend of mine, that he did not come forward is because the family would not get the benefit, life insurance benefit, if it was a suicide. But following that,
there's a
it was
2-year
case
clause
after
in
case.
the state of Texas for almost every single life
if a
insurance.
person is
suicide.
drunk, okay, if a person's drunk, they fall and hit their head on the curb and they die of a cerebral hemorrhage. If they take them back and they test them for COVID, COVID killed them because they wouldn't have fallen if they didn't have COVID. That's
Okay,
the
well, see,
rationale.
now that right there is a problem. But yeah, I
That's-
was just trying to figure out what the whole.
That's why the
I go back and think
CDC.
about my grandparent, both my grandmother's death certificates, because they both died from the same thing. It was sepsis caused from having mesh for their hernia that caused them to get infections.
Sepsis, right?
Yeah,
When Trump,
both
when
of
you
them.
heard Marcia talk about that, Trump took it out of the hands of the CDC and took it to Homeland Security or Health and Homeland, whatever it is, and gave it to them. And it's the first time that's ever been done. He's being shady. The reason he did it is because they were reporting 150 some odd thousand deaths that were COVID. Okay. And when they went back and were forced to review it, 6% of those were related to COVID. That meant that 9,000 people had died, not 150 plus.
Exactly.
And that's why he took it away from them.
This situation has been so bobbled since day one. Even in June, I believe it was the end of June, the CDC openly admitted that they believe they had the infection rate wrong by a factor of 10, which at that time we had over 2 million plus that supposedly were infected. That puts it at around 27 million. And when you do the division with this thinking, I think they caught it at 130,000 deaths at the time. That's a 0.0047% mortality rate. That's a
Less
far
than the
cry
regular flu.
5% rate that they had originally tried to make.
Yeah, but here's the main question, guys. It's something what people have to wake up and actually see. I know it's harsh, and some people really don't want to wake up and see it because it's like, OMG, our government is doing this. But my parents raised me up and believe this, and I do believe this. If the Democratic Party actually want to get rid of Trump, hey, it really shows that they actually killed John F. Kennedy. But why is the government? Why is the government actually doing this? What is that main agenda?
In my personal opinion, and this is just my opinion, and I have no facts to back it up. I just have a lot of suspect things that I've seen. I think that there is a real push to have a one world system where we have a one level health system. We have notice how we now have a coin shortage. Have you noticed that? They want you to use your card every time you go buy something. They won't give you change back. It's to push you to use a system of finances, a system of medicine, a system of government, and that we're all equal around the globe. There are a lot of us here that are pushing hard against that because that's not what we've ever wanted.
I thought the coin shortage actually had more to deal with the National Reserve wanting to
Well, you
keep
basically
all of
just said
that
it
for
just came out
later.
as communism. Is that why we came from the British and actually came and created America? Is get
Right.
away from that one way of being told how to live?
Right, getting away from Commonwealth, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And we were tired of being ruled by a tyrant.
Right.
So I'm having a hard time seeing why is Donald Trump is labeled as a tyrant then.
He's not.
Well, because he's not. And you know and this is the one takeaway, is that before 2015, everybody wanted to either be Donald Trump. They rapped about Donald Trump.
Yep.
Donald Trump was WWE, for crying out loud. With
Wanted to stay at Trump
in a
Tower.
freaking wrestling ring. And then that man was in every other community. The black administrations had given him awards for prosperity.
And now he's a bigot.
Humanitarianism.
Oh, please, truth. Thank you. Because look at all the charities that he done. Look what he did to the city. Look what he done for New York. That ice skating rink. It took New York 3.5 years, and they couldn't get it done. He went and got it done in 90 days for half the cost.
He said, "Move."
And look
Let
at
me
the
do
black
it.
colleges. The black colleges had to come back every year and ask for their stinking budget.
Yep.
And Trump said, "Well, why is that?" And they just said, "Well, that's because how Obama did it." And then he said, "Oh, no." And here he gave them the influx of their budgets for like 5 or 10 years. I can't
But they
remember.
came back the next year, and he's like, "Why are you back?"
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
because we always had to come back. He said,
I
I hate to give you that much money because I won't get to visit with you as much because you're not going to come back. You've got it for 10 years.
Hey, guys, all right, here's one other question. And y'all talk a lot about this, conspiracy theories and all this stuff, but I think there's more at stake besides the virus. They try to distract us for something. You look at big tech, you look at Facebook, YouTube, you look at everybody censoring. Who is that all run by? Hollywood. You look at all the celebrities like Tom Hanks who left the country. You look at what Hollywood with the Me Too movement. You look at everybody coming out speaking against what is wrong with Hollywood and how, like child trafficking, human sacrifice, and all that stuff. If people believe in it. Hell, if I'm not mistaken, Mel Gibson was talking about how evil that basically Hollywood has became. That's why
the new news reports that are coming out about Google and Facebook and Twitter and all of that how embedded they are with the Chinese and how much they're getting information from this country on the daily. And yet they want to talk about, he's in bed with the Russians.
Not just that. It's just you look all these far left liberals are mostly Democrats in Hollywood. And you see all this, like you look at the Epstein case goes with Hollywood, the big tech media, and goes into Washington D.C. My question for y'all guys, and me and my mom been sitting here and really research on this. I believe the child sex trafficking is way more bigger. And within our own federal government that everybody really wants to believe, and they're using all this COVID and Donald Trump to basically cover it all up because Donald Trump went after it and exposed them how corrupt they actually are.
Right. He was he wanted to drain the swamp, right? So that's something that I didn't really believe in until lately when I came to YouTube and I met Kay Smalls 2 years ago. She and I have had some of the most interesting discussions, and she has brought a lot of stuff to the forefront of my mind, preaching to me to use my own discernment, to do my own independent research, to stay woke, to realize what's going on for the fact that I have children, and their future can be impacted from these things that are being overlooked. But before I met Kay Smalls, I always felt like the liberals and Hollywood and stuff like that were trying to break down our social construct of moral behavior, and that we would start overlooking that because they would grow and grow and grow. And the more things that they got away with, disguising it under their liberal beliefs or whatever, was actually breaking down our moral code, our moral construct.
Mandy, this is how I truly feel, and I agree with you. You look why in the world with California, if you are accused of molesting kids, you get less time? Why would they do that? That's one question that I always wanted, because that's just You look at wildfires going on and whatnot, I can see why everybody wants to burn the state of California and why they actually want to get out. Two, I'm getting sidetracked because there's a lot I can say about all this. No, it really can't. It aches me because my worst fear is waking up that, heck, they'll let this stuff go on across the whole country is what they are wanting.
Well, one of the saddest things that I think came out of COVID, other than the deaths and the families being separated and all that kind of stuff, that hysteria that went with it, is the fact that you could go to church on Sunday and get arrested because you're congregating illegally.
Let the riots
But
go.
you can go riot.
Yep.
And burn buildings down. People that have worked all their lives to build, and it's gone in a matter of hours.
What I tell people, if you can riot, if you can go out and do all this other stuff, if you can go to work and wear a mask, go out and vote.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. If they'll let you go to your Walmart or your grocery store or anywhere else, then by all means. And that was one of the reasons why we won against our Governor Wolf here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, is because that scumbag deemed his own personal wood shop as essential while he closed every other place down, almost every mom and pop shop, less the corporate entities. And you know damn well they were lining his pocket.
And keep in mind, that is his governor, not his president.
Hey, let me tell you guys, I'm from Kentucky and we got Andy Bashir and the guy's a moron.
That's what I've heard.
But I do know your Attorney General personally, Mr. Cameron. He is an excellent individual.
Oh, is that the new guy?
Yes,
I'm in love with him.
No, I heard a lot of good things about the guy.
You know that he was on Trump's short list for Supreme Court, huh?
Amazing. Yes.
He's brilliant. Oh my God, I've got a big old crush on him.
Boy, how quickly he was called all kinds of names, like Uncle Tom and the
like. Oh yeah, step and fetch it.
He stuck with the law.
Hey, helper.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen on the news, and like my mom was sitting here showing me this when I woke up, that basically everybody's trying to run out Trump supporters on voting in Pennsylvania.
Now that's why we're going out and protecting the voting.
You better get off of here and go see them.
Oh, we already got people in place. I'm just kind of.
Well, my dad.
Being honest,
my dad did early voting.
Didn't show me that.
Mm-hmm.
My dad's in the vulnerable population who hasn't left his home since mid-March because he's in a wheelchair. He's had a widowmaker heart attack and he has a stent in his abdominal aorta. Okay.
Oh, damn.
So he hasn't left. But the only reason why he left his home.
Check each water. You are white.
To go vote. Yeah.
Government, Hollywood, and media, or just one. You are white. I've been saying that for years.
They run cover for each other all the time. Scumbag.
But that's because
the swamp is way deeper than what it is.
Yeah. There's some nasty behind the scenes going on across the planet.
Money is the source of all evil. I'm just saying.
Nope, the love of money.
Well, yeah, the love of money is the source of all evil. Yeah,
yep.
So I said that wrong. But, when you look at Hollywood, Hollywood, we all know that they're very, very wealthy individuals. Your 1%ers and your 0.5%ers, right?
Medicare
but those
paying
are the ones
doc
that
to
are running
put COVID on
everything in this country, the people that have the money. And then you get a president in there that's not even, that accepts $1.
Right. $1. That's it. That's what he gets paid. $1.
That's got that. I can't believe that in and of itself hasn't woke some people up.
And if it wasn't illegal for him not to take the $1, he wouldn't take it. He'd leave the $1 too. So there's that.
Hey, somebody here was talking about Ronald Reagan. What was y'all opinion of Ronald Reagan?
My father hated him. He was
way before my time.
He was a real staunch conservative, but for one reason, my father hated him, and that's because he took away the tax benefit from owning investment property. He bitched about that. Oh Lord, that's all I ever heard. But he loved him as a president. He really did.
When I think of Ronald Reagan, I look at he kicked out Russia out of Afghanistan, and we crippled their economy. Mm-hmm. He ended the Cold War.
Yeah, he did.
And you got to think about it. The government hated him for that. Just like how they hated Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter did a lot for the poor. Democrats want to get rid of him.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the same thing with and Clinton even followed up through with all the Iraqi stuff, Iran and Iraq and all that in the Middle East, and then Georgie comes in. Whew.
Hey, what?
Lord.
This is one thing that where I see where the trouble. You know, you might have a different opinion, but only reason why we got out of that debt is because we borrowed money from China.
Well, yeah, that's a big part of it.
And they bought a lot of our debt too. They own a
Yeah.
lot of buildings. They own a lot of real estate.
They
So,
own a lot of
Scary how
American
much
property.
so really, this
inside.
all goes back to the beginning of Clinton.
Yep, I agree.
Mhm.
It
And
does.
even before that, China has had us in their scopes for a very, very long time. I dare to say even way before World War II.
Probably.
I mean,
Probably.
if you want to look at it this way from a YouTube perspective, because this might help some people understand, China's been long trolling us for a while.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And
And,
guys,
you know-
I'm going to sit here and say this. I'm not sitting here saying this because I'm a Trump supporter. I always was brought up. My parents always told me do research. And besides, you know, just like y'all guys, and this is why I come in here and why I love listening to y'all live stream.
Mhm.
It's like I could like y'all older than me, and I get along with older people. Also, y'all do y'all research, and that is that's the best thing y'all can learn. And not only that, you know, just I don't know, just y'all just tell the truth. That's enjoyable.
Well, we try to keep an open exchange of ideas because not only one opinion is right. And we're good enough to allow people who are wrong to be wrong.
No, it's
Yeah.
like y'all very respectful, and y'all try me in the middle, and that's the way how it should be.
Yeah, we do try to be.
I feel like I'm the little kid with the little kid chair pulled up at the adult
At the
table
adult
at
table?
Thanksgiving. Yeah.
And Mandy, I don't say this as you as a mother. Much love and respect. I understand how you feel is,
Yeah.
man. I'm not a parent, but I understand because I know what my mom went through when I was a kid. So I do understand your fear, man. Like you have the right to be scared.
Because I want the best for my children when
Exactly.
they're grown.
That's
And
what we're fighting
I
for.
want their future secured. And, you know, that's something that, like, a lot of people around here, I have a lot of hate where they're saying that I don't care about my kids because I get involved in other drama. But on a realistic scale, like when it comes to real life, my kids are forefront and first center of every decision that I make in my real life.
And I don't
You
know
know?
about the rest of y'all, but I've not heard a lot of complaining about the national debt this go round. Have you guys?
Mm-mm.
And
Nope,
that's
I
kind of
haven't.
troubling to me. I
Because
think it's
everybody
troubling.
don't care about
That's a
the
good
national
point,
debt.
Misdemeanor. I actually, my husband and I asked him that the other day. I said, you know, we're coming up on the election. Why haven't we heard about how much debt we're in?
Nobody's
This is
talking
like
about it.
this is
How
like the
are we
first
all in
election
debt?
where we haven't talked about it.
I don't know. It's creepy. I don't have an answer for it, but I just noticed that it's not happening.
Why?
Now,
Because it's not important right now. Like there's other political agendas at play where nobody wants to discuss it because they're too
Right.
busy driving their own
oh come on, you
politically
think about
motivated
this right here,
agendas.
401k, Mandy. Everybody's 401k went skyrocketed.
Oh, listen, I'm loving that. We have, my husband and I both have index universal life policies. So trust me when I say our IUL this year has been amazing.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah, so what really gets me is like, you got 401k, the stock. I do believe because Trump hasn't been wrong, and you talk about a businessman who understands stock market. Everything's going to be better at the first of the year. Hopefully, by God, I hope it is. And if
Me
so,
too.
and if so, why are we not sitting here saying the guy turned around the most economical disaster since the Great Depression because of Bush Senior, Clinton Jr., and Obama screwed it up?
Yes, they did.
Mhm.
Yes, they did. And you
And
know,
that's
And he
something that I'm
put
scared about at this point. Getting a Democrat in office is my financial future. You know, we've got 4 buckets, right? So we've got our IULs, our 401ks, our IRAs, and then another private savings, right?
Mhm.
For
It's
would
our
act-
financial security.
I would
I
actually
am
suggest
worried
precious
that
metals for your
that you
portfolio.
stick a Democrat in office, and everything that my husband and I have worked hard
Tanked.
for, being in our mid-30s,
hmm
could
Mandy,
It's gone.
go away.
this is one thing I think about, and this is I'm a big history buff, and this is something what I really preach to people, and I get called crazy a lot on it. John F. Kennedy done what Donald Trump wanted to do. He wanted to put the mighty dollar Federal Reserve, make it great for everybody could prosper, get a hands up, not a hands down.
Mhm.
Then after he died, after I believe Democratic killed him,
Mhm.
they did. Guess what?
Because he wanted to end the war.
Yeah,
That's
guess what?
LBJ wasn't for that.
Yep. We had the Vietnam War. We had the Cold War.
Mhm.
Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, my
wanted-
dad's a Cold War veteran.
Yep. God bless him. Jimmy Carter, they wanted out because he done a lot for the poor. Ronald Reagan ended the Cold War, so they tried to get him in trouble for being a traitor to the United States.
Right.
Why is it and Richard Nixon tried to end the Cold War? He wanted to be friend and make the United States, China, and Russia free superpowers. He got impeached. So why every president try to get along with every single country? Carter, Nixon, Trump, John F. Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy. Let's throw Martin Luther King in there. Everybody, they all get murdered, killed, or impeached,
Mhm.
and there's always a Democrat or a corrupt Republican starting a war.
Mhm.
That's true. That's true.
That's
President Trump's one of the first presidents in a very long time to not start a war.
True
And,
helper. Answer
by the
me
way-
this. Talk to
Can
me
y'all
about the
still hear
switch in
me?
the
'Cause I had
parties.
to- okay, my
Yes, I hear
phone's
you.
lighting up. Sorry, I had to put my power base on. I wanted to make
You're
sure
okay.
it's still working.
True helper. Talk to me about the party switch.
that was all a big old lie. The Dems want to try to rewrite history, and they know that it's just hard for them. So they try to pull the very thing that they accuse everybody else that's against them of. They pull almost Nazi-like tactics where they keep on saying the same lie over and over and over and over again.
Amen.
This load of crap. The Democrat Party they were the ones that created organizations like the KKK, who
Yep.
in fact instilled Jim Crow laws and all of that stuff. And then even people like Biden, he himself sat there and said that he didn't want his kids growing up in, and I quote, a racial jungle. That was directly from him.
He also called them predator. What was it?
Yeah, the
Predators?
the
Super
Predator
predators.
Act.
Super predators.
The
Yes.
Super Predator. Yeah, what was that? The crime bill of '94 after the riots.
Yep.
Sorry if I was.
Okay, we just helper. You just basically throw something out there. Something what I always realize. We have all these diversity groups to create racism and the like KKK, and it goes for every other group. And the reason why is that because without control chaos,
Yep.
they won't have a job and
Right.
they won't have no platform to run on.
Did anybody else find it awfully ironic that we all were quarantined all of a sudden? Somebody somewhere is paying people $25 an hour to go out and loot and rob and destroy.
Oh,
Exactly.
my mom.
And where was that money coming from? Where were they getting paid?
Confirmed that. We've
Democrats.
confirmed that. Boots on the ground in Philadelphia. We've actually confirmed that they are, in fact, there's many of them that are getting paid to be out there, and they're being put up in some very, very nice posh accommodations, by the way.
And they're crossing state lines, and the AG office is, or the
Miss D,
DOJ is all over it.
find this at? I've been told this all the time that all this rioting at Tifa was paid for.
They and they've also got documentation of people dressing in cop costumes to lay out bricks and other weaponry along the streets to use against peaceful protesters.
Misdemeanor, I know that's the truth because we actually caught somebody like that. We called the troopers and they came out and arrested his ass for falsely, impersonating a police officer. Yep.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That is insane.
It happens all the time, though.
There's an element beyond the two parties, I think. There's an element beyond the two parties that would very much like to see this government fail so they can come in and usurp it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, to the anarchists. And they are people like the whole, I know what I'm about to say may piss off a lot of people, but frankly, I really don't care because I am in with so many.
Hello, Tiffany. How you doing?
But groups like BLM and Antifa and all that right now, all they're doing is hurting America, not helping. Not helping.
This Democratic liberal is voting red today.
Girl, I love you. I would kiss you on the mouth if you were sitting here.
I put in the private chat, I said, Miss D, look at Tiffany Marie's comment. That'll make you happy.
Hey, guys.
Yes.
Hey, this is one thing, and I would say that I'm not a player sitter as a Christian person. I could care less what you. I'm an independent. I register as an independent because I'm an independent independently free thinker.
Right.
But this is why I believe I could care less if you blue or red. I could care less if you basically going to sit there and if you want to vote for Joe Biden. You know what? It doesn't bother me. But if you're going to sit here and be a bully about it and really shove it, well, you must be a sexist pig or a racist. If you're going
Right.
to play that card, that's wrong. I think we just like this. I would say it again, and I give y'all praise. I don't give that much unless I really feel like, you know what I mean. You know, if it got to be deserved by me, but this is why I like y'all, man. It's like at the end of the day, whoever gets it, we gotta come together. If not, we're screwed.
Exactly. Exactly. Hey, True Helper, did you hear the other day somebody was saying, now I forgot what I was going to say. Somebody else talked so I can remember.
And somebody's clicking, by the way. I know
It's been happening for 2.5 hours. Until somebody points it out, nobody's noticed.
a couple people said.
At first, when I came up, I thought it was me.
I remember what it was.
I
If
kept
you have an
moving.
iPhone, you have to use earbuds. If
Yeah.
For some reason it clicks.
Oh,
But,
it's been clicking since I came up here. That's why
I
thought
heard-
it was me. And
I
then
heard
muted, and
somebody-
it's still happening. Then I thought it was Marsha. I think it's misdemeanor.
No, I've got my headphones on. I'm on my computer.
No, I think no.
It's not me. So I heard
Not me.
one of the news anchors the other day say that people are actually, it was local, not national, saying that people are actually calling into the polling centers asking if they can change their mail-in vote.
Yes, that was the #1 most searched Google term the night of the last debate.
Wow.
Very true. Very
And
true.
that they are being told that if they go and vote in person, it will override their mail-in. Is that correct?
In some states, there is that statute, there is that law that you are allowed, but you have to inquire with your local government to make sure of it. Because I don't think every state is set up the same. But typically, if you feel that you've made an error, or typically they'll allow you to
have a change of heart.
You got to call into your local government and find out.
Hey, Tiffany, I hope you have a wonderful morning, hon. I'm sorry I did not catch your comments. My apologies.
Yeah, so I found that really interesting after all the Biden stuff was out, that people suddenly had a change of heart. So,
well, I could see why. That man stood up there, and for the amount of nonsense that he was spewing, and just the repetitive lies. Now, look, I'm more than willing to admit that Trump himself, he has told some doozies, absolutely. But as far as when you hold records up side by side,
Yeah, it was me. Sorry.
just in the first year
He
alone,
sounds like Forrest
you've
Gump.
done more than the Obama administration did in 8 years.
That's funny.
Numbers don't lie. You know what I mean? Well, unless if you have certain people trying to doctor them, but overall, numbers don't lie, and they don't care about feelings.
Right. That's true. That's right. And here's the thing: to be compromised, you are actively involved, and even more so as a sitting vice president. You're involved in a company. Your son is the CEO of a company that is possibly one of the most corrupt companies in the most corrupt nation.
I'm so glad.
Hey, don't forget, Obama and the whole Obama administration told Joe that it was basically a bad idea to let Hunter to be a VP of that company.
Absolutely. But it is not compromising when before you even announce your intentions to have business dealings in another country, be it adversarial or not, with another country. You're not trading secrets. You're not vulnerable to being exploited for top national secrets. I'm sorry. There's no compromise. There's no comparison between Trump's business dealings in foreign nations before he even announced, and a sitting vice president having a son and taking money from, benefiting financially from countries. Is that not Logan Act? I'm sorry.
Exactly. And you have people like that Kerry, that scumbag, running around talking to people just like Obama and all. Many people that know they shouldn't be out there speaking with other countries.
Absolutely.
Trying to denigrate and desecrate different terms.
When Obama followed talking about past presidents and vice presidents not being involved in politics anymore, sit down and hush and not being lobbyists. What do you call it when a former president follows the present president around the world
Yep.
and speaks directly in opposition of what he just went to their leaders to say.
Yep. I believe
Again, that's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life, other than the apology tour. The
Hey.
apology tour was god awful.
Hey, besides that, why in the world did they bring Obama late in the game for? Then Biden
Didn't want to do it.
Not just that, if they have to bring Obama in at the very last minute, there's something wrong with their campaign.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, it was the Hatch Act. That's the
Hatch Act. I'm sorry, you're right.
That prevents any political types to get involved in politics. And
That's Hatch Act.
And speaking to foreign countries, trying to undermine the rule and authority,
that slogan,
President of the United States, they know better, because when they get elected, they are very well brought up to speed about what they can and cannot do. And if they choose to violate that, well, then that's where the Hatch Act comes into play. And I feel that John Kerry scumbag, he should have been freaking prosecuted many, many years ago.
As should Obama.
Thank you, Cypress. Mandy, thank you for acknowledging the respect.
Tiffany, you have a good day. You stay safe.
That have come before us. Your comments have begun to restore my faith in our generation.
Awesome.
Thank
you so much, Cypress.
To respect my elders. Now, am I not like a child that goes behind my elders' backs and talks crap about them? Absolutely. But publicly, I do try to give them the respect that they deserve.
At least he admitted to it. I mean, hell.
I'm like most other children, when I tell my kids
all
to do
about
something and
mutual
stomps
respect.
off and rolls her eyes at me,
Right,
We have
right.
to respect our younger generation too.
It's okay. We talk about y'all too.
Yeah, we do.
I'm sorry. I think.
Hey, what do
that
y'all
my
actually
generation
think
needs
about
to
Hunter
earn
Biden's
respect.
laptop?
I think it's legit. I think he's probably one of the dumbest people on the planet, other than, never mind. He's probably one of the dumbest people on the planet. And he took them in there, had somebody do it, and thought that.
I'm just going to say, when he went down that to-do list that day, pick up crack, check. Pick up hookers, check.
Right.
Pick up laptop. Whoops. Yeah.
Hey, China actually released the video and a lot of other documents.
No. And that's
They
something
did.
we need to be careful with, though, too. I mean, they may have and they may be legit, but we need to be really careful with that. Because when you're talking about somebody who hates us, it's so pissed off they would withhold all of our antibiotics. Why we're allowing them to manufacture any damn thing for us of that level of importance is beyond me. However,
I can answer that question because this is research. Maybe I'm wrong. Please correct me if I am wrong. There's a lot of Chinese out there who basically wants to break away from the actual Chinese socialists and
the Communist Party. You're right.
Yeah. And those are the people who leaked out the videos and leak out the photos. And also, supposedly, it's supposed to have been Barack Obama's daughter and Joe Biden's son.
Richard, you're so bad. Y'all better get out and vote. I want to watch the fireworks later from across the big pond.
I tell you what, it's going to be like a Super Bowl. It really is.
It is.
It's very interesting. And even right now, Fox, technically, I just saw another poll that they posted up. I guess they're talking about it being like 279 to 261 with Trump coming out ahead. But I guess Arizona is still like a big questionable deal for some reason. I don't know. We'll see. I know from what I've seen and what I've experienced, especially here in Philly, if you followed nothing but the mainstream media, you would think that Pennsylvania was out in droves. But let me tell you something. I have friends that were at one of the largest rallies the other day, and not to mention just the one in Reading, but 57,000 people. Let me say it again. 57,000, 57,000 people showed up to just one of his rallies here in the Commonwealth. I mean, those numbers.
And Beyonce and Jay-Z were not even there.
Like, come on, man.
Look at the numbers that are turning out for his children and for Pence. And he's not even there.
True helper.
Yes, sir.
Here's my question. Your friend who went to a Trump rally.
Mm-hmm.
Is it true what they said? There's nothing like a Trump rally.
I've been to a few of them. Let me tell you, there is no more exhilarating feeling in the world than being around a whole crap ton of people, for one, you've more than likely never met in your life, and two, that are so optimistic, that are so loving, so happy, everybody's united instead of just sitting around like, oh, I hate all them sons of bitches, let's burn something down. No, and let me tell you, you want to talk about one of the biggest groups of unbiased, undiversive types, non-damn racist types. When you see blacks, Latinos, whites,
Thank
Chinese,
you.
Vietnamese, all doing a Trump stomp with all these American flags and everything else, screaming in the sky in praise. Come on.
Yeah.
It is just a feeling of all feelings. I'm telling you.
That's how we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be together.
Exactly. And I've experienced many things, buying homes, this, that, being a father, being married and all that good stuff. And let me tell you, there's very rare, few far and in between type of feelings that have made me feel like we've felt when we've been at these rallies. They're exhilarating.
I always want to go to a Trump rally. Trust me.
I would recommend it. I really would. Now, of course, it's a little late now as they're done, but I have a feeling in the future we may be seeing something comparable. I think y'all would be surprised about some of the ideas the GOP is floating out there.
Hey, what's y'all predicting for tonight? I want to hear y'all before I give mine.
I feel Trump, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I think he's got the Electoral College by at least 60 to 70, at least, and the popular vote by at least anywhere between 1 million to 1.5 million. I'll make that prediction now. And that's just in my opinion, but go ahead.
What about y'all? I want to hear that. Let them all talk. I go last, man.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, Mandy, Carla.
Sorry, I had a spider crawling on me. And
I think Trump.
decided to mute
I think
myself.
Trump by a landslide.
Amen.
Me, this is from what y'all was talking about, and all you got to do is go watch YouTube and watch everybody talking about. And this is me sitting here and keeping up with it.
I'm voting for Trump.
I'm voting for Trump, but this is the way. Helper, I just don't call you Helper.
It's okay.
This my prediction probably is well out there, but this is from what I've seen. I think California will go red because they want Pelosi and Maxine Waters out.
Yes.
I believe New York will go red, and after it's all said and done, I believe the House will go red. I believe AOC Omar will be out of the job because people are wanting them out. And you see these Trump rallies, you see the Trump parades, you see the caravans, you see everything. Hollywood, LA, Beverly Hills, San Francisco. Man, it's here. The revolution that everybody always talked about is here. And I believe New York and California will go red. If Trump doesn't win the election, that's why we got those 200 judges in there and Amy Barrett, and they're going to expose the Democratic Party for voter frauds. Either which way is going to be 4 more years. You can go either which way.
Amen.
Yeah, I want to touch on something else too. There were over 150 benches vacant when Obama
Hey, I
left.
love you too,
That is
Kim.
a disgrace. That is a disgrace.
I believe it's 174 to be exact.
That's disgusting.
Much respect, Kim. Much respect. I respect that. Same love back to you.
It blows my mind that, dude, that's your job to make those appointments. What are you doing? Playing golf, huh? I guess. And even if he's playing golf, he's making appointments, isn't he?
Or being wrapped up in shady business deals, dropping pallets of cash to our enemy.
But you missed the debate last night. The debate last night was,
At
here we
least
go.
he's got a hobby.
But right. True Helper, this was a debate last night, and I would love to hear your opinion on this. Okay. The debate was that pallet of money that was delivered to Iran in the dead of night without fanfare or any announcement, it belonged to that country, and we owed it to them, and he was absolutely correct to do that.
No, that's no.
That was the debate last night. You know my stance on this.
No.
I said that's like the grandmother finding a sucker in the baby's mouth that they could choke on, and she takes it away from him. And mom comes along, takes it away, and hands it right back. Says, no, it's his sucker. It belongs to him. He can have it. Really? So I'd love your thoughts on that one.
I missed that last night.
You
Hey,
know, I
Miss
mean, you
D,
could say it's their money. Yeah, you can absolutely say that. You can. Should they have had it? Well, there's a lot that goes into that. And
Miss D,
yes, sir.
here's my question about that. If y'all seen the documentary Trump Card, I know y'all probably would know where I'm coming from, but why are we giving money to radical Muslims, not good Muslims like the ones who actually believe in God and Muhammad and whatnot? I'm talking about the radical kind. Why you just said, why we giving them money there? Why we want to make America into radical Muslims for?
I don't know. I don't know that we're still doing that. Are we still doing that?
Okay,
Or
if
was this in the past?
no, if you talk about that airplane full of cash going to Iran.
Yep.
Okay, if you watch the documentary Trump Card, the guy who made the documentary went and talked to one of those radical Muslims, and he basically sit there and said, "Omar, they sold us out,
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah, he
they
sold
did.
us out.
They
Sure
did.
did.
And
and
it's smart.
they want only way for America and the Middle East becomes friends if they have more Muslim beliefs." I can see why they got Barack Obama in there. It's just we could talk conspiracy theories. It's just why they try to make everything so radical in the United States.
Well, in my knowledge, okay, that money was held from Iran as sanction. As long as when they met up to the expectations of the United States, the UN, all of the entities combined that made that decision to not give them that money back. Well, it was said that they didn't have any missile testing. Okay, there's that. Probably because the noose is so tight around their neck they can't breathe. But then you go and give them money. What do you think they're going to do with it?
Build missiles.
My analogy to that was, if you have a neighbor that lives next door and every day they come out and they call you the filthiest SOB on the planet and then threaten to shoot you in the head the next time they see you, and you find $20 in their driveway, you pick it up and they say, "Hey, that's my money." Well, you can't have it. You're going to go buy ammunition. Well, I promise I won't. Oh, okay. Well, here's your $20 back. Now, they've just told you every day for the last year they're going to shoot you in the head the next time they see you.
The fact is that the former President Obama knew he deliberately chose a policy of appeasement and cash payoffs, just instead of just choosing strength and accountability.
Right.
He was such a scumbag. And in fact, that deal, which I believe it was in 2013, they were given over $150 billion, and not to mention the $1.8 billion in cash.
Yep.
He tried to hide it under the guise of these supposed arrangements that were put into some damn agreement. But you know what? It was just corrupt to its core.
Yeah,
everybody knew that Obama had many other hidden agendas going on as well. He could have single-handedly, just like Trump. Look, when you're a president, okay, doesn't matter who you are, what the tone, color, or creed that you follow, it just doesn't matter who you are. Once you become president of the United States, you are in such a position of power to make executive decisions for the United States of America and against other countries. And he could have done the same damn thing that Trump did, but he chose not to. Again, he chose to just fund all these ideas and these hidden agendas and pay off our stinking, the worst threats the United States has ever faced, instead of standing up to them like President Trump did and say, nope, enough is enough. But yet, and look, I'm not surprised, because this is the same man, good old President Obama, who sat back and said, "What are you going to do? Magically wave your wand and create new jobs?" Well, I guess so, you dumb SOB, because in his first quarter, he had one of the highest GDPs that they ever knew. And they said that the stock market was going to crash and we weren't going to have crap for a GDP.
Yep. So we had record-breaking stock market runs.
Again, the numbers don't lie, but these people,
and I'm very thankful for that.
Amen.
Like I said, the guy, what my parents always tell me is they'll take an outsider who knows business to fix the economy, and he did.
Exactly. And also about that whole cash payment deal, that deal that Obama authorized was one of the most disgraceful and shameful negotiations in the history of our country.
Yep. Oh, you know, when Paul, one of the Congress of Senators of Kentucky, went off in the House like Willie. My mom was telling me about this. I saw the video. They had to mute the mic because he was sitting there cussing them out. When he found out that Obama sat there and sent all that cash money,
Exactly.
it's like, oh, we're sorry that basically we treated you like crap. Hey, that's a million years ago, folks.
Yep. And I'm glad you said that, because, they actually at first they denied doing that. Then they ignored it, and then they hated having to finally acknowledge it, because it was in fact getting picked up by the mainstream media, and they hated that.
And keep in mind, every time Obama's name is mentioned, who was sitting right next to him?
Joe Biden.
Exactly.
All right, here's something, guys. Why do y'all think why do y'all think that Obama got office?
Oh, I think people legit voted for him. I think they really, there
I
was a
don't know.
lot of
I
hype
was a
behind him.
Democrat back then, so I really liked him.
Yeah. I bought the whole open chains thing the first time around, and
I feel like
It wasn't
Obama
until
got office because
2015 that I became a Republican because of my husband.
Well, and when he said that, the first thing he said when he got into office, and before then, I want to fundamentally change this nation. And he meant that with his whole heart. Problem was, there weren't people that were deciphering that message. And he did. He did a lot of it.
Something else. I'm sorry. I just had to throw this in there. The part that I forgot, I just pulled up my notes on that whole payment deal. And that yet again, Obama creating another American first was that 400 million of that cash payment was actually used as ransom to the government of Iran for the release of 4 American prisoners.
Yes.
And violated our policy. And yet the son of a bitch still did it. Did it. And we've had that. We don't negotiate with terrorists.
I remember that
for the longest time. And yet he went ahead and did that behind closed doors and sent it like a thief in the night. That's exactly what he did. And not to mention that he had put a lot of it into untraceable euros, Swiss francs, and many other foreign currencies so that it couldn't be traced. But too little too late, because we found out about it.
Yep. And it was to get those. Well, part of it was to get those. And I think that, honestly, that whole deal was just in case people made too much of a stink about it. He could say, but look, I got these 4 people back. Still not the way to do it. Exactly. I mean, great, we got them back. Hallelujah, we got them back. But not the way we do business. And what were you thinking? I mean, how many people have perished because we don't do business that way? And it's not okay to just rewrite the way that we do that. There's a reason why you don't do that.
Exactly. And for anybody, and further elaborating on that, for anybody out there saying, oh, well, what's the big deal and all that? Well, Iran has been one of our most formidable enemies in a very long time. And almost immediately after Obama did that, the Iranian state-run media was more than happy to brag about that they had just forced us.
Yes.
I quote, they forced the United States of America to pay a ransom.
Right.
Tell me that doesn't enthuse and motivate our enemies and these terrorist organizations, which they are known.
Joey Lang, you're right. Hey, help.
What?
Yeah.
All right. God,
helper. That's fine.
No. I don't call you helper, but
it's all good. It's all good.
I thought you would help.
No, I was watching this on Fox News, and y'all hit some key points that really makes me actually want to. If I can vote twice, I would go vote Donald Trump again right now. And the reason why
we don't have bail money. We don't have bail money.
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying if it was legal, I would do it. And the reason why I say that is because somebody posted in the chat. Obama didn't do nothing. Trump came in, he kicked ISIS out, and all the Navy SEALs and everybody who's in special forces, they want the green light. That's what they basically are trained for. Yep. And that's why they basically happy they have a president be like, we got one of our people held hostage, go bring them home.
Exactly.
God, you know what just flashed across my mind was the picture of them when they went in and they got Osama bin Laden. Okay, that was great. But what about the picture? Where's the picture when Hillary Clinton was telling her to stand down in Benghazi?
I don't think bin Laden's dead.
He may not be. Who knows?
Oh, that's a whole other rabbit hole. Trust me.
Right.
No, I don't be honest. I love conspiracy theories, but I feel like just because Obama was Muslim and the Bush basically had that stake with bin Laden because his dad was part of the CIA.
Mhm.
I believe all that was just set up to just make it look like it was like, give the American people what they want. Because this how much oil is Iran. That's the only reason why we're over there is because of oil.
Well,
Yeah, we're
That is
becoming
true.
independent,
a
and we
very
are.
let me tell you, when
Thank
you start
you.
hearing the engineers out of Houston start saying, guys, go home and drain your swimming pools, we got to have somewhere to put this oil, we're
Mhm.
independent, trust.
Exactly,
We
exactly.
don't need their damn oil,
No, we
know.
don't.
Well, and then
Amen
what
to that.
about the barrels of oil that we got to buy? Literally, like all we had to pay was the shipping price not that long ago.
Exactly.
And for
Hey.
anybody out there that says that is a bad thing, let me tell you something. There are more disastrous wrecks and just what happens to the environment when these ships come from thousands and thousands of miles away and they burn up all this oil. And this is what the hypocrisy of the people on the left that sit there and tout this Green New Deal and all that, but yet they're against us becoming energy independent. And they're just pissed off because pipelines and all of that. But then they don't consider the fact that there are millions and millions of barrels of oils that are lost at sea all the time.
Mhm.
And you don't think that doesn't harm the environment? Because the last I
Oh,
we're covered by 70% of water, and most of our sustenance comes from the oceans.
That is a
Yep.
great point.
and
That's
can we
something
talk
that
about
even
how
I didn't
long
think of.
Horizon was allowed to leak and leak and leak? We had ships at the entrance of the Gulf of Mexico from Denmark begging us to let us come help, and Obama turned them away, said, don't you dare come in the Gulf.
Exactly.
Hey, look at this. Look at
Destroyed our ecosystems.
Hey, what was it? You look at SpaceX. The guy who created SpaceX wanted to go ask Obama for funding. He said no. Who done it? Donald Trump.
Yep.
Yep.
Now
Yep.
Trump is going to put the first woman on the moon, and we're going to Mars.
Can he send Hillary first?
Let's just send it. Let's send Hillary Clinton to the sun.
or
Space
Pelosi.
Force.
She wouldn't make it. She wouldn't make it
No, she probably
through the
wouldn't.
blast off phase.
Not unless there's a lot of alcohol.
May I ask this?
Sure.
Because I did support Obama in his first term, just like anybody else did. A lot of y'all are like me and anybody else. Like we voted Democrat, we believe in what they stood for, but we finally woke up. We got screwed.
That's right.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
right. I was a Democrat for many, many moon. I really was. I believed a lot of their nonsense because I was raised that way, but it was
Same here.
until after the
Me
first
too.
72 hours, I kid you not, after the first 72 hours, because I remember the moment that my mind had changed immediately. And that was when I saw immediately when he got into office, some of the first things that he did is he automatically started putting executive orders in place that started choking the lifeblood out of our country. And I was just so pissed off. I was a bit of a younger business guy at the time, but I wasn't appreciative of it. I definitely wasn't.
But here's one question to all y'all: do y'all believe the Democratic Party is not the Democratic Party what it was with John F. Kennedy?
Yeah, no, it's a totally different party now. You're right. It's totally different.
I don't know that it's totally different, but it's significantly more scary. But I think they had some of the same ideas back then. I think it goes back to Eisenhower. Not Eisenhower, Roosevelt.
Hey,
To be
Roosevelt,
perfectly honest with you.
he did good, man. He invested in the stock market. He got away from the big banks. He got
But
us out of the
he
Great
opened up
Depression.
every welfare program that we needed. I agree. At the time, it was needed. However, there should have been an expiration date. And look what it's left us with. Now everybody needs a safety net. No, people need to go to work. People need to invent things. That's what
Why
we've
not have
always
both?
been.
Right.
Well, on a smaller scale, yes, but
Exactly.
look at this COVID situation, okay? People get a cough, they get sent home, they get tested, they get sent home, they have to quarantine for 14 days. Then they tell their employer, because they get smart to it, because they're getting paid to stay home,
Yep.
I still don't feel good. Okay, well, you stay home. Literally, my brother-in-law, who works for petrochemical plants here in town, he said, we're having to cancel jobs, multi-million-dollar jobs. I'm not working because we can't get enough of a crew to come into work. Because why? Because the government is paying you to stay home.
That is true.
It's,
I believe they're doing this just to basically drive everybody nuts and turn everybody against each other.
Well,
a
it's working
tactic.
on me. It's making me crazy.
Well, yeah, I mean,
It's
that's
what my parents always said. It's called suppression voting.
I think it wants to plant some seeds. I think that they
It
want the
does.
seed to be planted that, oh, yeah, it is cool to rely on the government. See, they'll take care of you. Dude, it's your money. Don't be stupid. They'll run out of it eventually. When nobody's working, where are they going to get their money from? Where? They
Hey, look,
don't produce any service or good. The
Dee,
government does not have a job other than to make laws and make sure the laws are obeyed. That's it. And provide for our security. That's it. Okay.
Dee, you're right. We always have been a capitalist country, and we should be inventing things. Yes, we should have a safety net, but to a certain degree,
Very small.
it should be both.
Mhm.
Just like this, like healthcare. People talk about healthcare for illegal immigrants. I
Here's-
don't care.
I'll give you a perfect example. Okay. This free education business. Okay. I don't work for free. I don't get out of bed for free. I'm just saying.
Exactly.
But okay, so you have this idea that, well, single moms or moms, young moms, need to be able to have free daycare for their kids to go to so they can go to school. Okay, I borrowed 40 grand to get a 4-year degree, and I was raising 2 children, and I paid back every dollar of that 40 grand, and my
working
kids
a
went to
full-time
daycare.
job.
Yeah, and my kids went to daycare. So why do they need free money?
Okay, that's one thing I please I understand this. I get what you're saying, and I 100% agree. Like, I don't believe college should be outrageous expensive, but then again, it's you pay, but not out the way. College is a scam one way or the other because they making money off of you no matter what, and they
Well,
make
no, wait
money.
a minute, but people are getting paid. I mean, there's
Well-
teachers there that are getting paid.
I want to
No,
interrupt
that
here
is-
because my county's community college, for instance,
Uh-huh.
teamed up with Tarleton University, A&M, Texas Tech, bigger colleges, and
Yep.
they run what's called a university center. So you can
Right.
get your
There you
two-year
go.
degree through this community college and then still stay on the same campus, right? And get your
Mhm.
education from the bigger colleges for, your
That's
other
the way
2
it
years.
should be.
That's what
But
I did.
and
That's
here's another thing that
exactly what I
it's
did.
I think it's healthy to have private colleges that are more expensive for a competition. That there's nothing wrong with good, healthy competition. There's
No, it
a
ain't.
factor out there in this country that wants a sameness. Everybody needs to be equal. No, we don't. We need competition. It's healthy. It's what keeps
Absolutely.
prices in check and ideas in
Exactly.
check. So yeah, have those private. But here's one thing I will tell you, as a mother of kids that have graduated now, but I'll be damned if I'm spending a dime to send them to some high dollar college that's going to give them a degree in underwater basket weaving.
Whoa,
You s-
whoa, 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 whoa,
Or
whoa,
women's
whoa,
so funny
whoa,
that
study.
you
whoa,
use that
whoa! You mean to
misdemeanor, 'cause
tell
that's
me
what
that
my
my
dad
eight
says
year
too.
my 8-year doctorate of gender studies doesn't mean anything?
No, it
That's
doesn't.
different than a bachelor's in
Damn
basket
it.
weaving. Okay.
I knew
D, hey, I agree
I
with
get
you.
what misdemeanor is saying
That's
because I
my
grew
other
up with my
question.
dad telling me that, like
But
people
this,
can go to college
but this
for
is
4
my
years and get a
question.
degree in underwater basket weaving. But here's the thing too. This is something else that I wanted to point out. Speaking of childcare and for, single mothers or young mothers that want to go to college, this community college also offers through their early childhood development studies,
Mhm,
for
mhm.
that degree.
Yep.
There's a daycare at the college that those people that want to get the 2-year degree for early
Get college
education,
credit. Mhm.
that running
For
a
working there.
daycare at the college.
And here's another thing too. Our community colleges, we need to really put some focus on those because our trade skills are dying.
That is true.
I heard somebody the other day say, I think you're a badass. Thank you. That the average experienced plumber's age is in the 50s. And once they're gone, what's coming behind? They're not going to these trade schools. They're excellent, excellent jobs that require skill sets that welding, automotive, plumbing,
I
AC.
tell you, it's
Well,
it's
I
running
don't know misdemeanor
it's
because
running strong
Texas
around
State
here.
Technical College has had a
Hey,
rise in
hey, this
enrollment
is my
this
question,
year. Well, the
D.
past 2 years.
Yes.
Like I agree 100% what you're saying. What I am wondering is everybody's talking about free tuition, free this, free that.
Hmm.
How like it sounds good. And yes, in a lot of ways, I know we all can agree with it. But then again, where's the money going to come from?
Exactly. That's socialism in its finest. And not for nothing, but I'm not saying that colleges should be so expensive, but part of the experience of sending children or a child going to something like college is not just about the indoctrinated teachers and the socialism they try to push and all the liberal crap
You
that they
b-
try to
you
force down their throats. But however,
do you believe
it
that
is
they do
also
that?
like any other life learning skill is that they in fact have to be responsible for paying their own bills. And part of that
Exactly.
is obviously knowing that you have to pay for what you keep. And if you go out and go to buy a car, you don't take it off the lot and say, thanks, it's free. No, it doesn't happen that way. You sit there, just the same thing with a house, same thing with anything else in life. So anybody that sits back and says, I want free this, I want free that, my reply would be, you then get off your damn ass and go work for it. That's the bottom line.
Hey,
And
everything I ever
they're out
done, I
working when they
paid
were
for
12.
it.
Well,
I'm just
speaking
when
of
my boys
that,
are out breaking yards and stuff like that. There ain't no
But
shame
speaking
about
of
that.
having to pay for your own college, when I did my 2 years at my community college, and then I went on to doing my junior and senior year with Tarleton University through the University Center, I did not know at that time that I could access the Hazelwood Act and have my
See, I don't know
tuition be
what that
free.
is. What's
So
that? I wish
the
mine would have
but
been.
Hazelwood
hey,
Act,
helper.
I was grandfathered into the Hazelwood Act because
I-
my dad is a veteran of he's a disabled
No,
veteran.
that is true.
I didn't
Oh,
know that I could use that until my last year of college.
damn. See, and here was
Nobody
mine.
told us about it. Like when I went in and I sat down with the financial advisors and everything,
Uh-huh.
they didn't tell me, hey, because we've looked at, because when I had to, apply for Pell Grants and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
I had to, show my dad's DD 214
Mm-hmm.
as part of, applying for
Right.
my Pell Grant.
Right.
They didn't tell me, oh, hey, by the way, there's a Hazelwood Act that gives you 160 college credit hours for free at any public university.
Wow.
So I did actually, I've done 10 years total. I have 227 credit hours. So 36 of those were free.
Wow. That's dropping the ball big time.
Mm-hmm.
Really.
But
Hey, help.
but I made every decision.
What you were
The reason
saying, do
why I
you
kept
think they
changing
actually
my
shoving
mind was
socialism
because I
in
had to pay
people's
for
faces
it.
in colleges?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
They're spoon
Absolutely.
feeding it. I have 2 children to prove it.
And they do it all the time. And when our youngest was going, the first thing he was talking about was some of these things that these professors were speaking about and how the world is theirs and that they can do all this different kind of stuff. So you know what I did? I went over to that college and I told them if they ever spoke to my child like that again, I'd make sure they would no longer be a professor there.
Mm-hmm.
And damn well, I'll tell you what, funny how that course curriculum changed up immediately
Mm-hmm.
because it's
See,
crap. That's misleading a child, and there's no way, shape, or form that's going to happen on my watch. Nope.
By the time that my children went through they went from private education after our divorce to public education and went on to public college. I was the most horrible human being on the planet. It was all my fault that we were involved in so many wars around the world. I was solely responsible for colonization of numerous countries. Even though it was Great Britain there, not us, but okay, we're related, I guess. What else? I was responsible for the national debt.
no,
Then I got a phone call at 2:00 in the morning when Trump won. I was called everything but a Christian and told that I was single-handedly responsible for him getting in office. I'm still waiting for his check.
Yeah, exactly.
He owes me a lot of money. I'm just
exactly.
That was a lot of blowjobs. That's all I'm going to say. Okay?
Oh my.
Whatever. But I mean, it completely changed the children that I had raised to not think that way at all.
I haven't been in school in, I'm 29, about 10, 11 years. So I didn't even pay attention to my teachers in school. Thank God I did not.
Mm-hmm. Well, my son's kind of coming around a little bit. He called me not too long ago and said, "Hey, Mom." I said, "Hey, what?" He said, back when they founded this country, these guys didn't stay in Washington all the time. I said, "No, they didn't. They went in for a couple of weeks, did their business, and went back to their farms. They were working people."
Yes, they
And
were.
they had to face their constituents who had pitchforks. Just going to throw that out there. And I said, they died in debt. They died bankrupt because they put their money into this government to make sure it could go.
They did not. They did not make money off of it. They done it because they want to make American people have a better future.
I mean, he said, "Hey, Mom." I said, "Hey, what?" He said, they weren't all lawyers. I said, "No, there wasn't a whole lot of that running around. I mean, they were butchers, they were bakers, candlestick makers, they were farmers, they were doctors.
Blacksmith.
I mean, exactly, blacksmiths. I mean, they had all different forms of jobs. It pulled an entire community together and made a government. And now what are we? A bunch of friggin' lawyers who are paid to argue. Never solve anything because there's no judge. They're just standing there arguing all the time.
Not only that, they're making money off of it too.
My daughter asked me why I wanted to vote for Ben Carson because he was my dude originally. And then I voted for Trump when he was nominee. But Ben Carson, she's like, why in the world would you vote for a doctor? I said, okay, first, he's not a doctor. He is the world leading neonatologist, neurosurgeon on the planet. Okay. And if you can keep control of that many egos where you're separating two children who are joined at the head, keep both of them alive, first time ever done in the history of mankind, and keep all those egos in check for that many hours in that small of a room, you can do just about anything.
You're
you could
right.
probably walk and chew gum at the same time. Just saying.
Joy
Okay,
Lang,
well,
that's not true. My daughter, she has chores and she has to earn her money. She has to mow.
but Miss D, why? My question to your kids: Why vote? Why vote for Hillary Clinton?
Because you are
Exactly.
following leaders you ought not follow.
No, I don't get it. Like
they're so ingrained in voting for a party,
Yes.
not a human being that has independent ideas of what they want to see in this country.
I just hate it because they forced the war, and I mean this. I'm not trying to come off sexist. It's like a woman card. It's like we want, they want the ideal that
I
the
was
Democratic
just
Party.
fixing to say that,
Yeah.
and I am a woman.
And
Exactly.
you're right about that, because it's funny how the Me Too movement was around for when Justice
Yeah.
Kavanaugh was being brought
And
in.
now where is
Oh
it?
boy, they gave him all kinds of hell. But then
Yeah.
when Amy Coney Barrett was being brought up, then all of a sudden, oh boy, where was the Me Too movement? And
Right.
or how about the person that accused Biden of being assaulted?
Exactly.
Where was the Me Too movement? So
Mhm.
look, there's so much hypocrisy amongst those types of groups. And that's why I
Exactly.
just tell people you're better off just staying out of it, because when anybody's got to sit there and wave a hat or excuse me, wave a flag or put on some kind of pea hat or whatever else and
Don't
talk
say
about
pea hat.
how repressed and depressed and all this that they are because they're
Thank
so
you.
thinking controlled in this country. That's such bullshit. And show me the law that says otherwise, because as far as I know, especially with this whole systemic racism bullcrap that's been passed around time and time and time and
Thank
time
you.
and time again, it's all a lie. Show
Mhm.
me the proof and I'll stand by you and fight that with you.
Divide and
There are so many laws
and
that
conquer.
make it so that people can actually be free of any kind of disparaging remarks or racism or control or oppression. It's just a bunch of shit.
I didn't like the Me
is.
Too movement because it turned into people being able to accuse a
Exactly.
man without proof.
Right.
Because
Yeah, but
I was raped when I was 14. And so when I saw this Me Too movement start, I was like, oh, thank goodness, more people are going to speak up. But then I sat back and I watched how many people were speaking up and ruining a man's life
Yep.
just to be a
Mandy,
part of a movement, to be a hashtag.
Mandy, God bless you, because I sit here and said it because I don't know. I just saw the writing on the wall with, like, who's the founder of the Me Too movement? Is that actress? Not Milano was the other one.
Oh God, was it Judd? Ashley Judd?
Not Ashley Judd. She was in Jawbreaker. I forgot the woman's name, but Mandy,
I know who you're talking
hey,
about. The
Mandy,
brunette from Jawbreaker, yeah.
hey, look, I'm sorry about your troubled
Oh
past.
no.
I mean that.
That's made me a lot stronger, and it also made
No,
me
that is
be able to
true.
take a
But
step
as a
back
man,
and look at it.
as a man, nobody really deserves have their, precious childhood taken advantage and being taken away.
Right, but I also think about the men who there's no proof brought to the forefront and they are criticized and ostracized and already labeled, before any proof is brought forth. So here's the deal. That makes true victims a joke.
That's
That's
right.
why I started
that is
backing away
true.
from it
And it
speaking out
destroys
against it.
it destroys
that's-
people's lives.
That's
That's,
a slap in the face.
that's why I'm against the Me Too movement in some ways, because it really brings a bad name on your victims out there. It really does.
And I used to speak out really, really hardcore of it, with like my friends and, just within my community. I was like,
Thank you,
no,
Mandy.
I don't.
No,
I
Willie,
don't
God
like,
bless you. Thank you. You told the truth. I wish there was more people like you out there who would say
because
that.
people just wanted to be a part of the hashtag. You know what I mean? The
Mhm.
hashtag was something that
Rose
was, cliquish.
Rose McGowan, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
As you think about it, Rose McGowan is a big Trump supporter.
And she was that scumbag that assaulted her, and he basically got away with everything,
And she sit there and said most of the people who are raping kids in Hollywood are Democrats. She came out and said that.
I'll tell you what, it's a good thing I'm not president, because I would have instantaneous execution for certain people and certain types.
Same here.
You know what my executive order would be, and I don't even know if you could do this, but my first executive order would be this: no proposed bill is to be written and put up for a vote that is over 100 pages long, and it must only contain one item.
Exactly. Nothing.
Are you talking about that Nancy Pelosi when she wrote 1,000 pages on what she is?
Oh, no, it started with a 3,000-page health bill.
And then said you got to vote for it in order to see it. Yep.
She had no idea what was in it.
Okay, this is my main thing, what I really don't get. Who gives a flying shit about the Kennedy Center and all this other stuff? Why about get the people what they need to survive and help us get through the coronavirus? I don't care about this. I don't care about that. I don't care about your daughter working at the Kennedy Center. All I care about, let's beat this virus. That's what I should go for.
You know what? I think I got a good summary of that, and it's basically only 7 seconds.
It's supercalifragilistic. Sure, you're under pressure.
Yep.
That is true.
Yep, that's it. That's everything I think of the Biden campaign. That's it.
Well, and that would be my thing. That would be the first thing I would do. And from that point forward, don't put another bill on there that the representative themselves cannot read on their own. Don't have some page
Amen.
or some clerk. You read it. You find out what it says, and you decide if you're going to vote up or down on it. Period. End of story. Moving on. And then put it to the Senate. See if we have the funding for it. If we do, great. You approve it. It's a good to go. It fits with the Constitution. Send it to me. I'll sign it.
That sounds like a great idea to me.
That's
because you don't have all the pork and the hidden crap and all there, and 3,000 pages worth of healthcare bill. Who knows what else is in there?
That's all. It's supposed to go off the Constitution. I don't know why they ain't going off the Constitution.
If y'all want to follow somebody that actually gets into breaking those bills down, her name is Tracy Beans. She has been all over the place and calling and holding these stinking Democrats and Republicans for that
right.
matter.
Yeah, Democrats
accountable for all of these bills that they put out. Because I found out about like some of the initial stimulus bills back in March 25th. Mm-hmm. They had so much bullcrap in there. Mm-hmm. When you get into things like the expansion for minority banks and 2020 census reforms and requiring the availability of internet voter registration and all that for monies that are so needed amongst our population because of a decision they made, not us. They didn't, we were all fine and well to go out like we have been for many, 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 many decades for all of our lives and doing our jobs and doing what we have to do to take care of our families and all that. And they took perfectly healthy people in many situations and left them and made them stay at home. And not to mention, again, I believe I said this earlier, but if you are under the age of 50 with no pre-existing conditions by the CDC standard, this is CDC, mind you, you have a 99.8% fully successful recovery rate. Okay. And then also answer me this. All right. With still just a little bit over 35 million people worldwide, 35 million worldwide that has supposedly been infected by this novel virus. Okay. Tell me how and why it's such a big damn deal. All right. When just in the United States alone, 35.5 million people last season alone with 34,200 deaths. And the year before that, it was 61,000 deaths. And again, as per the CDC estimates, between 12,000 to 61,000 people have died annually since 2010 from the flu. And tell me where the flu numbers went this year, y'all. Because you know what? Given that average, look at the current flu rates right now. They're nowhere near what they should be. And let me also explain this other
Can
little
I answer
tidbit.
that?
I've heard this falsity put out there. Just because this COVID came out, COVID does not mute out the standard influenza virus. One does not kill the other. Okay, it doesn't work like
Can I
that.
answer that real quick? Like maybe it's
Sure.
something you haven't thought about. All right, so because people are having to social distance, wear masks, and wash their hands, right? I'm gonna say something. So when I gave birth to my son, my daughter was in 3rd grade, and I don't know if you were here earlier, but my doctor that year, because my son was born in October, told me to keep my butt at home from October to May, because that's our flu season in the state of Texas. So I did, but my daughter was going to school. So every day I hammered it in her head on the way to drop her off at those school doors. Wash your hands. I want you to come home with this travel size bottle of hand sanitizer, almost gone if need be, and I will keep refilling it. That was the first year since she had been in daycare since 18 months old that she did not get the flu. And that's because of what? Proper hand washing.
Exactly.
So maybe that's why our numbers aren't as, like we don't have a flu case in our county yet. And by now we should. But you got to take into consideration there's masks at the school, hand washing, and social distancing. Maybe that's why we're not seeing the numbers this year. Do you think that could be a possibility?
That could be part of it.
Maybe a very small percentage of it. And the only reason why I say that is because they're trying to say it's over 200,000 plus that have passed away from this now, but yet there's nothing having to do with the standard influenza virus. And
Which usually takes, what, 20,000?
Just by its design, okay? And go by the last 10 years worth of research and all that. Again, that number speaks for itself with 35.5 million just last year alone versus 35 million worldwide.
Through the whole flu season here without getting it, because I'm hammering into her head to wash her hands and make sure that she's coming home with that hand sanitizer bottle almost empty or half empty. If I can hammer it into a 3rd grader's head to do that so that her little brother doesn't get sick from the flu, that's part of the problem. Kids at school aren't washing their hands. She felt like she was some kind of like little weirdo, you know what I mean? At school, she's the only one getting up and washing her hands. If someone passes her, a pencil, she was sanitizing her hands, sanitizing the pencil, because that's the things that I beat into her head so she wouldn't bring the flu home to her newborn baby brother.
But for every one parent that you have doing that and following great practices, you've got at least 5 out there that don't even bathe on a daily basis.
Right, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. That's what's a little bit different with this virus is because, everyone's scared of it, even people that are out there sending their kids to school, they're having to wash their hands. Their teachers are actually having to take time out of the day for each student to wash their hands. Mm-hmm. They're not rushing through anymore and not caring and then wondering why half their class is out with the flu. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that might be the difference this year that we're going to see is my only point.
Well, and that may be part of it. Yeah. But I think that we are too kind of neglecting looking at standard old garden variety flu and being so focused on corona or taking those symptoms they do have symptoms. They're symptomatic of something, cough, runny nose, sore throat, whatever, vomiting, diarrhea, whatever. Fever. Okay, they go to the doctor. Oh, well, let's test them for corona. Oh, well, they test positive for corona. They don't have corona. They've got garden variety flu. They've got these symptoms, but they've been exposed to corona. Doesn't mean they have it.
Exactly.
Okay? So that number jumps up, whereas your normal flu, that's what they've actually got, goes away.
Anytime you leave your house and enter into any public area, you're exposing yourself to coronavirus.
I believe it. I do.
But it's like that. It's like that with everything, though. Look, our bodies, every single day, our bodies fight off tens of thousands, if not into the millions worth of different bacteria and virus cells. Okay. This is just the way that it works. And our bodies basically respond by producing antibodies that further help to keep those strong and all that. So by keeping perfectly healthy people at home has actually hurt rather than help. Because look, the one thing that the mainstream media has tried to downplay, and there have been many different doctors that I have now since disowned because they've made total jackasses out of themselves. Let me tell you, the number one best thing that has happened for society is herd immunity. Because guess what? That's how people have gotten sick, and some, yes, have died, but many people, by that transmission of different virus and bacteria, then our body takes it and our immune systems process it accordingly, and that's how we move forward. And then, of course, there are always mutations and stuff
Hey
like
guys,
that.
I need to go. I got some things I need to take care of.
Mr. Jackson.
Thank you for coming up, Mr.
But
Jackson.
hey, y'all have a wonderful, blessed day, and hope all y'all have a wonderful one.
It was a pleasure to meet you.
And pleasure to meet y'all too. Y'all have a good day, guys.
Okay.
You too. Hi.
What's your rebuttal?
All right. True helper.
Sure.
I am a 35-year-old woman. Okay, so when you were talking about how people under the age of 50 have a 99.8%, blah, 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 because, unless you have an underlying health condition. Here's something I want to point out to you. At 35 years old, most doctors aren't, trying to figure out if there's anything wrong with you, because most people don't have anything wrong with them, in their 20s and 30s, right?
Right.
I got a little curious because of my throat always feeling like I'm being choked, that I did an at-home thyroid test.
Okay.
And that's because this has been made available, since COVID, like a lot more at-home things that are being approved by the FDA are becoming more available.
Of course.
I actually have thyroid antibodies. I shouldn't have those.
Mm-hmm.
That means that my system is attacking its own thyroid. Now, the numbers aren't high enough to be really concerned yet for my doctor, but that problem's there. So by any other means, I seem like a perfectly healthy mid-30 woman,
Mm-hmm.
So let's say that I think I'm healthy, so why keep me at home? And then I get hit with the coronavirus, and because my body is already fighting against its own thyroid and I didn't know that, I've exposed myself to something. And it could be actually very damaging for me to get coronavirus. But until if I wouldn't have done that, I wouldn't have known. And there's not a lot of people in my age group that would, pay $199 to do that just to see, because they know something's wrong, but they're not going to go to their doctor office. I'm not going there. I'm not stepping foot in there unless I absolutely have to. So there's a lot of younger people. There are stories out there about younger people who have gotten the coronavirus and who were very fit and thought they were healthy and end up on a ventilator. So you can't really say who's healthy, honestly.
Well, I mean, true. It's the same thing as, college students out playing football. They've been playing football for years and they drop dead.
Exactly.
Didn't know they had an underlying heart disease. I mean, it comes down to, honestly, we've got this illusion in our head, and we've done it to ourselves, that we're going to live forever. And people are living substantially longer lives than they ever have. However,
we're all faced with looking at our own mortality.
Our own mortality, correct. And
with this virus, yes, we're all looking at our own mortality now.
Right.
So
and
are
I know,
we really healthy or are we not? We don't know.
Well, I mean, we could break this down into a really nasty science and look at what it's put into our food system and what we're putting into our bodies every single day and how we're killing ourselves with every bite.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
So there's that. I mean,
and
smoking cigarettes, right?
And
drinking all sweet tea. I'm drinking. Ooh, that's bad.
And I'm taking 40 milligrams of Adderall today with a sugar-free Monster.
and you never know. You know what? I mean, in many cases too, being within the sponsorship program, I've been told many times that I should get into being a doctor or something like that, because we do a bunch of research, and I do have hundreds of doctors that surround and are in our group and all that stuff. And a good case in point of that is the thyroid issues that you're going through, Mandy. I mean, honestly, the best thing I would recommend for something like that is looking out for one of two diseases, which are very common with that. And it's Hashimoto's and Graves'. Those are two of the most common indicators of that. And you are correct. Once your body's immune system has to fight and pick up the slack when you have some issues like that, you are thus further exposed to maybe, fall prey or fall victim, to, acquiring this COVID deal. But even then, that's not, that doesn't mean that you're automatically going to pass away or expire from something.
Sure,
like that.
it doesn't. But my only thing about that was, you're saying keeping healthy people at home. I would have thought I was healthy, right?
Exactly.
Had I not been concerned about my own medical and being allowed to do an at-home test like that, that's approved, that,
Yep.
the doctors will actually take as a real test result because it's approved by the FDA,
Mhm.
I wouldn't have known. I would have otherwise assumed that I was healthy. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So that
and-
was my only point with that was, because listen, I hear that debate all the time, which is, why are we keeping healthy people at home? And I want to ask them, where are your papers that prove that you're 100% healthy?
Well, and that's true. I do understand that, but I think that we live in a country of freedoms. Okay.
Exactly. And we take
And
that risk every day.
And no different than, hey, vegan realist, no different than,
yeah.
that's okay. No different than, oh, geez, what was I going to say? Shit. I'm old, Slow it down. Okay. No different than what happened with 9/11. And we ended up with this godforsaken eavesdropping law that we now have because we had a knee-jerk reaction to it. We could do the same detriment here, where we now decide that it's the policy of this country that if we get some type of a disease in the air, everybody's quarantined and we shut down our economy and we destroy our nation, where you could simply give people the opportunity to make that choice. Don't bitch if you get sick and die, if you make that choice and you lose in that
get
gamble.
that as well. Yeah. I mean, there's some people who can't afford to be a one income household right now.
Absolutely.
So that's something that I said too in my little mom group for our school district. People were like, well, why should the school stay closed? Why should we all have to do distance learning? I have to work, and I was like, listen, if you have to work, I do think that the school should be available for your kids because when I was a working mother, I looked forward to the day that my child started kindergarten because I didn't have to pay for daycare anymore.
Right.
And so I get that point, and that's what I would tell people. I'm like, look, there is an exception to every standard or every rule. And the exception is if you have to work outside of your home, of course, you need your kid to go to school. You can't function. You can't bring in your income if your kids are there driving you nuts all day long.
Right.
So I get that. But then on the other hand, the little small town that I live in, there are more stay-at-home mothers than you would even believe.
Right.
I don't understand why their kids are at school.
I don't either. I love
vegan. Welcome.
And I'll say this too, the whole healthcare thing. I've always been of a mind. First of all, I think that anybody that works in healthcare ought to have free healthcare for the rest of their life. I'm just going to put that out there. That's my second executive order when I get into office. But having said that, I also don't think you can force people to buy insurance or to participate in healthcare. It's a choice. Everybody runs around and says, well, healthcare is a right. No, it's not.
Exactly.
It's not a right.
But
no,
that
it's
last lie
not.
that Biden told. When Biden said under his administration, he never lost anybody's health care. That was a lie. 18 million people lost their health care when Obamacare was mandated.
Right.
Healthcare is a choice. Healthcare is a right, but purchasing it and having it is a choice.
No, healthcare is not a right. You can't force me to participate in your abortion.
No, I can't force you.
But if you said
right
healthcare, right? But if you said that healthcare is a right, then you're saying that
right
I owe you that. No, I owe you that. No, when they say in this country that something is a right, that means it's guaranteed. It's automatic. You get it regardless.
I know. I've had
of whether you can afford it or whether you need it.
That's my argument with the people that say that healthcare is right. I'm like, yeah, it's your right. It's your right to have the choice to have it or not have it.
Right. But there are people that take that aspect of it and they say, no, it's a right. It's a human right. No, it's not.
My argument is it's a right to have the choice to purchase it because it is a consumer product, right?
Right. But the way that they word it is that it's a right that it should be made available to you, whether you can afford it or not. No, not that kind of right.
Is that it should be made available to you. You
whether
have
you
to
choose it. Right.
You have the choice to pay for it or not pay for it.
But the way that traditionally the left word it is that it's a guarantee. You should have it.
I know,
regardless.
Dad's a Democrat.
And it's like, that makes me so angry. I'm like, well, you go work in the healthcare field and then you tell me how you feel about those rights.
Exactly. If that healthcare wasn't there, if those hospitals weren't around, if those doctors and nurses didn't go and get educated and get their degrees and all that, then where does that right end? That ends with you as an individual. You've got to obviously take care of yourself at that point. So You know what I mean? So this
Not
whole
only that,
right thing, that's a load of garbage.
but then it extends into other rights in healthcare.
Hello,
They'll
Jamie.
put their little fingers where they'll say intelligent things like,
I know you
well,
can't get a word in.
I'm sorry. I'm almost done. Because I have this right for healthcare that it's automatically given to me because I'm a human being, then that means you have to treat my mother this way. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, you have to do it. And if you don't, I also have the right to sue you.
Mm-hmm.
And that becomes a very nasty situation very quickly.
And see, and that's what I don't get about the left's idea about, you know, it's your right. You have to have health care and everybody should get it for free. Okay, well, who's paying for it?
Exactly.
So it might be free for that person, but I'm paying some kind of tax towards it. That's where I have a problem. I'm having to carry health insurance for, our family. That's my concern. You are not my concern. You don't live under my roof. You're not my blood. Like, I'm not saying that I'm dried up to other people and that I don't care about other people, but damn it, I don't have enough money to take care of a million other people.
Same way I feel about these cities right now that are burning at the hands of morons, and the leaders are letting it happen, and then they want me to pay the bill.
Exactly. I don't think any of these Democrat-run areas or anybody that doesn't step up and utilize their police and or National Guard should get a dime. I think now some of the business owners should be compensated in some way, but by them from their treasuries, from their states, not from the federal government, not from our taxpayer dollars. They don't deserve it as far as I'm concerned.
No.
Not talking about the people themselves. Like, God bless them, but against their governments over there. Bad. Well, even here for that matter.
Hello, vegan.
Hey, vegan.
Oh, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, thanks. I just wanted to come on and because you're talking about flu and COVID and everything. I just wanted to put something out there that could it be that the reason that there's less flu is because, or partly because, because they're dying of COVID, they didn't get a chance to die of flu.
That's true. That's very true. That is one statistical factor right there that you would have to account for in that number. If you're looking at it strictly from a statistical analysis, yeah.
Our bodies can carry both at the same time. It wouldn't matter, That's why it puzzles me again when you look at those numbers from the last 10 years, and then you look at the numbers from this new stuff. Again, they're playing politics with it, and we have proof that they have doctored the numbers time and time and time again. And it sucks when they do that, because then you start to question even where you get the numbers from. Typically from actual people that still believe in the WHO and all that. I tell you, you're foolish. You're foolish. You're absolutely naive, and you need to do more research, because even when publications like the Lancet and the New England Journal of Medicine, I've been reading them for decades, and I was shocked. I never heard of either one of them ever having to pull those articles. And the fact that they did, that just shows that the times that we're living in, it's fouled up. It really is. Then you get the facts too, like one of the biggest death rates in New York City and many other of these democratically run areas is from them putting sick patients in nursing homes. Up to 42% of all the deaths in New York was from the nursing homes. The elders that were put into harm's way by people like Cuomo and de Blasio, de Blowhole, and all these other idiots around there, while they're too busy running around putting up these murals and all this other garbage. I mean, just stop.
Joy Lang said that all of the voting machines down in Georgia County just went down.
I believe it because they're going to do anything they can to try to crash it. I guarantee you. Either that or they are on overload, because I'm telling you, I'm getting texts left and right. Like, I do have to go, by the way, but at one I tell you what, at one toll or one voting station alone, we have 18,000 people. Holy shit.
That's
Vote.
Yes. Yep. Vote. I don't care who you vote for, but definitely don't disrespect our brave men and women that have fought and died for those liberties.
I gotta hop down, everybody. It was good talking.
Thank you for coming up.
I
really enjoyed it.
Waiting.
Okay, babe.
Me too. I'll be in the chat,
appreciate
guys.
that.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Do you think that we need a national law for national voting on the dates and stop all this? Well, the 3rd or the 9th or the 12th or the.
It should already be, because as far as I knew, it was already constituted law, and if not, it was individual law, because when it comes to something like that, that falls under the federal purview, and the laws are already there that supposedly mandate it, but they're trying to vote in these temporary statutes, or however the hell they're trying to, whatever guise they're trying to hide it under, and say, oh, we need extension, all that. No. It's never been that way before, and it's always been law. Here's what it is, here how it goes, and this is what it should be. So now, again, they're trying to do everything in their power to fudge this whole thing, and then to try to say that something that has never been tried before, the mail-in voting type of crap, through the USPS, which, mind you, has been one of the most failing types of branches of the federal government. To think that that would work is also another very uneducated and naive type of thought to have, because believe me, when they can't even handle themselves for the last, I think, 3 or 4 years, they've been close to declaring bankruptcy and or damn near declaring bankruptcy in some cases. It's, just come on. Again, they've been trying to make this, they've been muddying the waters left, right, and center, because they know that we as American citizens can only take on so much at the same time. And after a while, we just throw our hands up and walk away. Especially, I don't blame those that follow the mainstream media, because if it's like friends of mine that we put on a task, I kid you not, this is something I forgot to mention earlier. We actually had about, I think it was 12 people last week that did nothing but watch CNN and CNN alone. Do you know that every single one of them damn near had panic attacks and said, if you all of them, and mind you, individually, and they all different races, creeds, colors, all across the Commonwealth, and they all said the same thing, that they all felt like they needed to go to their doctors and get further medication like Xanax or something like that, because you would think that the world was going to end under Donald Trump's leadership by watching them and them alone. It was
a shame,
but it was the truth, and that's what it is. All of them, MSDNC, pardon me, MSNBC, NBC, ABC, all of these. When you have 93% of the media coverage controlled and governed by 6 major corporations, tell me that there's no bias there.
Yeah,
come on.
Yeah.
Oh, there is.
Yeah, have you seen some videos on YouTube where they show where they have this script, and they're all reading off the same script?
Oh yeah,
saying the exact same words.
Absolutely.
Yep. Google or YouTube. In the YouTube cube, look up Mockingbird media coverage, and there are more than a few creators that have taken clips side by side, and there's like dozens and dozens of them that they're all repeating the same damn thing. Yep, that's why we call them the Mockingbird mainstream media.
Yeah, it's hilarious, isn't it?
Well, but it's scary and it's sad.
Well, yeah, it is.
Bias.
Yeah.
And there are many people out there, including a lot of our seniors, that have been raised to believe these idiots. To put their thing, the most trusted name in news. Yeah, okay.
I'm just telling you, my husband knows loud. He likes to watch the opposition, so he knows what's going on. And I get it. However, I can't do Mad Cow. I can't. And I've told him more than once, if I walk in this bedroom one more time and either of those stations are on, I have a divorce attorney on speed dial. Get that off my television. No, So it is what it is. You need to be reading more of your news than watching it. Just saying.
Yeah. Yep. And anybody that's concerned about the black vote out there, let me just yet again, and I know I almost bring it up every single channel that I'm on and every podcast I'm a part of, but go to people like Anthony Bryan Logan, Brandon Tatum, Candace Owens. I mean, there are so many people out there that have been covering this. And let me just when Donald Trump was elected last time around in 2016, he had only 8% of the black vote. And right now in early polling, we're already showing between 13 to 25%.
Yep.
And not to mention the Latino vote, which many of them have family or friends that live in Venezuela and many of these other countries that have tried socialism and have literally been either they've known people that have starved to death, they're eating their dogs, and Venezuela, mind you, was one of the wealthiest countries for many years. And guess how long it took after socialism was adopted? 3 years. Yep. 3 years is all it took to destroy it, because everything was free healthcare, free this, free that. And they were one of the largest oil production countries in the world.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Absolutely.
That's why the Latino vote is now locked on Trump too. And by all means.
Isn't it funny how a lot of countries are invested in this election?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Because they
I
know.
mean,
that
very, very invested. I'm talking all over the world.
Yeah,
They're
you're right.
very invested in this election.
I think it's hysterical that our elected official, our president, can call somebody little rocket man and then have him eating out of the palm of his hand.
Yep,
I
and was
think
the
that is funny.
Yep, and was the first leader ever to walk from South Korea to North Korea across
Absolutely.
that line. No other leader has ever done it. And you know, people say, "Oh, he's a sympathizer. He's this, he's that." No, he averted a nuclear holocaust.
This is what happens when another alpha male comes in your yard and pees on your alpha male. That's what
Bang.
happens.
There it is.
Okay, that's the real alpha male. Okay,
You're damn right.
so. But then he went in there and showed him a movie that he had made at the White House that they stringed together to show him how beautiful his country could be if he'd chill out and let other people be his friends and come in there and help him. That's all it took.
Yep.
Because he figured out what motivates this man.
You're absolutely right. And I love how people try to flip that around and talk about, oh, he's got ties with this one, that one, the other one. How in the hell do you think we keep world peace? It's
That's
not
right.
just by sending our military in every single time. A lot of it begins and ends with political debates. It begins with some kind of political involvement.
And the same people who were cheering Obama when he was telling them repeatedly on his apology tour, we need to talk to our enemies. It's good to talk to. Now all of a sudden it's not. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. Yep.
Okay, gotcha.
You're right. You're right.
That was amazing.
You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, and do as I say, not as I do. That's
Right.
like they rule, and they have ruled with deflection and all these other type of things that they have brought up, especially all the name calling and
And it's no different with the Supreme
Right.
Court justice when they were watching, when I was watching the Supreme Court justice hearings, they're sitting there telling her, we believe you're going to vote with Trump's ideations. No, I'm not. Okay, well, we're not going to vote for you unless you agree with ours. So can you tell us that you agree with ours?
Did you hear the one politician, the idiot from Hawaii, asked about her ever being involved in rape?
Yes, Hirono.
That was,
My favorite, though, was Senator Kennedy. I really have to ask this question, and I need a sincere answer because I really am curious. Who does your laundry in your house? I was like, yes, Senator Kennedy, because that's what we boiled down to. This is stupid.
Yeah, they are ridiculous.
She's more qualified than anybody in this room as far as the law is concerned. Y'all need to just bow down, kiss her feet, and give her a yes vote and move on. For real. I mean, my God. And she won't answer our questions because you're asking her questions she cannot answer. Ethically, she can't.
Yeah.
She would breach her own ethical oath. She cannot do it.
Well, they tried to get her to trip up. They know. See, that's what I mean. They know the little tricks of the trade. They know how they can try to just make somebody seem to be something they're not.
She didn't get tripped up.
No, she didn't. And he goes, let me just see what notes you're reading from. And she held up that blank pad.
Yeah, I loved it. Oh, you should see the memes from that. Oh, it's priceless. Some of them were saying Biden's conscious, Biden's medication list. Oh, my God. I loved it.
It was awesome.
Yep.
Very entertaining.
The questions that Dems will ask. Oh, my gosh. There's been like 100 of those memes made up. I own you. Oh, Lord.
It was ridiculous. I was like, oh, dear God. And Lindsay's just like sitting back like, oh, okay, when is this going to be over? Poor guy. It was an educational event. And very disgraceful when they showed up and left the pictures and then boycotted. Really?
Oh,
jackasses. Okay.
I do got to get going here soon. I just got another text. Now we have
I'm going to go
3,500 people. But one thing I did want to just bring up earlier, something that I personally know and have had involvement in, especially in and around our sponsorship groups and all that, and that is in the area of autoimmune disorders and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of people have tried to bag on the hydroxychloroquine treatments and all that stuff. Well, first of all, yes, it was an anti-malarial and all that kind of stuff, but it has been used for many decades and approved by the FDA for many decades to treat for lupus and arthritis, amongst many other things.
Off label, right?
back in the early March, okay, they had already had several different research studies going on, but yet the one that the mainstream media stuck to was the one that was done out of Brazil, which, mind you, was one of the biggest flop hoax bumblings of any statistical strategic damn clinical trial ever done in medical history, okay? And it's been known for many years. And also, I don't believe in coincidence, okay? But tell me how I have many couple, more than a few dozen elder sponsees, okay? All of them are being treated on hydroxychloroquine for lupus, arthritis, and other autoimmune disorders and deficiencies. But yet somehow, all of them, not one of them has gotten sick. Not one of them.
Yep.
I don't, again, I don't
Amazing.
think coincidences. I really don't. I really don't.
Nope.
So, and it's been used for many years. And when combined with the Zithromax, with the Z-Pack, it's been proven time and time again that it's helped left, right, and center. But yeah,
Right.
they would just anything. And what I found out, and this is what I got myself to believe in here, is that it's just like anything Trump says something, whatever he tries to endorse or he holds dear, it's like they go against. Because then that's the bad thing. Orange man bad. That's what you got to believe because we're telling you to believe that. And Corbyn said it himself.
Right.
You're not allowed to have these documents. The only way is for us to read them to you. You know what? The media is not meant to be biased. They're supposed to be unbiased, neutral type of reporters. They're supposed to be reporters, but all of them now are social justice warriors or activists.
And they have been for years. They have been for years.
Exactly. But y'all, this has been real. Everybody,
I've enjoyed it.
Yes, we had a lot of fun today.
Good active conversation.
Very good.
Absolutely. And Carla, I'm leaving something for you in side chat there. I would appreciate it if you read it to yourself later on. And it's been real, Carla.
Okay, well, thank you for coming in.
Well, thank you for having me.
All right.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right, go out and vote, y'all. Go out and vote. Vote. Oh,
yes, everybody go vote. And
I almost forgot
Jamie,
to say real quick. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to
go ahead.
number off. Anybody who's having any substance abuse issues or any problems with mental health, please contact the National Samson line at 1-800-662-4357. Even if it's for you or for a family member or a friend, but please reach out. I know that there's a lot of struggle going on right now. Again, that number is 1-800-662-4357. I appreciate it. And God bless you all. Thank you for having me.
Thank you too, Helper.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Hey, Jamie. I'm ready to shut down because I'm.
All right. Well, yeah. If you're doing that, then I'm going to start up myself in an hour.
Oh, okay. So I can go over there and watch you. I just wanted to thank you for coming up and ask you to come up again. Maybe next time you can get a word in.
Yeah.
She'll mute me. She'll put me in mute.
Yes, I will put her on mute so you can actually talk. But everybody,
well, a lot of it's all like American stuff, and it's like not stuff that's in my country. So, but yeah.
Are you Australian?
No, I'm Australian, but I'm British.
Oh, British. Okay.
Love your accent.
Yeah. I do too. Who are you guys over there kind of looking at pulling for us? If you don't mind me asking.
What do you mean?
Well, as far as this election and the outcome, what are you guys kind of hoping for? Because we know you do.
Well, what you mean that the country as a whole, like?
Well, like between Biden and Trump, our election today. Do you?
I'm not sure. I think a lot of them don't like Trump, but some probably do. Probably a lot of them just don't really care.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that is interesting. Do they like Biden better, or?
I don't know, because I don't really speak to a lot of the normies and stuff, so I don't really know what they kind of think about it all.
Right. Okay.
But I had someone saying to me that Trump's because talking about Boris Johnson and saying at least he's better than Trump or something. So he really doesn't like Trump, but it's like. But it's like, what do you think when people say that how the politics is just two wings of the same bird?
It can be, yeah. I mean, it's to me, it's gotten way too. There's too much monetary gain to be made in different avenues other than just a straight paycheck to be in politics, and I think that's really where we've gotten into a lot of our trouble. People can buy votes. Our laws, they're 4 inches thick when they go to be passed, and nobody's reading them. They're just, kind of saying, "Yeah, I'll sign it," or "No, I won't," and that's dangerous. And I'll put this in my bill that I'm writing to get this thing passed, and we'll sneak it in there if you'll vote for it. Okay, good. And then there's a lot of that goes on, and it's just not. It's not okay because the taxpayer doesn't know about it. We're unaware of it until it gets passed, and then we're screwed.
Chick Eastwater is asking you, vegan realist, what about military mandatory COVID testing in Liverpool?
Oh yeah, I've heard about that. I mean, well, that just seems like nonsense. How are they going to test every single person in Liverpool? There's like 500,000 people living there, so I mean, yeah, that they were claiming that if they tested every person in Liverpool, that it's going to solve all the problem or something. But they don't even need to go in lockdowns and all that. Cause look at the numbers of cases have actually peaked now. So, yeah, because apparently they're going in lockdown on the 5th of November on Bonfire Night, and then what Bonfire Night, why that was? It was Guy Fawkes, who was a guy who tried to blow up the Houses of Parliament. So, yeah. So it's quite interesting. It's but
did not know that.
I just wish that instead of all this like fear and stuff, it would be more kind of about like a healthy lifestyle, and because there's things that kill far more people than COVID, like heart disease and cancers. It's
exactly.
Like if they were to actually protect themselves from these things, they'd probably protect themselves from COVID also.
Right. Like high blood pressure, stressing out over COVID, getting high blood pressure and having a stroke.
Exactly, the cortisol. It's just there's a lot of BS going on in mainstream media, but it's like just before we finish. I mean, because you sound like you just trust in the mainstream media, but then it's like you trust in like Fox News. I mean, they're like one of the biggest news networks. So,
yeah, but they actually do have opposition on regularly. They usually, from what I've seen, from as long as I've watched them, they usually, for whatever one side of a view they have somebody from an opposite side there to say both sides, so that the viewer can kind of make a choice between the two. Now, both sides could be lying out of their asses. So, there's that part. They really can't control that, but at least they offer, for people to come and say their side, which I respect. Where other ones don't.
Balance,
Mm-hmm. And I think that's where their popularity comes from. I will say though, I do believe that most of them are conservative Republicans. So there's that, or at least libertarians. There's not a whole lot of liberals that are on that station, but there are some.
When you say libertarian, it's not the same as liberal, is it? It's like
no, it's totally different.
It's more like classical liberal, isn't it?
No, actually, it's not. Actually, it's actually in between, and we need it as a party, a strong party, as strong as our other two, because it's a whole other side. It's that thought that the Constitution says what it says, and it means it literally. That we are a very small federal government and very strong, robust state governments that run the show in each state, and that the federal government returns to its intended purpose, which is to provide for our national security, and other than that, have very little to do with state laws, and that they proceed over everything else, and that we don't involve ourselves. We're kind of separatist, and that we don't involve ourselves in other world affairs. We kind of stay out of it and let the rest of the world take care of themselves. And that's kind of the true libertarian mind. And government stays out of your business. They don't come pester you and want to know everything about you, and don't require large taxes from you. They don't need a lot of money to run like they do now, which is crazy. And in that sense, I'm kind of a libertarian. I think that they need to hush and sit down and let us run our own lives in our own states, and they can mind their own business unless we need them, and then we'll let them know, So there's that. That's what a true libertarian here is, I think.
Yeah, well, I was looking, it was about like having a limited government.
Right. A federal government. The state governments are really robust, and they, call the shots in the states. And that typically, unless someone really feels like the state has imposed or their local government has imposed a law against them that goes against the Constitution and that their rights are being infringed upon, only then does it accelerate up to a federal level. And then they have a look at it and say, no, it's constitutional. This law is good. And then they kick it back down. Or, actually it's not constitutional because you're infringing on this right, that right, or that right. And then they send it back in, and then it's taken out of the state law, and they have to rewrite it so that it will be constitutional and people's rights aren't infringed on. And that's the main function of our federal government, other than providing for our safety, protecting our borders and our national defense. But other than that, I mean, they can write federal laws like federal voting laws. When federal people are voted on for federal positions, then they can kind of have or should have a reign over that. They've kind of lost that because people are weird. But other than that, they have very little to do with the daily workings of the American citizen. That way you can keep your lawmakers close to you where you can punch them if they piss you off. That's my thing. That's what I think. I may be wrong.
Yeah, sounds about right.
I wish we could work that way.
But it's just, it would be good if there would be a third option instead of it being this sort of
constant back and forth.
Yeah, this sort of left-right sort of paradigm where there's two options, because the third option, it just never really gets any traction.
Right. I mean,
so people think, well, I'm not going to vote for the third option because they're not going to get in. So what's the point?
Right. But it's kind of a tiebreaker. In all other instances, you have these tiebreakers. Why not in this instance too? Where if people don't agree with right or left, they can go middle.
Yeah.
It's just a thought. Come on, libertarians. Pony up, guys.
Okay, guys. Time to get lunch ready.
Right. I'm starving.
Thank you so much, Jamie. You come up again.
Yes, absolutely.
You're more than welcome.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. All right, I'll.
It was wonderful having you up.
It was. And chat and mods, you guys have been amazing.
Amazing.
As always. And it's been fun. And I'm going to go eat some lunch, get dressed, and go vote. You want to take a poll on how I'm going to vote? Do you?
I have no clue. But you have a great day, and I'll pop over to your live, Jamie.
Yes.
Yeah. Everyone's welcome. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
You have a great day.
All right.
You too. Bye.
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 Bye, honey.
And I think I'm going to get something to eat because I am starving.
Look at Marsha and her 2 cents. I have an opinion, and you're going to what it dang it. Okay, Misty is wrong. I usually am. It's okay. I'm used to it.
Goodness.
Anyway.
Oh wow. Okay, time to log off, boo boo.
All right. I love you much.
Okay, I love you too.
Have a great day, everybody. Go vote. It matters.
All right. Thank you, moderators.
All right.
You.
Bye.